Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
The noisy shouts are deafening, like a chaotic vegetable market. You can't hear what you are shouting at all, you can only feel these sounds full of excitement. This is a prison. The long corridor is lined with rows of cells. At the moment the prisoners squeezed on the edge of the cell fence and stretched out their hands and shouted in excitement, as if there was some new fun. Definitely not everyone was so excited. The cell at the end of the corridor seemed extremely quiet. This is a single-person cell, and the new people in the cell have been here for less than half an hour. Although I know that some things will be fast the first time, shouldn't it be so fast? Anyway, let me feel it. Isn't it too inhumane to come the second time without feeling anything? Sheng was lying in the cell. The man cursed in a low voice on the bed. Don't get me wrong, this does not refer to the metamorphosis from boys to men, nor is it a vibe of prison features, but refers to crossing. Traveling through this kind of thing is common in novels, but the chance of it happening in reality is very small. Sheng was lucky to travel through the familiar Marvel world and gain the ability of a disciple. Who are the disciples? A bug-like character in the Marvel world. Although this guy has an indistinguishable face, he is jokingly called a cute, but his ability is abnormal. Unlimited copying, unlimited stacking. As long as you deal with him, whether it is ability, matter, consciousness, the power of abstract existence, etc., he can copy it in an instant, even including the experience of using this ability. If definitely is just like this, it can only be called a 5/5 Kai. The real abnormality is that after he duplicates the other's ability, he can stack the power infinitely, 1 time, 10 times, 100 times, infinite times. Simply put, as long as you are right he will lose if he shoots. The disciples relied on this wave of ability to fly, defeated the Court of Life, copied the ability of many great gods in the universe, and claimed to have the same ability of Toaa. However, because ability was too abnormal and was killed by the plot, he created a role as the presiding judge inexplicably defeated him and sealed it in the body of the Court of Life. Having obtained such a perverted ability Sheng, he thought that he could wander casually, but he never expected that he would suffer the same treatment. Plot kill. It has not been more than 3 minutes before he traveled to the Marvel world. There was no time to understand the situation or copy ability. The universe he was in slammed, no more. Sheng thought that he would hang up, but he did not expect to pass through again, and he passed directly into the cell of this prison. This is also the reason why he complained that he was too fast the first time. I'm afraid that there will be no one to cross again in less than 3 minutes, so Sheng didn't do anything for almost half an hour and waited to see if there would be a big bang again. But now it seems that it should not be anymore. 1 time to regenerate and 2nd to familiarity, the first time soon and then it started to last. This TM is the growth history of a man. Sheng turned over and sat up to learn about the world. Both times were physical crossings, which meant that the ability of the disciples was still there, nothing more than changing the world, so Sheng didn't worry even if he was in the cell. The sound outside seems to be quiet. Sheng noticed that the corridor where gongs, drums, and firecrackers sounded before seemed to be quiet, just as he was going to get up and go to the fence to see the situation outside and try to get out by the way. 2 prison guards came to the cell with a woman in custody, obviously all Europeans and Americans. Why someone, isn't this cell empty? It looks like an Asian guy was locked up without even changing his clothes. It should have offended someone. Forget it, let's leave it alone. Is that okay? After all. Have you seen her ability just now? What are you afraid of? The 2 prison guards opened the cell door and pushed the woman in custody directly, locked the door, turned around and left. It's fine to have 2 prisoners in a single cell, but 1 male and 1 female, 1 male and 1 female is too much, right? Is it a novice welfare? Su Sheng mumbled and looked at the woman who was locked in, his eyes lit up slightly. A shawl with long brown hair, although he was wearing a loose prison uniform, he could hardly conceal his perfect figure. He was upright and beautiful. Although his face was expressionless, he exuded a kind of cold charm. The most important thing is that Su Sheng recognized her identity. It's really a novice welfare. Everyone starts with a dog. I start with a cat. It's still a wild and untamable female cat. Su Sheng didn't converge or conceal his gaze, even if the opponent frowned unpleasantly. If she really is the person she thinks, Selina Kyle, also known as Catwoman, then it is obvious that this is the DC world. Where Marvel first and then DC. This is the routine of a lot of beautiful comics. Whether it's Marvel or DC, where is the wave? Su Xinglang smiled. No, just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw a straight and slender leg kicking towards him. The speed was so fast that he would make intimate contact with his face in the blink of an eye. It is a pity that Su Sheng does not have a foot fetish, and a flash of thought flashes through his mind. Unlimited copy. Ability is activated, and any enemy ability against him can be copied in an instant. Su Sheng clearly felt that the flexibility and balance of the body became stronger, and the reflex nerves became faster. Su Sheng leaned back abruptly at the moment when the opponent raised his leg and kicked over, rubbing his foot against the top of Su Sheng's head. At the same time, Su Sheng, who was almost instinctive, kicked the opponent's legs to support his body. The position is exactly where the calf is up and the knee is down. This foot instantly made her lose her balance and fell down in Su Sheng's direction. Her reaction quickly wanted to take back the kicked leg and step on the bed to maintain her balance, but Su Sheng was faster. Directly stretched out his hand, grabbed the opponent's ankle and pressed it on his body. The other party stepped on the ground to stabilize the ground, one foot was grabbed by Su Sheng, and his body sank down sharply, pressing directly on Su Sheng's body one by one. At the same time, a stab sounded. Su Sheng can be sure that when the prison originally customized the prison uniforms, he hadn't considered that the prisoners would play with a word horse, so he and her were both stunned by the occurrence of this kind of Xinyan chain crotch opening. Don't look at me, I won't pay for what you broke. Su Sheng said suddenly. Originally it was quite embarrassing to open the crotch, but Su Sheng suddenly came up with a sentence like, I don't pay it, and she completely blows up her hair. Angrily, she slammed her fist and hit Su Sheng. With such a posture and such a distance between the two, one can imagine where the position of her punch was probably. Su Sheng didn't want to wave up in the future and rely on her mouth, and directly pushed her leg out with the force of the wrist. An ordinary person might fall directly with this push, but she took advantage of her strength to flatten the ground with a backflip and stop steadily, and rushed towards Su Sheng the next moment. As a well-known jewelry thief, Catwoman is good at Muay Thai and street fighting in addition to her balance, flexibility, and response speed. Seeing her rushing towards herself, Su Sheng raised the corner of her mouth and took the initiative to greet her. Boom! The methods, angles, and choices of the two moves were exactly the same, and they simply fought each other. Catwoman was slightly surprised at the other party's methods, but she was surprised that her movements did not stop. Fists and feet, you come and me. In the small single cell, the two clanking and beating fiercely. The two men's moves are exactly the same. At first glance, they seem to be discussed. At first, Catwoman didn't believe it and thought it was just a coincidence, but the more she beat her, the more depressed she became. What a coincidence, it was exactly the same, even when she was fighting. Some small habits are the same, which makes Catwoman feel like fighting against the male version of herself. Hole, don't use the same moves as me if you have the ability. Catwoman scolded roar. Su Sheng chuckled, it's not the ability of the disciple to lose, not only the ability skills are all copied, even the experience is integrated in an instant, even if it is a skill book, it is not so neat. Looking at the furious opponent Su Sheng, she can be sure that she is Catwoman. Not convinced? Hit me, you can't beat me anyway. Catwoman sneered, the same trick, I can't beat you, and you can't beat me. That's not necessarily true, I was just teasing a cat just now. Sheng said in a frustrated tone, in a very annoying tone. Funny cat? Amusing you, uncle. Catwoman has no time to wonder if the funny cat he said knows her identity as Catwoman. She has only one thought now, to beat him to death. The toes stared hard at the ground. Catwoman rushed over again. Infinite copying ability is indeed perverted like a writing wheel, but Sheng wants to know what the effect of infinite stacking is. After all, copying can be considered a stall, even if it sounds like a high level, it is not conspicuous enough. It's okay to use it to make waves, but the ability to fly in waves is infinitely superimposed. Infinite stack, double. Although there are some in the second grade, but as the saying goes, people are not in the middle of the second grade. Sheng still yelled a ninja's sense of shame. The shout was in Huxia. Sheng's sudden voice shocked Catwoman, and his responsibility, speed, physical coordination, flexibility, strength and so on, all aspects of ability increased instantly. Watching Catwoman's whip kick hit, his feet were still on the ground, and his waist contracted and twisted. It was already at a limit, and even Catwoman couldn't do it. Catwoman stunned slightly, followed by whip kicks, side kicks, backspin kicks and other various leg techniques to attack Sheng again. At the same time, she kept pace with her hands, jabs, cross punches, uppercuts, elbow hits and so on followed one after another. Sheng easily avoided such a stormy attack. Slow. Too slow. After stacking up to twice the power, it was necessary to block and counterattack before, but now it is easy to dodge. Infinite stack, double. When Catwoman's leg whip was about to kick out, Sheng had already predicted and made an evasive action. At the same time, his body leaned forward, his shoulder slammed into Catwoman's shoulder and shook hard, and Catwoman kicked back a few moments. Strikes against the wall. With a grunt, he was bumped into his shoulder and drooped slightly. What a powerful force. Catwoman felt numbness in one half of her shoulder, and a painful cold sweat flowed through her slight exertion. The most annoying thing is that this is also her trick. It's just that she can't do it so fast, and she doesn't have that much strength. This knock and lean depends on the kind of lean, she has not yet mastered it. Who are you? Catwoman pressed her shoulder and looked at Sheng warily. Sheng looked at Catwoman and smiled. Anyway, I'm not a shit shovel officer. Catwoman apparently never heard of the shovel officer, but who is this guy? He has the same ability as himself and is stronger than himself. When did Gotham play such a role? Will he be kept in prison? Was it an accident, or another purpose? Seeing him approaching, Catwoman distanced him vigilantly. Sheng stopped and smiled. You can't beat me and run and can't get out. What are you hiding? Where can you hide? I just arrived here, I just want to chat with you and understand the situation. Catwoman was silent. Sheng can't help frowning. Do you understand, chat? It's just that there is a relationship, I say one sentence and you follow one sentence. For example, if I ask you are you a Catwoman, you say F***K you shit, and then I ask you then you is it Selina Kyle, understand? This is the right way to chat. This be *********** D really knows who I am. Not only know that I am Catwoman, but also know my true identity. Don't understand? It's okay, I will teach you slowly. Seeing Catwoman remain silent, Sheng continued to give an example with enthusiasm. I ask you where is this, and you will go back to this is Gotham, and I will ask you Batman, you. Batman is dead. Speaking of Batman, Catwoman couldn't help but answer. This is really Gotham. Gotham City has a simple folk style, and Arkham has many talents. That's right, it seems that you have mastered the skills of chatting. Su Sheng smiled with satisfaction. Batman is dead, is Bruce Wayne still alive? How do you know that Bruce Wayne is? Catwoman stared at Su Sheng, the son of Gotham, and the rich man Bruce Wayne is Batman. She just learned that Bruce Wayne is Batman. Who the hell is this guy? Know my identity, and know Batman's identity. I'm not sure, but he may be dead. He got into Bane. Messed with Bane. So Brokeback Mountain has already been staged. TSK, don't look at Bane as a Brokeback demon, but Batman is not that easy to hang up. He is like the villain in the cartoons, every time he shouts that I will come back. So, Batman should find a place to lick his wounds and prepare for a comeback. This is Gotham again, so now Gotham should be ruled by Bane, right? This is like the story of the rise of the Dark Knight. This is the Black Gate prison, right? Su Sheng asked. Don't you even know what prison you are in? Catwoman obviously didn't want to answer this kind of idiot question. I don't know when I will die, don't I have to live slowly? Su Sheng said casually. Can this be the same? Catwoman glared at Su Sheng. You be ************ D don't know how to chat, right? Ignoring Catwoman's angry and silent accusation, Su Sheng turned around and walked to the bedside Shiran and lay down. His actions made Catwoman frown slightly, and she looked at him while shaking her shoulders slightly. It seemed that he was only 18 or 19 years old, with a caliper head, and he looked handsome and a little childish, and looked no different from ordinary college students. What's your name? Catwoman couldn't help asking. Su Sheng. Su Sheng didn't say anything about the shoveling officer this time. Secretly chanting the name, Catwoman can be sure she has never heard of it. Seeing his leisurely appearance, Catwoman couldn't help but say. Are you not going to leave here? Gotham has been controlled by Bane and no one knows what he will do that might destroy Gotham. Now that we still have a chance to leave, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave when it's too late. You and I cooperate, how about leaving here? Su Sheng turned over and looked at Catwoman, putting one foot on the edge of the bed and shaking it gently. Catwoman looked at Su Sheng, but inadvertently stared at his shaking feet. Cooperation? Yeah. Su Sheng seemed to answer and then unconsciously hummed, his feet shaking more. Catwoman's eyes became slightly sharper, and her brows wrinkled. Is there something wrong with this B*************************** D? Lie down, shake some feet. Catwoman was displeased just as she was about to speak when she heard Su Sheng pissed laugh. Why are you laughing? It's nothing. Su Sheng shook his head slightly. Although it didn't make a funny cat, it seemed that the effect was almost the same. Forget about cooperation, I have my own way to leave, but if you want to leave, I can help. How to help? Su Sheng stood up and walked to the fence of the cell, looked at the gap in the fence and then looked back at Catwoman's figure, grabbing the fence with both hands. Don't tell me you intend to bend the fence, it is absolutely impossible. Before crossing Su Sheng's physique, the strength is actually the level of an ordinary person. Catwoman does not look like a woman, but after training, her strength is stronger than an ordinary man. He just tried stacking and the power will increase, as for how much it stacks up, it depends on how many times it stacks up. Theoretically speaking, after infinite stacking, even Catwoman's power can be turned into a tug of war. Having roughly estimated his current strength, Su Sheng said softly. Unlimited stacking, 10 times. The strength suddenly increased, Su Sheng held the railing with both hands and pulled hard. The creak sounded instantly, and the next moment the three-fingered steel fence was directly pulled and bent to the sides, creating a space that could accommodate one person in and out. Bend the fence, Su Sheng looked at it a few times but seemed a little dissatisfied. After thinking about it, he held the fence and pulled it back a little bit. Then he nodded in satisfaction. Please. Su Sheng turned around and bent over and stretched out her hand, looking at the dumbfounded Catwoman and smiling. Seeing that the originally loose fence was pulled back by Sheng and became much narrower, Catwoman couldn't help but say. "Are you crazy? Do you have medicine?" Sheng laughed. "You shouldn't be imprisoned in Black Gate Prison, you should be imprisoned in Arkham." Catwoman can be sure that Sheng definitely has something wrong, and Gotham is not a few normal ones. "I will go if I have a chance." Sheng didn't seem to hear that this was a mockery, and replied solemnly. Catwoman thinks she can't talk to him anymore. This B***************** D is sick, it must be the kind of sickness that makes people die. Catwoman walked straight to the fence and stepped out a leg, followed by slightly tucked her abdomen and crawled over. Catwoman had to stop just after half of her body was over. It was too crowded. Other places are okay, but the owner is stuck in front. He had obviously been able to pass easily before, but he pulled it back with extra effort. Catwoman looked at Sheng angrily but found that he was looking at herself attentively. Catwoman looked down and instantly realized why Sheng made such a fuss. This be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** pulled it away. This B**************** D did it on purpose. Catwoman, who saw through Su Sheng's intentions, suddenly forced her body directly through the fence in anger. With a grunt, Catwoman resisted the idea of soothing the pain and gave Su Sheng a vicious look. Slap, slap, slap. Su Sheng applauded with a chuckle. You have proved that it is genuine. Who said my old lady is fake? Who wants to prove it? Catwoman was so angry that she wanted to go back and fight him for 300 rounds, but at this time the guard at the end of the corridor had already seen that she was about to open the door, and she didn't care about finding Su Sheng's troubles and rushed over. The door opened. Several prison guards fought with Catwoman with their batons. If it was normal, just a few prison guards, Catwoman would not pay attention at all. But now half of her shoulder is still numb and painful, which greatly compromises her ability. It's true for a while. Can't rush out. Boom. There was a loud noise suddenly, as if there was an explosion somewhere. Roar yelled from the outside immediately. Before the guards could figure out what was going on, they saw a group of people rushing in and knock down the distant colleagues. These people had guns in their hands. With a look of excitement and arrogance, he arrogantly found the key to open the cell, released the prisoner inside, and handed the gun to them. You are liberated, you are free. Get revenge on the rich, those bastards. Gotham belongs to you. Which of Gotham's criminals is not brutal? These guys were free and got guns. Can you imagine the result? The prison immediately rioted. In such a chaotic and noisy situation, although the former prison guards had no time to take care of herself, Catwoman was pushed hard to leave. You're free. The door of the cell was opened by a tattooed man and he threw a gun at Su Sheng. Thank you. Su Sheng smiled and took a look. He really didn't have a chance to use this thing before. He doesn't know how to shoot, but it doesn't matter. Just look back and find someone who knows how to shoot himself. Catwoman is right, Su Sheng is really suitable for Arkham Asylum. Looking at the chaotic corridor, Su Sheng Shiran walked out. Although the corridor was crowded, Su Sheng relied on his agility and flexibility to easily pass through the crowd. When passing by Catwoman, he smiled at her, and then left the corridor ignoring her angry eyes. Although Catwoman is also very flexible, it is far less flexible than Su Sheng, which is superimposed several times. When she comes out of the prison, Su Sheng's figure will not be seen long ago, and the street is chaotic. Sure enough, it's Gotham City. Su Sheng walked on the street, gunshots, roars, shouts, and begging for mercy were heard. The company and the mansion were looted, and the original rich and celebrities were thrown out like garbage. Someone definitely resisted. If there were few guns in Gotham, they would be embarrassed to go out, and there was no hesitation when the gun was fired. It was completely a life and death posture. When Darkseid's demons came to the earth, only the people of Gotham dared to resist. Whether you were a man or a ghost, was it a god or a devil? Shoot directly without ambiguity. The sky is overcast and the sun seems to be invisible at all. The Gothic buildings are towering high, with dirt and grime hidden under the glitz, and with the chaotic scene at hand, this is Gotham. Fonger, it's really noisy. Sheng shook his collar and walked to a nearby apartment, surrounded by beatings and smashing scenes, but Sheng rang the doorbell like a gentleman. Beep, beep, beep. The doorbell rang quietly, but the door did not open. Never mind. Sheng lifted his foot and kicked it directly. Boom. The door was kicked open directly. Sheng picked up the gun and shouted, "The people inside listen, robbery." As soon as the sound fell, a bang was heard. A bullet flew out of it, boom. Sheng fell back abruptly at the moment of the gunshot, his feet were still on the ground, his body was bent at a very strange angle and he leaned back quickly, his right hand touched the ground to support his body, and the bullet flew from his head. At the same time, his left hand shot directly inside. Infinite stack, 10 times. He snapped a shot, and then heard a surprise roar from inside. With a slight force on his arms and waist, Sheng stood up and wiped the non-existent sweat beads on his forehead. He felt a lingering fear and said, "It's so hanging, it's Gotham, it's almost a color, homonymous." When I walked in and brought the door, I saw a girl about 16 or 7 years old who looked like a good student, standing in the living room, her hands trembling slightly, and a pistol at her feet, but the barrel seemed to have exploded. "The marksmanship is good." Sheng applauded, originally planning to find someone to give him a shot, but now he doesn't need it. A girl with a good-looking baby can have such precise marksmanship, and even shoot directly at the moment the door is kicked open. What can Sheng say? It can only be said that he likes Gotham more and more. "I have no money, and this apartment is not mine either." The girl trembled. "It doesn't matter, I just plan to find a place to stay temporarily." Sheng smiled and looked at it with interest. Although the apartment is facing the street, it is not big. The upper and lower floors are very simple and worthless. Snapped. Sheng suddenly turned around and raised his hand to the door with a shot. The bullet grazed the girl's hair and penetrated the door. The girl's body instantly stiffened. "I didn't say you can go." Sheng smiled and looked at the girl who turned around. The girl took a deep breath, although she was still terrified, but slowly raised her hand. "I won't leave, you can do anything but please don't hurt me." Sheng watched the girl raise her mouth and smiled. The smile was weird and evil, but it made people feel at ease. The girl in a trance felt something thrown over and subconsciously reached out to catch it, the gun. It turned out to be his gun. The girl's eyes widened, "He actually gave me the gun. Why? Isn't he afraid of me shooting?" The girl instinctively held the gun at Sheng but did not shoot, looking at him in surprise with big eyes. "I'm going to take a shower to get bad luck." "You are optimistic about the door and don't let people come in." Sheng said casually and approached the bathroom, the attitude and tone as if he were very familiar with the girl. The girl looked in the direction of the bathroom, and was stunned when she heard the patter of water coming from inside. An arrogant shout suddenly came from outside the door, and the door was pushed open hard. Before she could see clearly, the girl turned around with a shot. Boom! The bullet hit the opponent's forehead and fell directly to the ground with a muffled snort. The girl froze for a moment, walked over and moved the body outside the door and closed the door again, standing in the living room holding a gun and staring at the door. In the bathroom, Sheng smiled softly when he heard the gunshots, and continued to take a shower leisurely. After washing, Sheng took a towel and dried his body, then picked up his own clothes from the washing machine and put them on, dressed neatly before opening the door. In the living room, the girl stood meticulously holding her gun. Sheng walked over and patted her shoulder approvingly and stretched out her hand. The girl hesitated for a moment and handed the gun back. Sheng put the gun on his waist and walked to the sofa in the living room and pushed it out and adjusted the direction so that the sofa was facing the door. Sitting down and beckoning to the girl sat down with her legs closed and her hands on her legs, in a very nice and well-behaved posture. "What's your name?" Sheng asked casually. "Harley Quinzel." The girl replied neatly, and she couldn't see how much she had just killed someone. Sheng squinted her eyes, and Harley Quinzel was nervous and dared not move. Although this person looks young and harmless like a little brother next door, the things he has done since his appearance seem to be somewhat illogical and illogical. Who will give the gun to the suffering master after looting? Let the suffering master guard the door but go to take a bath. Even if he is so confident that he is not worried about having a gun, it would be too risky, right? Feeling a little mentally upset, Harley Quinzel thought about taking the opportunity to leave but developed a strong curiosity again. She wanted to figure out what this person was thinking and figure out his thinking logic. Her father was a liar and abandoned her mother and herself. And her mother is a demanding control freak, who controls her every word and deed. She hopes that she will be successful soon so that she can show off to the people around her. Such a family environment made Harley Quinzel want to escape, and wanted to figure out why her father would abandon her mother and herself and figure out his ideas, so she started to study psychology, so she was curious about Sheng, who was obviously different from ordinary people. Seeing Sheng squinting his eyes to look at himself, Harley Quinzel said again. "Don't hurt me, I will cooperate with you whatever you want. How about I call you Harley Quinn?" Sheng narrowed his eyes. Harley Quinn. Harley Quinzel thought he wanted to do to himself. After all, Gotham was so chaotic that almost no woman dared to go out alone at night, especially now that it has lost order even if it is not safe during the day. But unexpectedly and unreasonably, he changed his name. "Why?" Harley Quinzel asked curiously. "Why Quinn? Does it mean anything special to you?" Harley Quinzel thinks Quinn should have a special meaning to Sheng, but Sheng's answer is just because it sounds smooth. She didn't believe this answer. It was just that Sheng asked about the current situation of Gotham. She could only suppress her curiosity in her heart, accepting the new name and talking about the situation of Gotham. Messed up. Gotham has completely lost order. Bane first occupied the Wayne Enterprise and took control of the building. Not only did he get many high-tech weapons, he also transformed the equipment originally used for environmental protection into a nuclear integrate reactor, which can directly destroy Gotham once the power of the explosion. After blowing up the sewers and damaging most of the police force of the Gotham Police, they blew up the stadium where the football game was being broadcasted. The live broadcast killed Dr. Lanny Pavel, who was the only one able to disarm the nuclear integrate reactor. Not to mention, Bane also blew up most of Gotham's bridges to the outside world, leaving only one. The Ministry of National Defense sent troops to come, but because they threw a rat in arms, they not only failed to rescue Gotham, but also became their accomplices. They must stay here. If someone leaves the city through this bridge, Bane will directly detonate the nuclear integrate reactor. Gotham has become a land of no owner. Order is a cordon that suppresses the darkness and impulse of the heart. When order is lost, the darkness of sin is like a wild horse that cannot be controlled. When the criminals released from Curamon prison were burning, killing, looting, smashing, and doing all evil with their weapons, gradually many people began to participate. The first unlucky were the policemen who were not trapped in the sewers, followed by the rich and politicians. Many people who were originally aloof were taken to the city hall to be tried by the terrorists. It is said that the person in charge of the trial is called the Scarecrow. He was originally a professor of psychology at a university. He has high attainments in the field of chemistry. He devoted his life to studying people's inner fears. By virtue of his superiority, he developed the fear gas that can make people see what they fear most. Scarecrow, who has spread horror and enjoys torturing him to death psychologically, is one of Batman's strong enemies. It's really the story of the rise of the Dark Knight. Sheng stretched out and smiled at Harley Quinn. I'm a little hungry. I'll do it. Harley Quinn got up and walked to the kitchen. The door of the apartment could not be locked after being kicked open by Sheng. I don't know if it was because the apartment was unremarkable or because of the dead body at the door and no one came. Sheng pushed the sofa over and blocked the door and stood by the window and looked at it for a while. The chaos might not end for a while. Putting down the curtains, the living room became a little dim. Sheng turned his head and walked towards Harley Quinn in the kitchen. First I met Catwoman with open crotch, and then I met Joker, a good-looking and obedient woman. After encountering interesting things one after another, Sheng liked Gotham more and more. I hope it will last longer this time, and the problem of liking the new and disgusting the old and easily loses its freshness should not change with the crossing. After all, there are so many interesting people and things, it's a waste of life not to have a good wave. Behind Harley Quinn, Sheng's chin rested on her shoulder, and his hands passed under her arms, leaving her in his arms and holding her lotus tip. Harley Quinn stiffened and a heat wave came from her ear. I really envy you, I have my own airport at a young age. Airport. Own your own airport at a young age. Harley Quinn looked down subconsciously, and at that moment she even forgot to be shy, and there seemed to be a word in her mind constantly responding. Small, 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 small. Do you like big ones? Harley Quinn asked in a low voice to understand a person's preferences. I like different ones. Disc shape, cone shape, drop shape are all fine, papaya, peach, etc. are also fine. Sheng said casually. What's your favorite? Harley Quinn asked. No. Sheng said, letting go of Harley Quinn. How could it not? Harley Quinn turned his head and looked over. Sheng smiled, if you really want to say something, then the favorite one should be the next one. Love the new and dislike the old. Harley Quinn thought to himself. Don't be busy analyzing me, at least I haven't lost interest in you yet, so hurry up. Sheng smiled. Harley Quinn was a little flustered when his careful thoughts were seen through, and subconsciously said, hold on to what? Cook. Sheng smiled and turned and walked away. The children of the poor are in charge early, so Harley Quinn's cooking skills are not bad when he lives alone. While eating and chatting, Harley Quinn felt inexplicably warm and relaxed. It is hard to imagine that the two had shot each other before. Gotham was not silent when night fell, but more noisy than before. Although there is no feasting nightlife, the gunfire and screams from time to time make people unable to sleep even more. The master bedroom on the second floor of the apartment. Harley Quinn leaned back in Sheng's arms and didn't sleep either. Sheng's steady sound absorption could be faintly heard, Roar was clearly asleep, and his gun was placed on the bedside table within her reach. After nightfall, Sheng asked her to take a bath and then took her to the room to rest. He thought he would possess himself. After all, he didn't look like a polite person, but in the end he just hugged himself to sleep. Even if she has never been in love, she knows the routine of what she should do after taking a shower and entering the room. As a result, is she thinking of herself as an adult pillow? Even if he owns the airport, his other conditions are not bad, he didn't touch himself when he could get what they wanted, and even put the gun in front of him. An unpredictable lunatic. Harley Quinn secretly closed his eyes. Boom. 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 Not knowing how long he slept, Harley Quinn was suddenly awakened by the gunfire. I opened my eyes and found that it was already bright outside, and there was no one around me. Stunned, Harley Quinn got up subconsciously, opened the door and went downstairs. Downstairs. The door was wide open. Sheng sat leaning on the sofa, holding a gun at the outside. Several people lying on the street were obviously killed by Sheng. Morning, how did you sleep? Sheng smiled and called Roar towards Harley Quinn. Morning, I slept well, how about you? Harley Quinn asked. Not bad. Su Sheng smiled and pointed to the kitchen. I made breakfast, to taste it. Did you make breakfast? Harley Quinn feels a bit weird. It's not that he doubts his cooking skills but that he shouldn't do it no matter what. Harley Quinn went to the kitchen and had breakfast. The taste was quite good. While eating, he watched Su Sheng holding a gun and shooting people on the street who intended to come here. Very accurate. One shot one. Gun headshot. Thank you, the breakfast was great. Harley Quinn came to Su Sheng after eating breakfast and whispered softly. Su Sheng gave the gun to Harley Quinn with a hum. You come. Me? Why? My marksmanship is not as accurate as yours. Harley Quinn stupefied. Not interested anymore. Su Sheng curled his lips. He was very interested at first, but after a few shots, he felt bored. Even if the accuracy of the marksmanship is not superimposed, it is as boring as stance shooting. I'll go out for a spin. Pat Harley Quinn on the shoulder, Su Sheng jumped out of the sofa. The gunshot sounded instantly, and Harley Quinn subconsciously lowered his head and hid behind the sofa, and then suddenly remembered that he had just jumped out and raised his head. As a result, he saw Su Sheng swaying on the street. Although the gunshots were endless, he had seemed to be able to predict in advance, and easily avoided at a strange angle, until the gunfire stopped sparsely. Su Sheng had disappeared at the end of the street corner. Is this too exaggerated? Harley Quinn was shocked and inexplicably jumped out of the sofa and chased after him, but she couldn't do Su Sheng's exaggeration and could only dodge and fire back at the same time. When she ran to the corner, Su Sheng was gone. Figure. Harley Quinn suddenly regretted that the street was so messed up he didn't know where he was going, and the remaining bullets were not enough to kill her back. She could only find a place nearby to hide and wait for Su Sheng to come back. The chaos of the day and night made the street look a little sluggish, with rubbish everywhere, and almost no people could be seen. Occasionally, a head can be seen from one of the windows of the residential buildings on both sides, but he quickly retracted and tightened the bed curtains. Ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. At a telephone booth about 10 meters away from Su Sheng, the phone rang suddenly. The ringtone on the quiet street is very crisp. Step by step. Su Sheng walked towards the phone booth slowly, and then, crossed the phone booth and continued forward as if he didn't even hear the ringtone at all, and didn't even look at it. The ringtone seemed to be unwilling to continue calling until Su Sheng walked away and then stopped sadly, but when Su Sheng saw the next phone booth, it rang again. Su Sheng still ignored it. The third. The fourth. When Su Sheng passed by the phone booth, the phone would ring. Until Su Sheng left the road and turned into the alley next to him, he saw a dark silhouette alley jumping from the roofs on both sides, like a bat. Click. The bat falls to the ground. The rope gun was retracted, and the eyes under the bat mask looked a little annoyed. Is this guy deaf? After making so many phone calls, she ran all the way from the roof of a few blocks, took a deep breath, and just about to speak, she saw Su Sheng pointing to herself and chuckling. Would you like to take a break first? I think you are breathing a bit badly. It was too embarrassing to say what she wanted to say back in a single sentence. The eyes were facing each other, and the atmosphere was very embarrassing. At least she thinks so, especially the dark eyes of the other party playfully looking up and down to make her feel underestimated. No, I can't be underestimated, but I. Oracle. Su Sheng Shiran said. This made Oracle, who was about to cheer himself up, instantly felt like he couldn't get better. The most annoying thing was that what this guy said next, almost didn't make Oracle blow up. Are you not paralyzed yet? Paralysis? Are you cursing me? Oracle is angry. Is this guy so irritating every time he speaks? No, thinking of him deliberately not answering the phone, this B******************** D is just as annoying even if he doesn't speak. Catwoman, Joker Girl, Oracle, Gotham can always surprise people. Sheng smiled secretly and suddenly rushed towards Oracle with a stride. Oracle didn't expect this B**************** D to actually do it. He subconsciously stepped back and wanted to avoid it, but suddenly felt cold on his face. After reaching out, he realized that the mask had been taken off. Oracle directly attacked in anger. Sheng chuckled lightly, holding the mask and body like a dexterous wild cat, easily dodge, jump, move, turn, let. Oracle's attacks failed. Although Oracle knew that he was agile, otherwise he would not come to him, but this feeling was really depressing. Revealing the fighting skills learned one by one fiercely, and mercilessly. What's the point of not being able to beat people no matter how hard they are? Oracle's fighting ability is a bit richer than Catwoman, but the actual combat experience is obviously not as good as Catwoman, and it is much worse in physical strength, speed, and dexterity. Sheng's fighting style changed abruptly, and he no longer dodged, and fought against Oracle in a big way. Sheng's change made Oracle a little hard to resist. She could see that the other party was using the same tricks, but regardless of strength, speed, skills and experience, they were far superior to her. Unstoppable left and right, physical strength decreased, Oracle gradually changed from attack to defense. Sheng's offensive became more and more fierce, like a squally rainstorm, which made her feel that even when she was practicing against Batman, it was nothing more than that. Not good. Sheng's fist speed suddenly increased and Oracle, who had just adapted to the rhythm, was caught off guard. The next moment he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen as if he had been hit by a car, and he knelt on the ground with a sigh. I bumped into Catwoman and shot the Joker woman. If you don't hit you, you seem to be a little sorry for the two of them. Sheng smiled and squatted down and grabbed Oracle's hair to raise her head, with pear flowers in her eyes, pitiful. This punch obviously made her painful enough. Batman's mysterious routine is not suitable for you. Calling from the phone booth. Do you think this is a Resident Evil? Wait until you get in a wheelchair. Do it again. Or I'll paralyze you and you do it again. That's it. Sheng squinted at Oracle with a smile. The originally shy and angry Oracle shivered subconsciously. Although he was laughing as if he was joking, the fear in his heart was unknowingly breathing out, and she felt that the other party would really do it. Don't be afraid, I just paralyzed you, at least I won't take your fruit photos. Sheng smiled brilliantly. Oracle gritted his teeth to restrain the shaking of his body. No. Let's forget it. Sheng curled his lips and let go of Oracle, got up and leaned back against the wall and turned her bat mask with his fingers. The police chief's daughter, the apprentice Batman taught, Barbara Gordon, are you looking for me? You, what's your name? Oracle Barbara Gordon asked through gritted teeth. Sheng. Sheng, I remember you. Barbara Gordon secretly remembered the name, struggling to get up. Gotham fell, Batman is missing, and Barbara Gordon, the Oracle who has not yet been a teacher, wants to do something. What? She invaded the satellite and wanted to find the location of Batman or the nuclear reactor, but found nothing, but she found Sheng. Marksmanship in every shot. Avoid bullets shockingly. Although his wanton shooting made Barbara feel a little wrong, she needs help. No information about Sheng was found in the police file. Barbara checked the list of criminals recorded by Batman and he was not on the list, so she decided to contact her first to make a judgment. The plan was good, but it went off track at the beginning, first ignoring the phone booth call to make Barbara have to show up, then revealed her identity, and suddenly beat herself. All kinds of behaviors made Barbara doubt her decision. Is it right to ask him as a helper? Is he really willing to help? Glancing at the mask spinning at Sheng's fingertips, Barbara suddenly took out a smoke bomb from his belt and slammed it on the ground. The next moment, the smoke filled. Barbara raised her arm to aim at the roof, the rope gun was fixed, and it flew directly with a swish. The stinky problem of the bat family, just go and throw some smoke bombs, wasting resources. Sheng curled his lips and walked out of the alley. As the sun sets, the sky is getting darker. Harley Quinn knelt on the sofa holding a gun and stared at the street outside. A few hours ago she discovered that the mob near her apartment had left her and returned quietly. I thought he would come back soon, but he hasn't seen him until now, which made Harley Quinn a little worried, both worried about whether he was in danger outside, and worried that he would leave and not come back. Apart from worrying, there is an inexplicable sense of loss. Suddenly the sound of a car came from a distance, and not long after that, an off-road vehicle creaked and stopped at the door. "You're back." Harley Quinn jumped out of the sofa. "Come to move things." Sheng got out of the car and beckoned Roar to open the rear door. A lot of things are piled up densely. There is everything to eat and drink, to wear and play. Harley Quinn didn't pay much attention to these things, followed Sheng to move them into the house, and then closed the door. "Where have you been? Are you in no danger?" Harley Quinn couldn't help asking. Sheng chuckled and took out the bat mask from the bag beside him and threw it to Harley Quinn. "Wander around and find a place to practice driving. This is the first time I drove and it feels good. Give it to me." "Is this a bat mask?" Harley Quinn was surprised and didn't think much. "You didn't know how to drive before?" "No chance before." Sheng said casually. "What did you do?" Harley Quinn asked. "I'm hungry, let's get something to eat." Sheng smiled. The question Harley Quinn just didn't mean to inquire about Sheng's origins, but when he heard his answer, he knew that there should be nothing to ask. Harley Quinn went to cook, Sheng sorted out the things he brought back. After dinner, night fell. Sheng and Harley Quinn washed up and went to the bedroom to rest. Just like last night, Sheng hugged Harley Quinn and fell asleep peacefully. This time Harley Quinn didn't think about it anymore, and fell asleep quickly in Sheng's arms. In the next period of time, Sheng would occasionally go out to practice the car and get some daily necessities back. When he was fine, he would chat and kill a few thugs who wanted to approach or break in. Gradually, the mobs outside seemed to know that it was not easy to mess with and no one was thinking about it, and the pattern of Gotham was basically stabilized. It's quiet before the storm. There are roughly 4 patterns. The first type is the terrorists led by Bane, the second type is people hiding at home and praying, the third type is the police headed by Gordon and the people of justice trying to save Gotham slowly, and the fourth type is certain. Powerful gangsters are categorized as camps, such as Penguin, Falcone, etc. Sheng is also considered the fourth type. At least now, many people in Gotham know that there is a Huxia man who is strong enough to make a vicious shot and lives here with a girl. Not to mention it is a restricted area, but many people will detour or put away their arms when they come here. The sunlight swayed slightly. Harley Quinn sat on the sofa sideways and stared at the outside with a gun, Sheng languidly pillowed on her lap. The boring help Harley Quinn expands the airport. At the beginning Harley Quinn was still a bit shy and unaccustomed, but gradually she realized that Sheng did not have any desire to do this, it was purely because of boredom. "What are you going to do after Gotham returns to normal?" Sheng spoke lazily. "Go to school." Harley Quinn thought for a while. "If it weren't for this, I would have already started school." University of Gotham. Sophomore in psychology. "College students, are you alive?" Sheng asked suddenly. "Very good." Harley Quinn said. "Every day, class, study, and rest. Although it is a bit boring, it is also very fulfilling. When I graduate, I plan to go to Arkham for an internship. But this kind of life shouldn't be suitable for you, right?" Seeing that Harley Quinn didn't hear what he was saying, Sheng didn't bother to explain, and responded nonchalantly. "Who?" Harley Quinn yelled suddenly and shook his gun. "I'm looking for that B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ A gritted voice. Su Sheng came with interest and turned over and looked outside. In the sun, Barbara in a bat suit was standing at the door. Oracle's dress made Harley Quinn a little surprised. After all, Batman is still very well known in Gotham, but the one in front of him is obviously not Batman but a woman. Harley Quinn thought of the bat mask that Su Sheng gave him that day. "Little bat, are you looking for something to do with me?" Su Sheng put his hands on the back of the sofa and asked with a smile. "Let me in first." Barbara gritted her teeth. "Put down the gun," Su Sheng said to Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn put down the gun and Barbara walked over the sofa and into the room. Su Sheng turned and looked at Barbara with interest. "Come to me in broad daylight, miss me." "Bah, I haven't looked for you tonight." Sure enough, this B************** D was so irritating when he opened his mouth. "I have to sleep with little Harley at night. It's useless if you come to me." Su Sheng smiled and patted Harley Quinn's leg. Although Harley Quinn didn't speak, his eyes seemed to be a little brighter. "I am not angry, I am not angry, I am not angry." Barbara murmured constantly in her heart, and waited until her mood calmed down. She said, "You plan to keep going like this?" 3 months, the nuclear reactor in Bane's hands will explode in 3 months. If you don't want to die, come and help us defeat it. Bane found the nuclear reactor. Explosion, it sounds scary, but I'm not afraid of death. Su Sheng said with a smile, "The city exploded? Has he experienced the Big Bang and is not still alive?" "You're not afraid of death, isn't she afraid of it?" Barbara looked at Harley Quinn. "She is still so young, do you want her to die with you?" Su Sheng smiled and looked at Harley Quinn, turning his head and said, "What does she have to do with me?" Su Sheng held Harley Quinn's shoulder and watched Barbara's eyes burst into anger and scolded himself, pissed laughed. "Why are you laughing? After taking advantage of it, I will say it has nothing to do with you, you are a B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Barbara scolded angrily. Apparently Su Sheng's answer made her very annoyed. I may be *********D, scum, no problem, but what does this have to do with you? Su Sheng squinted his eyes and looked at Barbara with a smile. Why am I laughing? Because you are not so much embarrassing for her, but more like a woman who was abandoned after I played enough, but I really can't remember when I had a relationship with you and abandoned you, even though I am very it might be done. I won't have a relationship with you be **************************** D. Barbara scolded. Su Sheng shrugged his shoulders disapprovingly. So, did you come to me to help save Gotham or to scold me? Barbara turned off the flames instantly but said unwillingly, don't be proud, it's not that you have to, I can save Gotham without you. You cannot. Su Sheng stretched his hand to Barbara and said confidently. The last time you approached me in that crappy way, you just wanted me to help you save Gotham against Bane or find the disabled Batman, but the result was not very happy. By the way, don't throw any smoke bombs when you leave. It's a waste of resources. Under the bat mask, Barbara's face couldn't help changing. Not only the shame of being mocked by Su Sheng, but also the shock of Batman's disability. Batman is crippled. How did he know this? Obviously you can show up directly, but you have to run to the roof or dark corners to pretend to be mysterious. This is Batman's habit, and the same is true for you. So after many days, you will not hesitate to expose your identity to me and let the people of Gotham find out. There is also an oracle, why? Either you are absolutely sure that you don't care about keeping the enemy on guard, or you have no choice but to do nothing. Since Batman's injury should not be healed by now, you came to me again, and there was only one in the end. Thanks to you, you are not sure to save Gotham at all, so you must come to me for help. Su Sheng looked at Barbara and chuckled. So you shouldn't be persuasive, and beg me to help you with 3 knees and 9 bows? Who gave you the courage to yell at me, Liang Jingru? Harley Quinn answered curiously. Who is Liang Jingru? A bard can give others courage through singing. Su Sheng said casually. There is such a person. Harley Quinn nodded in surprise and stopped asking. Barbara was speechless, she didn't expect Su Sheng to analyze it so thoroughly. Barbara didn't tell her father Gordon about Su Sheng after the last separation, because she felt a little embarrassed. But as time went by, the situation got worse and worse, and Barbara had to talk about Su Sheng when his father Gordon decided to gather all the forces to take action. Gordon has naturally heard of Su Sheng, whose marksmanship is accurate and the land is set for camp. He also understands the strength of his daughter. After all, he has studied art with Batman for many years. He thought that Su Sheng is better than his own daughter. Gordon naturally moved his mind. The more natural people in Gotham, the better, and the more masters, the better. That's why this time Barbara came to find out about Su Sheng. Before coming, Barbara repeatedly warned herself not to be angry, in order to save the city and save the people forbearance, but she didn't expect that she would break the power when she saw Su Sheng. Roar! Barbara took a breath and looked at Su Sheng. As long as you are willing to help us save Gotham, I am willing to apologize to you. It's really shameless for you to look like the righteous Ling Ran sacrificed for the city. Su Sheng couldn't help clapping his hands in praise. If I didn't promise you, would you not apologize? If I scolded me, I would be scolded for nothing. Barbara wanted to defend but was interrupted by Su Sheng waved her hand. Don't rush to explain, your apology is unnecessary for me. Want me to help? Yes, answer one of my questions. You ask. Barbara said solemnly. Su Sheng said with a smirk from the corner of his mouth. My brother has a high fever suddenly and his body is stiff. I don't know what to do. Then I shook his body vigorously, thinking that you must hold on to him. Then he started convulsing and vomiting. After I helped him wipe the vomit off, she started to be sluggish, languid, and shrunk into a ball. May I ask what disease is this? What is this? Medical questions. Barbara thought about a lot of possibilities but never thought that Su Sheng would actually come up with a medical problem. High fever does not go away, body stiffness. Faint after vomiting, is this a cold or heat stroke? Or is there a pitfall in this question? Barbara carefully re-examined the question but found no pitfalls, she said for a moment of hesitation. If I get the answer right, will you help us save Gotham? Yes. What if I got the wrong answer? There is the next question. Barbara thought for a moment. Is it a cold? Congratulations. Su Sheng smiled, right? You got it right. I thought there would be some traps. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Barbara felt relieved but heard Su Sheng continue to say, you got a wrong answer. Answer, wrong answer. Barbara's eyes were stunned, what would it be if it wasn't for a cold? What's the answer? Barbara couldn't help asking without a clue after thinking for a long time. Seeing Barbara thinking hard and asking questions, Su Sheng couldn't help laughing, hugging Harley Quinn next to her and kissed her little white face heavily. Harley Quinn leaned in Su Sheng's arms with a daze, but Barbara was at a loss. Is there any problem asking for the answer yourself? What are you laughing at? What is the answer? Barbara asked. If you have a chance, you can ask the Riddler, but he may not be able to guess it when he is gay, or you will know when you have a boyfriend. Su Sheng was happy and didn't feel bored anymore, stretched out his hand and said, no. 2 questions, 365 days a year, which day a man fears most. Barbara stared at Su Sheng, always felt that his problem was not simple, but these 2 problems are normal. Which day do men fear most? I have never even talked about love. The 2 most familiar men are father and Batman. How do I know which day a man is most afraid of? Valentine's Day. Although Valentine's Day needs gifts, men should also like Valentine's Day, right? When is the salary paid? It doesn't seem to be right. Someone drives more and others less, and some pay others. He shouldn't have such difficult questions. After serious thinking for a long while, Barbara couldn't help giving up in frustration. She always thought she was smart, but now she was crippled. The last question is about the same. 365 days a year. Which day is the most afraid of women? Woman. Have you changed from a man to a woman? She doesn't know men, but women know very well, which day is the most afraid of women. It's definitely the day when relatives came. Barbara subconsciously wanted to answer but suddenly stopped. This kind of private answer was a little embarrassing to say. Seeing Sheng expecting a smile, Barbara gritted her teeth and said, "The day of the menstrual holiday." Mistaken. You didn't answer the 3 questions correctly. If you are a driver, it is definitely a car leading to the kindergarten. Sheng shook his head regretfully. Barbara was in a hurry. If you ask the question again, I will definitely be able to answer it correctly. The good-looking skins are the same, and the interesting souls are 1 in 1,000. Your soul is boring and you won't be able to answer even if you ask a question. But just now you are still happy that I let me pass the boring time, so I will give you a chance. Sheng said to Harley Quinn. I remember I got a camera last time. Harley Quinn got up instantly. What do you want to do? Barbara had an uneasy premonition. She still remembered what Sheng had mentioned. Harley Quinn found the camera and came back. Sheng asked her to stand beside to shoot and then hooked her finger at Barbara. Barbara hesitated but walked over. Snapped. Sheng suddenly raised her foot and kicked on Barbara's lap, and Barbara knelt on the ground involuntarily with a groan. When she raised her head just about to speak, Sheng reached out and took off her mask to reveal her exquisite facial features. Do you know who Sheng asked with a smile, narrowing his eyes. Barbara wanted to get up angrily, but Sheng didn't stop it either. If you dare to get up, I will give you to Bane. The movement of getting up came to an abrupt end, and Barbara's eyes seemed to burst into flames. Do you know who Sheng ignored her eyes and repeated. Yes, a little bit. Barbara gritted her teeth. That's good, I'll sing a sentence, learn a sentence, and I will kill Bane for you. Sheng smiled brilliantly and cleared his throat. Finally you found a way to tell the winner. Barbara frowned, and the B****************** D sang very well. Sheng sings a sentence, Barbara learns a sentence. Although she doesn't know much Wuxia, she doesn't seem to have anything special. Is it just for him to sing? It's just conquered by you, cut off all retreat. My mood is firm, my decision is confused. I was conquered by you in this way, drink the poison you hid. When Sheng sang this sentence, Barbara understood it, so was it conquered by you? This B************ D is on purpose. Sing. Sheng smiled like a flower. Barbara gritted her teeth and sang, teaching one by one, and after a few times, Barbara could sing alone. It's a good shot. After all, this is the police chief's daughter, Batman's student, Oracle Barbara Gordon's debut. Sheng said to Harley Quinn, deliberately tidying up her clothes and changing her sitting posture to signal Barbara. Pulling can begin. Kneeling and singing conquer. Although this stem is a bit old, Sheng doesn't mind. It should be fun to look at it when I'm bored in the future, right? Under Sheng's expression that I like you and hate me but can't help me, Barbara knelt on the ground and sang a complete conquest in shame. After singing, Barbara violently stretched out her hand to snatch the mask back and put it on again. You'd better have your word and help me deal with Bane, otherwise I will never let you go. Sheng took the camera from Harley Quinn disapprovingly and looked at it again. He knelt on the ground in a bat costume. His delicate facial features showed a look of shame and resentment but had to submit. Although it was a cappella, the singing voice was pleasant and the words clearly spoken. Unfortunately, there is no soundtrack. Sheng grumbled regretfully and turned off the camera. When will you do it? Get ready, I will notify you. Barbara snorted coldly and got up and crossed the sofa to leave. For a moment, she was worried that she could not help being angry. Snapped. Barbara opened the door and subconsciously planned to throw a smoke bomb and then left with the rope gun, but was suddenly moved forward. Sheng hung the rope gun and hooked the roof, and the person flew away. If there is a chance for Batman to take another shot, then it is definitely a classic. Sheng smiled and said and got up and walked to the usual backpack to put the camera in. When the door was closed, Harley Quinn paused slightly when he heard this, and then turned around and asked softly. Are you leaving? The Gotham ruled by Bane is too boring. There is no neurotic villain to make trouble. Without Batman to play cats and mice, such a peaceful life is really boring and a waste of good time. What do you think is the next stop? Metropolis. That I am an alien but I love the Earth, the Superman I spoke for the Earth shouldn't appear yet. Central City. I don't know if it's funny or bitter, the Flash hasn't been hacked yet, right? Or go to Star City. Look for the Green Riding Hood, right, it's the Green Arrow. If you can meet the trash dump squad of second and third line heroes and villains, it shouldn't be too boring to travel around time. Sheng muttered to himself, immersed in his thoughts. Middle. Although Harley Quinn couldn't hear clearly or understand, she could tell that Sheng was already bored with Gotham. Will you take me? Harley Quinn couldn't help asking. Sheng raised his head and looked over. Why are you taking you? I can be your pillow. Don't you have to hold me every night to fall asleep? Harley Quinn said eagerly. I'm tired, I'm going to change one. Sheng tilted his head to the side and turned it over, seeming to be looking for something to take away. Harley Quinn looked sad. As the kidnapper, she should be happy for Sheng's departure and regaining her freedom. She should be happy to solve Bane to save Gotham and restore order to Gotham. But now she only has the sadness of being abandoned, just like when her father suddenly left and abandoned their mother and daughter when the family was in harmony and warmth. Study the psychology of Sheng. Harley Quinn has long been forgotten. Unknowingly, she has felt a kind of family-like warmth and dependence on Sheng through the time spent together. As a result, will she be abandoned again in the end? Is it because you are bored with Gotham, or are you tired of yourself? Will you come back? Harley Quinn asked expectantly. Perhaps, when Gotham becomes exciting and interesting, maybe I will come back to play. Sheng pulled up the backpack and said to Harley Quinn. I'll go out. When are you coming back? Not necessarily. Sheng put his bag on his back and pushed the door out. Although he hasn't decided where to go next stop yet, it does not prevent him from getting a new vehicle, such as a Batmobile. Can run and fly, cool style, complete functions, it should be enough to make waves by yourself. Don't know where the Batmobile is? Not afraid, he doesn't know anyone knows. Sheng plans to go directly to the city hall to find Bane. Is it enough to exchange for one with Oracle? You said you promised that Oracle would kill Bane. There is no conflict between the two things. When you want to do it, bring the Oracle and go directly to see Bane, saving time and effort. If you bring someone there, then kill Bane. How good. As for Oracle will be frightened. Will Bane be angry? Will the daughter of the Master Ninja Master who really wants to destroy Gotham be depressed? What to do with me? After coming out, Sheng walked in the direction of Gotham City Hall. What do you say? Speaking of Chow Chow will be there. Sheng had just walked out of the street and saw a woman in front of him flashing past, and her figure flashed into an alley with agility. This woman is not simple, the name, no, it should be said that the pseudonym is Miranda Tate, Gotham's new philanthropist, one of the board members of the Wayne Consortium, Batman's trusted ally, and the object of Bruce Wayne in April 19th. As for what does 4 nines mean? Translate it into English and then connect it to understand. Her real name is Talia Al Ghul, the daughter of Master Ninja, and the real man behind this incident. To say that Lord Bat is a clever person. As a result, she was deceived by her. Is there anything wrong with deceiving money? After defrauding the trust, he got his master's shares in Wayne Group, and the master who returned almost went bankrupt. He almost lost the opportunity to pretend that his superability was rich and gave him a cut at a critical moment. It hurts to poke in and go around in circles. That's not a big deal. He just became one of the master's favorites from April 19th, and gave birth to a son for the master. Damian Wayne is also the 5th-generation Robin. Cruel and ambitious, the most important thing is to play in the city. Sheng wants to give her a thumbs up. It's not as good as action. It's useless to like it, so Sheng directly chased him into the alley. As soon as I entered the alley, I found that this was a dead end, empty, and there was a door on the left side of the alley that was supposed to be the back door of a store, slightly open, revealing a gap. With the corners of his mouth raised, Sheng opened the door and walked in. Snapped. The door closed, and there was a black hand out of sight. The eyes are invisible and silent. Suddenly, a violent wind pierced Sheng's throat, and something sharp seemed to break the wind. Ability copy. Sheng immediately mastered the world's superb fighting skills, unarmed combat, knives, swords, bow and arrow skills, etc., along with the perceptive perception that requires long-term training. Hearing the voice, Sheng tilted his head slightly, and the cold breath ran across his cheeks. With a backhand grab, a dagger fell into his hand and threw it toward the dark place on the left. Unlimited stacking, 10 times. The unique technique is like a handy hand, and the eyes seem to shine in the dark. Snapped. The dagger was nailed to the wall. Failed. Sheng found the switch next to him, and the light came on with a snap. This seems to be an abandoned warehouse. To the left of Sheng's sight, a woman leaned against the wall in shock. She was wearing a blue dress. The sleeve of her left shoulder fell down the airport. Roar wanted to come out, and a shallow bloodstain was clearly visible. The dagger is on this shoulder with blood marks. The sudden light made her tilt her head slightly, and then she heard her asking in surprise. Are you the Huxia named Sheng? Barba. Didn't Oracle go to you? Why are you here? You guess. Sheng tilted his head and looked at her with a smile. The acting skills are awesome, and the act of accidentally leaking in a hurry and then hurriedly changing it is so real. Especially the pain and fear in the expressions and eyes flashed by, and then found that the other party was relieved to know him, followed and surprised why the small expression here was vividly expressed, and the sense of hierarchy was distinct. It is indeed a god acting skill that can deceive the Batmaster. You guessed this answer was obviously unexpected. She was slightly stunned before she continued, My name is Miranda Tate, Chief of Police James Gordon, and an ally of Oracle. Oracle is going to ask you to help deal with Bane. You haven't met. Is she? I have seen it, she has already gone back. Sheng walked to her with a chuckle and stretched out his hand to pull out the dagger. Then, did you agree? She asked slightly nervously. As soon as the voice fell, she couldn't help but shiver, and the cold blade of the dagger stuck to her shoulder. Although it hurts, it is cold, and although there is a look of fear on her face, she seems to be frightened by not moving. The dagger slowly descended along her shoulder, and the other hand was gently raised on her right shoulder. The shoulder strap slipped off instantly. Guess I agreed. Seeing her pretending to be trembling, Sheng suddenly pulled hard, and the blue dress was instantly torn and pulled off by herself. She seemed to subconsciously want to cover it, but when she saw the dagger close at hand, she stopped forcibly. You, what are you doing? She asked tremblingly. Sheng looked around for a few times and suddenly an interesting thought came up. What would happen if he took a picture of her and showed it to Bruce Wayne? Do you choose to break up, or choose to accept her? Sheng took a few steps back and took out the camera from his backpack, and snapped a picture. This action made her bow her head in shame, but her eyes flashed with ferociousness and anger. How dare he do this? He is dead. After taking a few shots, Sheng closed the camera with satisfaction and said to her, "I want a Batmobile." "You blackmail me?" She looked up at Sheng. "That's Batman stuff, and I don't have one. Whether it's Miranda Tate or Talia al Ghul can get the Batmobile. You get the Batmobile for me, and I will give Barbara Gordon to Bane, how about?" Sheng smiled Road. She gave a groan. He actually knew his true identity. "This is impossible, no one in Gotham should know my identity." "Hey hey hey." Sheng snapped his fingers in front of her. "Don't think about it for so long, right?" She also knew about Sheng. After all, James Gordon and Barbara Gordon both had hopes for him and believed that he was the biggest helper in saving Gotham, but this guy is definitely not a decent person to kill and be elusive. Although I don't know how he knows his true identity, it sounds like he didn't agree to Barbara Gordon. "You didn't agree to Oracle's cooperation?" she asked, pondering for a moment. At the same time, it can be regarded as acknowledging his identity. Sheng smiled and said, "Yes, I promise to help her solve Bane." She laughed, laughing wildly without any cover, and the laughter gradually turned into sarcasm. "They tried to get your help to save Gotham. Unfortunately, a Batmobile caused them to betrayed. It's good to experience despair and hope. This is their destiny, and it is also Gotham's destiny. They are going to take action tomorrow. A little policeman named John Black will rescue the police trapped underground. James Gordon will lead people to attack the City Hall. If you agree, Barbara Gordon will go with you to deal with Bane. At that time, I will act with you in the name of having dismantled the nuclear reactor." She looked at Sheng and said again. "In 2 hours I will ask someone to send the Batmobile to a place about 2 blocks away from where you are. You can find it by yourself, but you must delete what you just photographed." "That won't work, these photos are more interesting to me than the Batmobile." Batman who lost a Batmobile might not care, but if it is a picture of his woman, it's a different matter. She frowned and looked at Sheng for a while and then smiled. "Forget it, if you like it, keep it. He must die. In this case, it doesn't matter whether he deletes it or not, just wait to kill him and delete it himself. Just don't know if Bruce Wayne will like it. I am looking forward to his reaction when he sees the photo." Sheng smiled and waved his hand. "Gone. I also look forward to your reaction before you die." Seeing Sheng opened the door and went out, she said in a cold voice before picking up the clothes, but she could no longer wear them. Reluctantly found a piece of dirty clothes, and after leaving, the Batmobile was sent to the designated location before going back to meet Barbara and others. 2 hours later, Sheng found the Batmobile and studied it enthusiastically. Cool style and complete functions. Being able to drive and fly seems to have the function of autopilot. Sheng kept studying until night fell before hiding the Batmobile and returning to Harley Quinn's apartment. The sun is shining and there is no cloud in the sky. The breeze came slowly from the window, and Gotham had a rare occasion to catch up with the good weather. The sunny weather seemed to make the mood a lot more happy. Harley Quinn was not there. Sheng didn't care, squinted his eyes and lay down for a while before he got up. "Dress and wash." Sheng came downstairs and frowned slightly. At this time Harley Quinn would make breakfast and wait for him to come down, but now there is no breakfast, and Harley Quinn is not there either. Never mind. Sheng didn't care much and made something to eat. Just after eating, he saw that the door was pushed open. It was not Harley Quinn who came in, but Barbara Gordon in a bat suit and Talia al Ghul in long trousers. Naturally, they came to prepare for action. Barbara Gordon first introduced each other. Talia al Ghul's appearance of the first meeting, "Please take care of them," and even thanked Sheng gratefully for his willingness to help together. Save Gotham. Obviously she didn't confess the reason for her embarrassment after going back yesterday, nor said she had seen Sheng. "My father will take others to attack the City Hall in an hour. Then you, Miranda, and you will go directly to Bane. Are you okay?" Barbara Gordon asked Sheng. Sheng nodded indifferently. Barbara Gordon checked the equipment again nervously, and reminded Talia al Ghul to follow her closely. Harley Quinn didn't know where he went. Originally Su Sheng planned to say goodbye to her before leaving. After all, during this period of time, she has made a lot of contributions to the pillow business and her own sleep quality, but she hasn't caught up, so forget it. Life is just a journey. I pass by you, and you pass by me. It's almost time, let's go. Barbara Gordon looked at the time and said. Su Sheng picked up his backpack and went out. The three of them got into the car they usually drove to the city hall. As the base camp of Bane, a group of mobs armed with weapons gathered at the door of at the moment City Hall. 2 tanks developed by the Wayne group were in front, and a group of people stood in the direction pointed by the muzzle. The surviving police headed by James Gordon and the righteous men of Gotham looked solemn and decisive. This is their first assembly and the last assembly. Although there were more mobs holding weapons on the opposite side, although there was a steel tank on the opposite side that could destroy their flesh and blood, they did not flinch. Fight for survival, fight for freedom, fight for justice. James Gordon, who was standing at the front, looked at the watch on his wrist. It was almost time, why didn't they come? Boom! The loud throttle pierced the silence at the moment, and a car screamed out from behind, creaking, and the tires made long traces and stopped in the middle of the 2 people. You are crazy. Barbara Gordon could not help snarling when she saw Su Sheng drove the car directly here. The original plan was to wait for her father and the others to launch an impact and rush in to find Bane in the chaos, but now she suddenly became the target of public criticism. Before I saw Bane, he was beaten into a sieve. Do you want to see Bane directly? Su Sheng turned his head and asked. Nonsense, definitely thought. Su Sheng glanced at Talia al Ghul and said to Barbara Gordon, I have a way to take you to see Bane easily. What can I do? Barbara Gordon asked in astonishment. Do you have handcuffs? Give it to me first. Barbara Gordon didn't think much about taking out the handcuffs from the bat belt and handing them to Su Sheng curiously. What do you want handcuffs for? Cuff you. Su Sheng took the handcuffs and grabbed Barbara Gordon's hands and cuffed them lightly. He heard a click and Barbara Gordon was directly handcuffed. What are you doing? Barbara Gordon didn't seem to react properly at this time. TSK Tusk, your IQ. Su Sheng smiled and shook his head and got out of the car, opened the door and grabbed Barbara Gordon with one hand, and Talia al Ghul with the other. For an instant, the eyes of both parties focused on the 3 of them. James Gordon looked at him with a bad premonition, and immediately saw Barbara Gordon yelling at Su Sheng, struggling angrily. You betrayed. Boom! Barbara Gordon was punched in the lower abdomen before she finished speaking, and the screaming stopped abruptly, and the whole person bent down like a shrimp. Su Sheng, you be **************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** James Gordon shouted angrily. The sudden change caught people on both sides by surprise. The people on James Gordon's side saw that the helper he got betrayed. They also caught the core character and their morale was low, and the people on the other side knew what was going on. Someone will notify Bane soon. Some of the thugs yelled to Su Sheng knowingly. What can you do with Bane? Su Sheng smiled brilliantly. I'll kill Bane, do you believe it? Kill Bane. Seeing him hooking Talia al Ghul's neck with one hand, and holding the handcuffs of Barbara Gordon, who is so painful and unable to get up, who can't tell that they were betrayed because they wanted to ask Su Sheng for help. NS. This shows that you have come to ask for credit and surrender. Don't believe it, whoever believes what you say is a fool. There was a loud laughter, and the atmosphere that was still a little nervous and killing seemed to suddenly change into joy. Amidst the laughter, the crowd quickly separated from behind, and a tall and muscular man with a black metal roar mask walked out slowly. The black mask blocked his mouth and nose, as if exuding a cold gloom, his eyes were sharp and ferocious, and the whole person was filled with the breath of death like a beast, making people afraid to look directly. Brokeback Madman, Bane. Bane didn't speak after he appeared on the stage, but the laughter around him gradually ceased and became silent. The smiles that had just been wanton and arrogant also became serious and calm, as if they had a silent halo. Although they were Bane's people, Bane didn't hesitate to kill him. "You want to see me?" Bane's sharp eyes swept across Talia al Ghul and Barbara Gordon, and finally looked at Sheng. His voice was hoarse and cold, which made people shudder. Talia al Ghul looked like a delicate lotus, and Barbara Gordon trembled slightly, not knowing whether it was because of despair or anger. In the distance, James Gordon raised the gun several times to save people but finally put it down. This is no longer his, not Barbara Gordon's personal business. Although he is distressed and anxious, he cannot sacrifice for his daughter. These people behind, sacrificed Gotham. What does it look like under your mask? Sheng looked at Bane and asked with interest. Do you have to open it every time you eat or drink? What if you want to kiss? Or, you take off your mask and let me see. Quiet. Deathly silence. Although many people are curious about what Bane looks like under the mask, no one dares to ask him in front of him, let alone let him take it off. This is almost death. Almost everyone looks at Sheng with the same look that looks at dead men. Even Barbara Gordon can't help but look up. Is this B************* D crazy? Since you betrayed, why are we going to provoke Bane? Humph. Bane suddenly let out a sound that I didn't know if it was a laugh or a hum. He raised his hand and stroked his mask and said hoarsely, "If you want to see it, you can take it off as long as you have the ability." Do I have to do it myself? It's really troublesome. Sheng murmured when he let go of Talia al Ghul and Barbara Gordon and actually walked towards Bane, as if he hadn't heard the ferocious meaning in his words. Idiot, this is dying. Some people were waiting excitedly to see his fate, but some couldn't bear to look straight and tilted their heads slightly. Step by step, Sheng walked leisurely and relaxed, came to Bane and stood still. He raised his head and asked with a polite smile, "Then, I am here." Bane's eyes were gloomy, and he looked over Sheng to Talia al Ghul. Looking at each other, Talia al Ghul seemed to be taken aback by the look in his eyes, and suddenly lowered his head, as if he was nodding at first glance. Although Bane didn't know why Talia al Ghul didn't want to reveal his identity at this time, he already knew how to do it. Seeing Sheng actually grabbed his face mask recklessly, Bane's eyes became cruel and violent, his strong arm muscles seemed to explode, and the blood vessels clenched in his fists were clearly visible. The fist wind roar screamed, sinking vigorously. At such a close distance and such a fast speed, Bane is sure to be able to open Sheng's small head. Even Batman, who is also from the Assassin League, was not his opponent and his back was broken. Sheng. Bane didn't pay attention to it at all. All he has to do is kill him and vent his anger for Talia al Ghul. Seeing that his fist was about to hit Sheng, Bane suddenly realized that Sheng was missing from his sight. The next moment there was a sharp pain in his chest. Sheng kicked over and directly caused Bane to kick back several steps. How can it be? Why does his thin body have so much power? Bane stepped hard on the ground with his left foot to stabilize his body and wanted to fight back angrily, but found that Sheng was gone again. People. When Bane looked around to find Sheng, the people on both sides were already dumbfounded. How is it possible? Dazzled. He actually kicked Bane back. And unexpectedly, even jumped into the air. This height is definitely not something normal people can reach, right? On the head? After all, Bane was Bane, and he quickly reacted and looked up. Under the dazzling sunlight, a figure fell from the sky. The moment Bane's shot was copied by Sheng, but the fighting skills could be ignored. He had mastered all the fighting skills of Catwoman, Oracle, and Talia al Ghul. Most of Bane's fighting abilities came from the Assassin Alliance and overlapped. There are more places. But anyway, Sheng didn't plan to master 127 fighting skills like Batman. The main thing is physical attributes. The power of Bane. Unlimited stacking, 20 times. 20 times the strength made Su Sheng jump into the air when he kicked his feet hard on the ground. Su Sheng smiled when he looked down at Bane, who was raising his head and making a fist. Bane, do you recognize a hand that fell from the sky? The dazzling sunlight made Su Sheng's body seem to be covered with a layer of golden light. When the golden light fell, Su Sheng had already hit Bane's fist. Bane sank, and the stone road was sunken and cracked. The huge amounts of strength and pressure caused his bones to shatter in an instant. His legs could not support his sturdy body and fell forward. His fists were boneless. The arm was bent and drooped. Boom! Bane's face hit the ground hard. The wind blew gently. Under the scorching sun, watching Bane, who had a weird and twisted body, and Su Sheng standing next to him, everyone couldn't help but shudder and felt extremely cold. Looking around, Su Sheng's eyes swept over, and all of them bowed their heads and avoided. Bend down and stretched out his hand, Su Sheng grabbed Bane by the back of his neck. Bane's eyes were loose and seemed to be filled with an incredibly unacceptable look. He is Bane. The bones of the whole body were broken by a punch. When you shot at me, you lost. Su Sheng carried Bane and said softly, reaching out to grab his mask and tugging hard. Pust. Blood splattered and blood was blurred. This cruel scene made many people subconsciously close their eyes and close their mouths and twitch lightly, as if the one being torn apart was themselves, as if the pain felt the same. It seems to be torn by too much force. Forget it, don't look at it. Seeing Bane's body twitching and vomiting blood like a fountain, Su Sheng murmured and put the mask back on his face and loosened him. Snapped. Bane fell to the ground again. Convulsions, and motionless at the end. Bane died, so he died. This result exceeded everyone's expectations. He broke Batman's back forcefully and occupied Gotham City. Bane, who threatened the Ministry of National Defense not to do anything but obediently take care of his home, died like this? Do you dare to believe it? I'll kill Bane, do you believe it? Many people inexplicably remembered what Su Sheng said before. At that time, everyone thought he was joking, but Nima turned out to be true. In the silence, Su Sheng walked towards one of the thugs. The man was shaking when he saw Su Sheng walking towards him, trying to avoid his legs and feet, but he didn't listen at all. Standing in front of him, Su Sheng smiled and asked, I remember you just said that whoever believes what I said is a fool, right? Right. Yi. I'm sorry, the man said with a trembling voice in horror. Su Sheng patted him gently on the shoulder. Don't be afraid, I just want to ask you, do you believe what I said now? I believe it, I believe everything you say, I'm sorry, I'm a fool. The mob nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Then, I said I will blow your head with a punch, do you believe it? Su Sheng squinted at him with a smile. He was suddenly stupid. Do not believe. It sounds like provocation. Letter. Wouldn't it be like killing Bane, blasting his head with a punch? Cold sweat ran down his cheeks, and he was almost crying. Should I say believe it or not? The legs couldn't help shaking, and a fishy smell drifted away with the wind. Su Sheng said dumbly, just asking a question will not scare you. Forget it, since you are afraid, then I will. Let it go, let me go, the man asked expectantly. Kill you. 20 times the strength, as strong as Bane, has been interrupted by the whole body bones, not to mention this guy. Su Sheng's fist hit the opponent's head, and with a bang, the man fell backward, and the depression of his facial features seemed to be twisted together. Sometimes you don't know what despair is if you don't work hard. Su Sheng retracted his fists in a sigh and looked at the sluggish crowd on both sides. What are you doing, what should you do? He reminded the talents on both sides to react to what they were going to do. The confident mobs turned their heads and ran away. James Gordon played an excellent response from the police. Ability raised his arm and Roar started to beat the dog. What is reversal? This Nima is called reversal. In the chaos, Barbara Gordon unfastened the handcuffs and pulled on. Still in shock, Talia Al Ghul came to Su Sheng and said excitedly, "This is how you said before to easily meet Bane. Pretending to betray us to leave Bane out, why didn't you tell us in advance? I thought you were really going to betray us. By the way, how did you come up with this method? I didn't even think of it." Looking at Barbara Gordon, who looked excited and studious, she seemed to forget that she had just punched her. Su Sheng smiled and said seriously, "Pay attention to details and start with small things, because, you can't do big things at all." Barbara Gordon's expression froze. Originally, she planned to listen carefully, what attention was paid to details and started with small things, but in the end, he turned out to be mocking himself for not being able to do big things. This B**************** D is really not irritating and uncomfortable. It doesn't seem to be over yet. Are you planning to just stand here and stare at me? Su Sheng reminded him, looking at Barbara Gordon. Talia Al Ghul's expression instantly changed when he heard these words. Is he trying to expose himself? This guy is so strong that even Bane failed, and his plan to destroy Gotham failed because of this guy. Nuclear reactor. Hurry up, let's find a nuclear reactor. Barbara Gordon suddenly realized that this is the key to saving Gotham, pulling Talia Al Ghul and planning to enter the city hall, and Talia Al Ghul was dragged and subconsciously wanted to do it. But heard Su Sheng say, "Cheer up lightly. What's the meaning? Isn't he going to reveal my identity?" Talia Al Ghul stared at Su Sheng with wide eyes, but Su Sheng turned and left with a smile. What's the point of revealing her? It's fun to let her hide her identity and continue to do things to destroy Gotham. After all, Batman, who has returned from injury, finds that Bane is dead. There must be an opponent to let him continue to be the Dark Knight. Justice comes from evil. Was born, is peaceful Gotham still Gotham? In the chaos, Su Sheng left the city hall away from the crowd. After a while, he heard a roar in the distance, and the Batmobile entered flight mode and flew away from the sky. After a long time, the chaos gradually ended, and the noisy voices also quieted down. On the road of the city hall, the car Su Sheng drove before stopped alone in the middle of the road. Suddenly the car began to shake, vibrate, and a B**************** G sound followed by a bang, and the lid of the trunk suddenly opened. Harley Quinn's hair was messy, his clothes were disheveled, and he walked out of his long legs embarrassedly. Got out. Looking around the quiet and messy streets, Harley Quinn was dumbfounded. She sneaked into the trunk early in the morning, thinking that she would leave with Su Sheng when she left, but she never expected that she still failed. Sure enough, I don't work hard, I don't know what despair is. Although Harley Quinn was sorrowing upstream, Su Sheng had a great time driving the Batmobile. Although Gotham is blocked, the only bridge to the outside world should not have received any news, and there has been no time to unlock it, but, I can fly. Su Sheng drove the Batmobile to fly from above the bridge. The soldiers who guarded the bridge dutifully performed the task of never letting anyone leave Gotham. They shot wildly below. I have to say that the quality of the Batmobile is good. The clanging sounds one after another. He drove the Batmobile into an S shape for a while, then flew into a B shape to fight back, but I don't know if the idiots below can understand it. Cross the bridge and leave Gotham. Su Sheng then let the Batmobile land, from the flight mode to the drag racing mode. The roaring start is deafening, as if telling the car in front that I will hit you even if it is far away, so scared that the cars on the road have no time to appreciate the coolness of the Batmobile and let go. Aimlessly, I don't know how long it has been driving. Su Sheng stopped then. Sure enough, it's a good fare in gas, a good woman Fayin. Batmobile, it's out of gas. Su Sheng looked at the map navigation on the car and found that it was not far from Starling. Starling City. So hasn't it been renamed Star City? If that's the case, then go and see Green Riding Hood. It's not right. Green Arrow, forget it, it's better for Green Riding Hood. Sheng came down and looked around. The bushes were densely covered with deserted people. Let's go. Sheng recognized the direction and left directly. As for the Batmobile? A car without gas is a pile of scrap iron. As a means of transportation, it has fulfilled its mission, so whoever likes it takes it, as long as Batman is not afraid to come to him. Like a walk, Sheng walked forward slowly. One car, another car. Along the way, although there were occasional cars passing by, none of them slowed down and stopped until the kind-hearted people appeared. A brown car drove past Sheng and stopped in front, then slowly reversed and stopped beside him. When the car window was rolled down, the blonde in a shawl was greeted by a girl with black-rimmed glasses. Looking at the dress and temperament, she should be a female student. "Well, do you need a ride?" she asked slightly awkwardly. "Definitely." Sheng smiled brightly, and was surprised before he even entered Starling City. After getting in the car, Sheng said thank you to her. "You're welcome." She pushed the frame and replied in a daze, hurriedly restarting the car to continue on the road. "Look straight ahead, hold the steering wheel with both hands." Sheng looked at her and smiled. "Are you nervous?" No, I'm just not very good at contacting people," she replied. "Then you still let me take a ride?" "I don't think you are a bad person, and I have never carried anyone, so I want to try." "Don't worry, although I just got the driver's license for a short time, there will be no problems." "Are you traveling alone with your bag?" "A trip to Starling is a bad choice." "I'm sorry, I mean there's nothing fun here. Even if you want to find a job, it's not the best choice, but my requirements are not high, and Quinn's treatment is not bad." Bala bala bala, her speech speed gradually increased, just like a Rinju gun, talking to herself as if she was completely immersed in her own thoughts. While speaking, the voice was getting smaller and smaller. She turned to look at Sheng and showed an awkward smile. She knew her fault, her thinking was too jumpy, and when she talked with people, she would become talking to herself. "Yes, I'm sorry, my name is Felicity Smock, how about you?" Sheng. Sheng. "Are you Huxia or Korean? Definitely not Japanese, because Japanese names are relatively long." Felicity's thinking jumped again. "Have you mentioned Oliver Quinn?" Sheng suddenly said. Felicity was stunned and said, "I have definitely heard of it, well-known playboy. I heard that he was in a shipwreck on the Gold Quinn with his father half a year ago. As a result." She was going to gossip and found out with great interest. Sheng was not listening at all. The shipwreck happened half a year ago, so Oliver Quinn should be on purgatory now. Even if he went to Starling, he couldn't see the Green Arrow Man who was green to his bones but liked shooting everywhere. "Although many superheroes are green for me, I green for you, everyone greens each other. After all, if you want to live a good life, you have to be a little green, but there are really few as green as the Green Arrow." Sheng couldn't help being a little disappointed when he didn't see the Green Arrow Man in a short time. As the saying goes, there is only a wrong name and no wrong nickname. Whether it is the code name or the outfit, Oliver Quinn is too green. Before he became the Green Arrow Man, he was a real scumbag. Even after he became the Green Arrow Man, the women changed a lot. Let me talk about two more famous ex-girlfriends, Black Canary Laurel Lance and White Canary Sarah Lance. Oliver Quinn first dated Laurel but secretly hooked up with her sister Sarah, and went out to sea without telling Laurel, but the gold medal Quinn was accidentally killed. He was dead here, and his good brother Tommy Merlin took advantage of the emptiness and took Laurel. If my sister Laurel only gave one, then my sister Sarah is amazing. She was still alive and she became the White Canary, the captain of the legendary team. As a result, the man stopped talking, but the woman changed a lot. White Canary, Lily is flying. Mixed green for men and women. They definitely aren't the heroines, so look at the one next to them. IT Girl, Felicity Smock the Watcher, should this be the heroine? The two were separated and reunited. How many boyfriends did she have in the middle? What happened? Green Arrow didn't care at all. So Sheng thinks that the Green Riding Hood is really smoother and more appropriate than the Green Arrow. But then again, green may be the tradition of the Quinn family. After all, the Green Arrow man's father was also green, so I have to mention one person here, Tommy Merlin's father, the Black Arrow Malcolm Merlin who studied under Master Ninja. He should be the only villain in Starling City who is on the table now. This guy deliberately wanted to destroy the slums of Starling City to avenge his dead wife. He planned the accident of the gold medal Quinn and killed Oliver Quinn's father but created the birth of the Green Arrow. That's all, the high energy is here. In 5 years, for 5 full years, the slums of Starling City still existed. I'm afraid I don't know how many times it has been destroyed to let Gotham's villain come. When Oliver Quinn turns into Green Arrow, he will go all the way. Okay, find the big boss behind the scenes and start the fight. Then his son Tommy Merlin was involved and hung up. The son is dead. It doesn't matter, he also has a daughter. Oliver Quinn's half-sister, Thea Quinn. It doesn't matter, this sentence makes the point. With a daughter, Malcolm Merlin was resurrected and prepared to teach himself. Hypnotic ability killed her daughter and Sarah Lance, who had left from the Assassin Alliance, and later became the leader of the Assassin Alliance. Unfortunately, he abdicated soon after his lack of strength. In the end, he helped Oliver Quinn deal with Prometheus, but he died in order to save his daughter. The father and son Mei Lin turned green and Sheng could only praise and shout 666. Unknowingly, the car has been driven into Starling City. The style of Starling City is very modern. Although it is not full of Gothic style like Gotham, it is equally dark. Various crime incidents emerge endlessly, and the crime rate is similar to that of Gotham. It can be said that it is not the same. The biggest difference may be that Starling is not so outstanding and brilliant, and the villains are really not enough to look at. Where did you get off? I can see you off first. Felicity turned to Sheng and asked. Go to where you live. Sheng retracted his gaze to look at the scenery outside the window and smiled at Felicity. Huh? Felicity was shocked. You live by yourself? Sheng asked again. Felicity nodded subconsciously, a little disturbed. What did he mean by this? I just asked you to take a ride, but I didn't tell you to take a ride. Seeing Felicity's nervous look, Sheng first smiled gently and then seriously explained, I'm from Gotham, you should have heard about the situation in Gotham. You don't need money at all in Gotham. After all, why should you pay for something you grabbed by your ability? Why should you pay for something you grabbed by your ability? Felicity thinks this logic is really fine. So I don't have money now, but I need a place to stay, maybe. Sheng looked at Felicity. Maybe I still need a pillow. I thought you were a good person. Felicity trembled. Sheng smiled. Don't you think I will teach you a lesson? Don't trust strangers so easily, you won't be charged for tuition. It's okay to stay in your house for a few days, right? Can I say there is a problem? Felicity asked timidly. No. Sheng smiled brightly. Felicity was desperate, why should he let him take a ride? How to do? Deal with him first and then find an opportunity to call the police. The regretful Felicity drove the car silently. The car drove a few blocks and then stopped on the side of the road. I live here. Felicity said reluctantly, turning off the car. Get off the car. Sheng smiled. Felicity got out of the car and didn't find a chance to take the phone. Sheng walked towards the building with his arms around his shoulders. At this moment, Felicity hated how she chose a few beautiful clothes instead of one. Security apartment. Reluctantly and Sheng went up the stairs. The 5th floor. Felicity was exhausted and panting after climbing the 5-story stairs. It was all right now, and she didn't even have the energy to run. Reluctantly took out the key and opened the door. After entering, Sheng stopped after taking a look and said to her very seriously, "After you came into this world, you were the first to make me feel that I hadn't settled. Earthly, you, better clean up first. The corpses are everywhere. All kinds of sports shoes, high heels are the first to bear the brunt, followed by all kinds of suitcases, occupying most of the space in the living room. The sofa is piled with messy clothes, not a complete set of underwear, and the silk stockings you wear are placed randomly all around." Although Sheng feels that he can adapt to various environments, it is a new experience after all, but at any rate there must be a place to go. Felicity blushed instantly. He was still out of breath, but now he rushed in quickly, leaping flexibly over the obstacles on the ground, and quickly cleared up. Well, the way to clean up is simple and rude, no matter what you put together. Sheng couldn't stand it and helped. Don't put in the stockings you wear. Are there any garbage bags? Get a few more. Do you want this? Don't just throw it away. If the living room is messed up like this, I'm afraid the bedroom won't be much better. Go and clean up the bedroom. Sheng resolutely took over the power of command. The confused Felicity didn't think much about it, but embarrassedly wanted to clean up the house as soon as possible. The two had a clear division of labor, one living room and one bedroom, and it took more than an hour to sort out 3 large bags of garbage and finally cleaned up. On the sofa, the two of Guyutan looked at the clean and refreshing living room and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Felicity couldn't help but said, "Suddenly it feels like the living room is a lot bigger." "That's because there is less trash." Sheng mocked. Felicity excuses embarrassingly, "I just moved in and haven't had time to organize it. I'm hungry." Sheng turned to look at Felicity. "Gulyalu." Felicity's belly also screamed. Order takeaway. I know there is a Huxia restaurant that is very good." "Whatever." Sheng responded indifferently and picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. Felicity, who had finished ordering the takeaway, looked at her phone and then at Sheng, who was watching TV, suddenly froze. If I remember correctly, Sheng hijacked herself and wanted to find a place to stay, and she planned to find a chance to call the police. How could it become that he helped himself to clean up and called for takeaway? How did this extreme and non-violent transition happen? How long can it be delivered? Sheng suddenly turned his head and asked. Felicity was stunned and replied, "Half an hour. Then you go take a bath first, and I'll be washing it when you are done. It's almost time for the takeout to arrive." "Oh." Felicity replied blankly, and after hesitating for a moment, she put the phone down and turned around to go to the bathroom. She thought about it very seriously. Since he hitchhiked the car until now, it seems that he hasn't done anything to hurt herself. If he is really a bad person, she can't help herself clean up the room so hard, right? Don't call the police for now. What if you get a misunderstanding? The patter of water rang from the bathroom, but Sheng watched the TV earnestly to learn about the situation in Starling City. Simple 2 words, boring. It was not all trivial things or crimes that did not arouse his interest in the slightest. There were a few short news reports about Gotham's situation. Bane was killed, Gotham was liberated, and he seemed to be in a flash of scenes. Also saw Oracle Barbara Gordon. After a while, Felicity came out. Maybe she was used to being careless. Felicity came to the living room wrapped in a bath towel. Seeing Sheng, who got up in the living room, she realized that there was still a strange man in the house. Blushing, she hurriedly planned to go to the bedroom and put on clothes. As soon as she turned around, she performed the skill of mixing the left foot with the right foot. It fell to the ground with a sound. Feeling painful and ashamed, Felicity hurriedly sorted out the bath towels to block the scenery, but saw that Sheng walked past her into the bathroom without stopping. Snapped. The door to the bathroom closed, and Felicity's face flushed even more. 10 minutes later, Sheng came out of the shower, shirtless and wearing boxer shorts. While wiping his hair with a towel, he walked to the changed clothes and sat down beside Felicity. Felicity sat up straight in an instant, her body stiffened and her eyes were not squinted, and she suddenly shuddered. Doorbell rang. Felicity got up and ran to open the door, and arrived outside. After paying and returning to the living room with the takeaway, Felicity seemed to be restrained like a guest, but Sheng seemed relaxed at home. As the sun sets, the night gradually shrouds. Time ticked by, and it was time to rest. Felicity sat on the bedside of the bedroom while holding the phone. Suddenly, the bedroom door was pushed open. Sheng walked in. "You, what are you doing?" Felicity asked. "Sleep." Sheng Lisua definitely said. "Yes, there is only one bed." "What then? Can I sleep on the floor?" Sheng asked with a smile. Felicity breathed a sigh of relief and didn't seem to hear the ridicule in his tone. Instead, she said concerned, "Couch, isn't the floor hard to sleep on?" "I try to restrain myself," Sheng said solemnly. Felicity looked at Sheng blankly, trying his best to restrain. What to restrain? Real freedom is not to do what you want, but not to do what you don't want. Coming into this world, Sheng believes that he is free. He had no idea of sleeping on the ground, so while Felicity was still thinking about the relationship between sleeping on the floor and restraint as much as possible, Sheng had lifted the quilt and lay down and hugged Felicity very naturally. Her body was very stiff, and her body was also very soft. Felicity, who was hugged by Sheng, remained motionless as if she had been acupointed. The hand pointed out that he was holding the phone vigorously, but it didn't seem to move anymore, and his mind went blank. "The new pillow doesn't seem to be big," Sheng murmured after experiencing it, and slowly closed his eyes. I don't know how long it took Felicity to look at Sheng quietly. Seeing that he seemed to be asleep, she wanted to slowly move her hand on her body. But just after he moved it away, he put his hand back on its own. This caused Felicity's anger to move away again, but she came back again. The war of ownership of the Highlands continued several times. Felicity finally gave up. "Isn't it okay if yours belongs to you?" Felicity looked at Sheng helplessly and yelled a few words in her heart. Unconsciously, her eyelids began to fight, and she fell asleep in confusion. She seemed to have a dream. "In my dream, I just graduated and got a job position in the Quinn Group. I rented a small but cozy apartment with my boyfriend. The two of them worked hard to clean up. They ordered takeaway before cooking. The boyfriend was sweet in the evening. Holding myself want to make affection." Shy and nervous, she felt that she had found someone to entrust her for life. She gradually gave up resistance and gradually took the initiative, but her boyfriend avoided as if joking with herself, which made her a little annoyed to take the initiative again. Then it started to become a little fuzzy, and then I woke up from the dream. She found that Sheng was gone, and her pajamas were also missing. Thinking back to the dreams that she vaguely remembered, Felicity didn't mention how embarrassed she was, because she found that the boyfriend in the dream looked exactly the same as Sheng. "Damn it, I'm not how ****ch would have such a dream." Felicity scolded in annoyance, and when he saw the time on the alarm clock inadvertently, he suddenly remembered that he was going to work at the Quinn Group today. "Oops, I'm going to be late." Felicity yelled in a panic and hurriedly rummaged through the clothes, hurriedly, jumping out of the bedroom while wearing the clothes to go to the bathroom to wash. 5 minutes later, she packed up and came out to bring her bag and shoes to go out. Then she found that Sheng was sitting on the sofa and clearly saw the series of actions she had just done. The ghostly Felicity's head twitched and said that I got off work at 5, and then opened the door and went out. Boom! The door closed heavily. Sheng shook his head with a smile. Felicity was much more interesting than Harley Quinn. "Lie down on the sofa." The sun swayed on him. Sheng narrowed his eyes and began to ponder. The Green Arrow hasn't been born yet, and there is no news of the explosion of the Center City's cutting-edge laboratory. He can only play against the legendary team. The mission of the legendary team is to travel through time to solve various time deviations and protect the timeline. If you change their history yourself, they will definitely appear. At that time, he will be able to follow the legendary team to travel through time everywhere. As for the legendary team, will the legendary team accept him on the ship? Life didn't teach me anything, it only told me in 4 words, if you like it, grab it. Since this is the city of Starling, Sheng has set the target on Laurel Lance. Laurel Lance's character is jealous, kind and upright. If she is allowed to become the Black Canary in advance, she will have the ability to protect herself, then her sister Xiaolon Lance would not betray the Assassin Alliance to protect her and her father, and naturally would not be killed by Thea controlled by Malcolm Merlin and then resurrected by using the Pool of Lazarus, let alone join the legendary squad. Right? The legendary team of the future found that the captain was gone and couldn't cross over to figure out what was going on. What's more, he is also a little interested in Laurel, not to make the grassland on the Green Hat grow more vigorous, but purely think that if the Green Arrow comes back and intends to show his talents to save the city, it will be a bitter hatred. What happens when you say the phrase, I must pretend to be another person, I must become another existence, and discover that the evil and villains in the city have been resolved? Will he continue to be the Green Arrow Man or be a son with peace of mind? In all likelihood, you will continue to be the Green Arrow Man, right? It's just that by then the opponent he will face may be Laurel. The drama of falling in love and killing each other is very attractive although it is bloody. The gold medal Quinn incident affected many people, the most serious of which was 2 families. One is the Quinn family and the other is the Lance family. Quinton Lance. A police detective in Starling, the father of Laurel Rance and Sarah Rance, Sarah's accident was the biggest blow to him. When the eldest daughter Laurel was dating Oliver Quinn, he strongly opposed and even quarreled several times with Laurel, but he did not expect to watch the eldest daughter but not the younger one. He hates Oliver Quinn, the culprit, and hates himself as well. Now only his eldest daughter is left with stricter discipline, and he even blames Laurel. If she didn't know Oliver Quinn's Sarah, how could something happen? It's just that the women's college couldn't help her father. Laurel, who had already gone to college, decided to live on campus. Although the school was not far from home, she could not face the sad face of her father every day, nor could she face everything about her sister at home. She didn't know that she was. Should the ruthless sister snatch her boyfriend or grieve her death? Avoidance is the most common way. It's a pity that his father didn't agree, so Laurel had a big fight with him and left home. Walking aimlessly on the street, Laurel had come to the chaotic slum area unconsciously, and she was still in a muddle of anger and did not notice that she had been targeted. A black man in a hoodie followed, and when she didn't pay attention to the environment and subconsciously turned into a remote corner along the road, the black man suddenly sprang out from behind and pushed Laurel in directly. Laurel was caught off guard and almost fell, and when he stood firm, he turned to see the black gunpoint aimed at him. "Little girl, hand over the valuables." Robbery. She was robbed. Laurel only then realized what had happened and where he had come. As a native of Starling and the daughter of a police detective, Laurel made the most correct decision and obediently handed over his bag. "Count you acquaintance." The black man took it triumphantly but did not leave, but stared at Laurel up and down. Although her face is slightly slender, her facial features are very delicate. She has a long brown hair shawl, a tall figure, long legs and straight, simple words. To sum it up, it's a decent person and beauty. "Let me check if there is anything valuable on your body." The black man walked toward Laurel with a grinning gun. Laurel stepped back slightly, pretending to be calm. "My father is a policeman. If you just robbed me, I would be unlucky, but if you dare to hurt me then you wait to be hunted down by the police throughout the city." "You scare me, are the police great?" The black man stopped and frowned and shouted. "You are not afraid?" "I definitely don't, who?" The black man replied subconsciously but found that Laurel did not speak at all, it was a man's voice. He subconsciously raised his gun and turned around and saw a yellow-skinned man walking in from the alley. "Yellow monkey, do you want to be a hero and be more nosy?" the black man roared. As an asterisk 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 r, you still dare to racially discriminate? Sheng shook his head with a chuckle and looked at Laurel over the black man. Do you need my help? If you can. Laurel said while looking at Sheng hesitation. Definitely. Sheng walked over with a brilliant smile. Stop, or I will shoot. Damn yellow-skinned monkey, you really want to be a hero, do you think I dare not shoot? Seeing Sheng's relaxed expression without putting him in his eyes, the black man pointed his gun at Sheng and pulled the trigger. Boom! The gunfire sounded. The black man's eyes widened in surprise, and the other party did not fall down and had no wounds on his body. Did you miss it? The almost subconscious black shot again. Boom! 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 Gunshots rang out one after another, and a flower followed the black man's eyes, and he noticed that the yellow-skinned monkey appeared strangely in front of him. So fast. He was startled and wanted to step back and avoid him when he saw Sheng smiled brightly at him and suddenly punched. Unlimited stacking, 50 times. Boom! Huge amounts of power instantly penetrated the black man's head. Sheng's fist hit from the front and penetrated from the back. The blood and brain were sprayed out instantly, spraying on Laurel's face and body. The smell of blood was pungent. Laurel dumbly saw Sheng's fist pulled out of the black man's head, and when the black man fell to the ground, he took the bag in his hand and held it to him and smiled slightly. Your bag. Seeing the hand holding the bag mixed with blood and brain, Laurel's eyes widened, her legs were soft, and her body stunned and fainted. Boom! Sheng watched Laurel fainted and fell to the ground with a slight smile. It seems that in order for her to become a black canary, she must first exercise her courage, otherwise, don't you want to give someone a head if you feel dizzy at every turn? Sheng walked over and carried Laurel on his shoulders and left the alley. It was only an hour later that the police patrolling the street discovered the body and sealed off the scene. At the same time, Quentin Lance had calmed down and regretted the act of quarreling with her daughter, calling her daughter to apologize and let her come back. However, the phone has been turned off. The cold touch made Laurel wake up faintly, her consciousness is not yet clear, vaguely feel that she is lying on the ground, and what she sees is a somewhat dim ceiling. Where is this? Laurel wanted to get up in a daze, but found that he was unwieldy, and his hands were handcuffed to the ground by the curved steel bars, unable to break free. When she woke up, this situation caused Laurel to be very flustered. Her memory gradually recovered, and she remembered. I quarreled with my father and left home and went to a slum area and was robbed by a black man. Then an Asian man appeared to save him. He was able to dodge bullets like in a sci-fi movie and punched the black man's head with blood and brain. I was alone and then fainted. You're awake. When Laurel wanted to clarify her thoughts, a familiar voice sounded, and the next moment she saw a shirtless man coming out from the shadows in the distance. It is that Asian. Let go of me, what do you want to do? Laurel shouted excitedly. Sheng walked to her and squatted down and explained with a smile, you should say thank you first. Thank you. You kidnapped me and let me say thank you. Laurel shouted angrily. You let me go, my father is a policeman. Quentin Lance, I know. Sheng stroked Laurel's body disapprovingly, and slowly said amidst her struggle and shouting. First of all I saved you, so it's not an exaggeration to say thank you. Secondly, your clothes are over there and I cleaned it for you. By the way, I also took a shower for you. The reason for doing this is to worry about watching you wake up. When those things and smell passed out again. Then how do you explain the way I am now? Laurel shook his wrist and didn't believe Sheng's words at all. In order to let you listen to me quietly. Sheng smiled sincerely. Definitely is also to let you know the importance of passing out easily and being caught. You are just being watched by me now, but if I am a bad person, you may die or suffer the most painful experience. You killed and kidnapped me, isn't it a bad guy? Laurel said coldly. Su Sheng smiled, fiddling with her body like discovering a new world. If you kidnapped you beforehand, you think I killed him as a bad guy? If I don't save you, you should know what will happen to you. Even if you are lucky, he won't kill you. What can you do? Let me guess. Look. Let him go to jail and accept legal trial and sanctions. Laurel did not answer. Su Sheng continued disapprovingly, how long can you stay in jail? 5 years? 10 years? If you are lucky, you may not be locked up for long. It is not a good person that the biggest possibility is to repeat the same mistakes and cause someone to be killed. What? Continue to arrest him and continue to go to jail? What do you want to say? Do you want to tell me that killing him is justice? Laurel said coldly. So you firmly believe that the law is the only way to maintain justice? Su Sheng asked with interest. Definitely. Laurel said affirmatively. So you will definitely be punished by law to pay the price you have to deal with. I don't want and don't need to dialectically define justice. All the so-called truths are hard to beat the phrase I am so happy. I'm just curious, what if it is the murderer who killed your sister? When you have a chance to kill him to avenge your sister, will you kill him or bring her to justice? Laurel's expression changed slightly and said, he is dead. You said Oliver Quinn. But the accident of the gold medal Quinn was really just an accident. Su Sheng said with a smile. Laurel looked at Su Sheng suddenly. What do you mean? Isn't that an accident? What do you know? Su Sheng suddenly grabbed the 2 steel bars on Laurel's wrist and pulled hard, and the steel bars that were originally deep in the concrete floor were instantly pulled out. Freed Laurel stood up and blocked her body and distanced herself from Su Sheng. Su Sheng said seriously, I know this person is very powerful, even if you get evidence to bring him to justice. He won't be kept for long, and he may not even go to jail. I also know that he will kill you and your father when he comes out, and may even cause more deaths in the future. Who is he? Laurel asked in a deep voice. Think carefully about whether to rely on the law to get justice for your sister, or kill him to save more people. When you think about it, come here to find me, and I will tell you the answer. Su Sheng smiled and waved towards Laurel. Go to the side and pick up your own clothes and lead them into the darkness. Don't go, why should I believe you, what is your name? Laurel hurriedly shouted. Su Sheng. The voice came faintly, and it sounded far away. Laurelton walked over for a while and found that her clothes were all clear and clean and even dry. They put them on one by one. Laurel hurriedly found her bag and turned on the phone. Disregarding the missed calls and short messages, he called Quentin Lance directly. Laurel originally wanted to tell his father that he was kidnapped, but before he spoke, he heard his father's irritable voice on the phone. Damn it, you finally turned it on. Listen, I don't want to fight with you, but you shouldn't turn it off either, Sarah. If Sarah doesn't turn it off, I won't find her and there will be no trouble, so remember, never turn off the phone at any time. Hello, are you still listening? I'll be back in a while. Laurel replied in silence for a moment. Quinn Industrial Company, Limited, a steel manufacturing and welding plant. This factory was closed and abandoned long before the gold medal Quinn was involved. Laurel didn't expect that she would be locked here by him. She was a little unsure whether Su Sheng really wanted to kidnap herself or had another purpose, but anyway she did. They all decided to investigate this person clearly. Laurel is not the only one investigating Su Sheng. Far away in Gotham, Oracle Barbara Gordon and his father James Gordon are also investigating Su Sheng's situation, and Talia L. Gowell is also investigating naturally. In addition to them, there is a huge group of forces also investigating Su Sheng. Tianyan Will. ARGUS, the full name of the Advanced Superhuman Joint Research Group, also known as the High-Level Research Joint Support Organization, is the official underground organization of the United States government, and its nature is similar to Marvel's SHIELD. The current leader, Commander Amanda Waller, is a very skilled woman. She formed a team called the Seventh Squad but was not satisfied. As the leader of the Sky Eye Society and the warden of Bellarive Prison, she even more I want to recruit some super-villains and anti-heroes to set up a dangerous and suicidal squad to do the dirty work that the United States government is inconvenient to come forward and the tasks that ordinary agents cannot complete. When the Gotham incident broke out, Amanda Waller took advantage of the trend to propose the idea of forming Suicide Squad, but the crisis of Gotham was resolved before the approval of the above. Suicide Squad was therefore stranded, and Amanda Waller was eyeing it. Su Sheng asks him to investigate, and at the same time sets Su Sheng's known information and intelligence to a high-level authority to prohibit police from accessing it to avoid extraneous problems. Su Sheng didn't know all of this, even if he knew it, he wouldn't care. Maybe he would take the initiative to join Suicide Squad to find excitement. At the moment he was cooking dinner in Felicity's apartment while humming a tune. Where did you say the money for grocery shopping came from? It's definitely in Laurel's wallet. How did you get in without the key? The 5th floor is not particularly high. A dish of delicious, fragrant and delicious dishes were laid out on the table, and the sound of the key opening the door sounded. The time is just right. Su Sheng smiled brightly and took off his apron and walked to Felicity, who opened the door. It smells so good, what is it? Felicity said subconsciously as soon as he came in. Dinner. Su Sheng came over to take Felicity's bag and put it aside to help her take off her coat and hung it up. Felicity stared at Su Sheng blankly, first made dinner, and then greeted herself so kindly and courteously. What is the sense of sight of this boyfriend? Could it be that I am still dreaming? Click. Felicity felt her side face kissed by Su Sheng and immediately heard his brisk voice. What are you doing in a daze? Go wash your hands and change clothes to prepare for dinner. Felicity was pushed into the bathroom by Su Sheng to wash her hands in a daze. She went to the bedroom in a daze and changed into comfortable clothes at home before she came out. Felicity came to the dining table and sat down and watched Su Sheng rushing around. He couldn't help asking, you seem to be in a good mood. Yes. Su Sheng smiled. Did something happen? Didn't you say that you have no money? Where did these things come from, and you went out? How did you get in without the key? Felicity reacted and asked hurriedly at this time. Su Sheng said, this is not important, the important thing is to eat first. Oh. Felicity's dumb answer can only suppress the curiosity in her heart. Speaking of it, he didn't expect Su Sheng's craftsmanship to be so good and so much better than the previous takeaways. Originally, Felicity was still a little confused but gradually became a foodie. It's delicious, I'm going to get fat again. The contented Felicity couldn't help but patted her belly and exclaimed. Beautiful and ugly, fat and thin are in the sky. People who eat 2 bites are full, and when you are full, you still say, I can come again. Su Sheng said with a chuckle. Felicity blushed. I blame you for making it so delicious. The work of washing the dishes is left to you. Su Sheng said. She doesn't have the ability to let Felicity cook, but she can still wash the dishes. Su Sheng leaned on the sofa and watched the TV. After a while, Felicity finished washing the dishes and came over and sat down beside him. Now I can tell, what the hell is going on with you? Su Sheng smiled and lay down on Felicity's lap. Felicity followed with a slight stiffness and saw his hand poking in underneath the t-shirt. She was frightened and hurriedly grabbed him. Hand. What are you doing? Hey, take your hand away. With black eyes and a gentle voice, Felicity let go of her hand in a daze, followed by her blushing, her body trembling slightly, her hands clenched fists seemingly nowhere to be placed, uncontrollably sent out some kind of feline version of hum. Felicity is more interesting than Harley Quinn. Seeing her reaction, Su Sheng suddenly smiled and said, Snow White was rescued by the 7 little dwarf and lived in the forest for a while, until the prince rode a white horse to pick her up, and then she married the prince, but the prince abandoned her after the wedding night, because the prince discovered that there were dark spots on Snow White's body. Are you Snow White? Felicity looked at Su Sheng blankly with a dazed expression before reacting to it for a while. Definitely not. Then let me take a look. Su Sheng suddenly turned over and sat up after speaking. Before Felicity could react, he hugged her directly, and went directly into the bedroom amidst her cries of surprise. Language is an art. It is clear that every word is the same, but it can produce different effects according to different tone and sentence segmentation. From don't, stop to don't stop to don't, stop, 3 sentences are enough to express Felicity's mental and physical state clearly. With squally rains and waves, Felicity, who went out to sea for the first time, was still immersed in the feeling of aftermath. Looking at Su Sheng blankly, Felicity felt that her life was completely out of control after meeting him. What are we now? She asked Su Sheng blankly. Su Sheng chuckled, it can be a friend or a couple. Do you have such a friend? Felicity said quietly. Friendship's little bed, just go up as long as you say it. That's why you were so diligent before. Or was it because the things last night made you think I was Ibby **ch and it was easy to get hands? Premeditated. Su Sheng shook his head dumbly and stroked her cheek, his eyes were gentle and his tone of voice was serious. Not last night, but just now. So you really think so? Felicity stood up angrily and stared at Su Sheng. Don't be angry, you are my first girlfriend in this world. Su Sheng hugged her and kissed her softly. If it weren't for your reaction just now, you wouldn't have this chance. Really? Felicity looked at Su Sheng suspiciously, and the originally angry mood disappeared. She slowly lay on Su Sheng's body. Tell me about you. I don't know anything about you. Did you really intend to intimidate you in the first place? Or kidnap me? Felicity found it difficult to accurately describe the situation. Yes. Su Sheng smiled brightly. I did this in Gotham before. It's simple, fast, convenient and easy. Speaking of kidnapping, I also kidnapped a woman during the day, a policeman's daughter. This joke is not funny. Felicity smiled. I'm not kidding. What? Felicity was stunned and stood up again. Are you serious? Did you kidnap the police's daughter during the day? Yes, at least she thinks so. It seems that she shouldn't call the police. Su Sheng thought for a while. You are crazy. Felicity yelled and hurriedly got up and ran to the living room. It didn't take long for Felicity to return to turn on the computer with his computer bag. I turned it on and found my glasses to put on. Felicity's fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard like a butterfly dancing, and in a dozen seconds he invaded the internal system of the Starling police. I found that there was nothing about Su Sheng. His record was relieved and turned to look at him seriously and asked, Are you really kidding? Laurel Lance, her father is Quentin Lance, check it out. Su Sheng said. Felicity quickly called up the information of the two of them, frowning and looking at Su Sheng silently. Why kidnapped her? After a while, Felicity seemed a little unbearable. Su Sheng couldn't help asking with the look that nothing happened. I am a little interested in her. You kidnap her if you are interested in her? Yes, your boyfriend is so headstrong. Su Sheng got up and hugged Felicity from behind. Felicity frowned and tapped on the keyboard again, frowning. She found that not only there was no kidnapping record related to him, the police system did not even have his information. She thought that Su Sheng was from Gotham and invaded the Gotham police system, but she found Su Sheng's file information. It turned out to be a high-level secret, even if the director is not qualified to check it, although she can crack it in, she can't do it with this notebook. Who are you? Felicity turned her head to look at Su Sheng. Su Sheng noticed that his file was set as high-level confidential but didn't care, and smiled brightly. You man, do you forget so quickly or do you like the new and dislike the old faster than me? Love the new and hate the old? As soon as Felicity wanted to ask what's going on with the new and tired of the old, she heard Sheng continue to say, "Check Quinn Industrial Company, Limited, a steel manufacturing and welding plant." Felicity easily invaded the nearby surveillance system and soon the picture appeared. "What are you doing?" Felicity asked after reacting. Sheng said, "I kidnapped her here, and I told her that if you want to see me, go here and find me." "You still want to see her? You said you are interested in her, you like her?" Felicity asked uncomfortably. "If you like me, I will be strong. How could it be possible to wait for her to come to me?" Sheng smiled. "Strong, strong. Do you always confess in this way? If you confess, what's the use? You will definitely be rejected. If you can't catch up, you can take it, you can take medicine if you can't get it, and you will get a photo after you turn your face. It's a big deal to squat in jail before you continue." Sheng said seriously and very seriously. Felicity stared at him blankly. What kind of antisocial logic is this? Felicity felt that her brain was not enough. One more boyfriend who was confused and gave up his body that he had preserved for more than 20 years, only to find that he was a kidnapper with antisocial behavior. However, his files are set as high-level confidential. This is not a treatment that a kidnapper can get. Felicity feels that Sheng is more and more mysterious, and more feels overwhelmed and wondering how to deal with it. NS. The only thing she is sure of is that being with Sheng is definitely more exciting than invading the Ministry of National Defense when she was 17. Looking at Sheng lying down, Felicity thought for a while and then closed the computer and lay down. Since she doesn't know what to do, leave the problem to time to solve it. Felicity, who was so exhausted by Sheng for the first time in more than 20 years, soon fell into a deep sleep. As the saying goes, do not worry about things that cannot be solved today, because tomorrow may still not be solved. Felicity, who came from awakening, didn't realize any solution, and time might be too lazy to deal with this mess. So, dressing, washing, and eating, Felicity decided to go to work first. But before leaving, she gave Sheng a key. Although she didn't know how Sheng came back yesterday, it must be, not a normal way. With the key, Sheng didn't go out and lay lazily on the sofa basking in the sun, and his thoughts gradually dissipated. If Felicity is Green Arrow's girlfriend, then I can give him a forgiveness hat. If I have enough fun, I can say something about your girlfriend when I see him. But now Felicity became his girlfriend before he met Green Arrow, so the situation was naturally different. Sheng didn't plan to get rid of his liking for the new and disgusting the old, although he doesn't mind breaking up, let alone hating because of love, and even killing each other in love. It was someone who complained about him like the Green Arrow man himself. Life is just a journey, I pass by you, you pass by me. Can. But others want to pass by too. Brain beat fart. Sheng thought about it and thought that the best way was to find something for her, the kind of thing that can be fulfilled every day and can be struggling for a lifetime. Like being a hero. Felicity's character originally had a sense of justice, although her physical fitness was not good, her hacking skills were very powerful, and she was more than enough to be a logistic hero. On the first day of confirming the relationship, we must prepare for the breakup. I am afraid that there will be no one. The impulse is the devil. Sheng sighed faintly. Lichty will become the watcher too. If Felicity becomes an ex-girlfriend and becomes a symbol of a city, it seems not bad. If you go wherever you go, you will have more ex-girlfriends, more cities, and you will have ex-girlfriend clubs wherever you go. Wouldn't it be too ridiculous? But it's a little exciting to think about it. So when Felicity came back from get off work, Sheng still prepared dinner and helped her hang up her coat, and then took her to the living room to sit down and kidnapped Laurel. The process and reasons, as well as the reasons for her interest. Said it again. The accident of the gold medal Quinn was not an accident, but a man-made. This is shocking news. Felicity looked at Sheng in surprise. How do you know such a secret thing? I naturally have my method. Sheng said. He refuses to say that Felicity has nourished his brain by himself. Perhaps he is a secret agent of the government. That's why his information will be set as high-level confidential, so just like an undercover agent, he has to pretend to be a bad guy in order to facilitate the mission and inquire about intelligence. I have to say that brain supplementation is terrible, and simplicity is even more terrible. Thinking about this, Felicity instantly felt relieved. At least there was no need to worry about how to face him. Holding Sheng's arm with a bright smile, Felicity asked actively, "Then, do you need me to help you?" "Just monitor Laurel." Sheng said. "No problem, leave it to me." Felicity promised, patting her chest. After dinner, Felicity turned on the computer and started monitoring Laurel's situation. It is difficult to monitor a person without any contact with the device, but who is Felicity? Even the Ministry of Defense can invade successful super hackers. She invaded the communication company to find Laurel's phone number and obtained the internal code signal to know the location of the phone signal at any time, and even the content of each call was recorded and transmitted to her newly created mailbox by email. Finish. The corner of Felicity's mouth raised a triumphant smile and said to Sheng, "As long as she carries the phone, whether it's broken or turned off, she can check her location at any time through this software. This computer is at home, I teach you how to operate this software." Sheng nodded and listened. After a while, he asked curiously, "As long as there is a communication company's internal code signal, you can monitor the location of the other party at any time. Is this software you wrote yourself?" "Yes." Felicity responded with a smile. "It seems illegal, right? What are you going to do with it?" "At the time, my roommate's boyfriend cheated her on her back for a long time. During that time, I happened to be bored so I wrote this software, but I never used it once." Felicity explained in a whisper. He changed the subject awkwardly. "By the way, you don't seem to have a cell phone. How about I give you one?" This is really an explanation, isn't it a hint? Sheng gave a thumbs up for Felicity's wit. The creaking and shaking gradually stopped amidst a burst of exciting ups and downs. Felicity lay in Sheng's arms with blurred eyes for a while before focusing gradually, becoming more energetic. After tidying up some messy hair, he rested his head on Sheng's shoulder and said lazily, "Honey, you are amazing. You are not bad too." Although he thought about the breakup situation with divergent thinking, but now her body, performance, and the pleasant response in progress make Sheng full of energy. After resting for a while, Sheng hugged Felicity and went to the bathroom. The water washed the two tired and lazy bodies and then returned to the bedroom to sleep in a hug. Appropriate exercise can enhance the quality of people's sleep, and it is also suitable for changing topics. At least Felicity's call to send Sheng has been turned off. All night till dawn. Felicity, who had had breakfast, went to work. Sheng took the notebook to the living room, monitoring Laurel's situation while browsing the news on the internet. Gotham, Central City, Metropolis, etc. Laurel hadn't been to the factory of Quinn Industries for several days, as if what happened last time was completely past tense. Her life is very regular at 3 o'clock every day. She leaves home in the morning to go to school, and goes home directly after school, acting like a primary school student. Therefore, Sheng's life in the past few days has also become very regular. During the day, he goes online and monitors Laurel's location by the way. In the evening, Felicity comes back to chat and watch TV, and then does some intense exercise before going to bed. Felicity is getting more and more radiant these days. The creaking voice sounded on time, and Felicity suddenly shouted excitedly. "Moved, moved. Isn't I moving all the time? I mean Laurel's position has moved." Felicity pointed sideways to the notebook next to her, which showed that the red dot at Laurel's position was indeed moving, as if she had come out of the house. "I came out of the house so late, will she go to you?" Felicity looked at Sheng excitedly. Su Sheng cast a glance and retracted his gaze. Although Laurel finally did something to make him happy, he still had to do the things in front of him first, and Felicity soon had no time to think about other things. The bright moonlight swayed the earth. There are few pedestrians on the streets of the slums. Only in the corners, you can occasionally see a few homeless people sleeping on the street. In front of the factory of Quinn Industrial, Laurel wears sportswear carrying a bag and looks around and takes a few deep breaths. After taking a sigh of relief, he began to retreat, sprinting, leaping high and grabbing the iron gate. The 2-meter-high iron gate made her a little strenuous, and it took her for a long time to climb over. After landing, Laurel opened the bag and took out 2 things. Flashlight, electric shock device. The darkness and empty space of the abandoned factory made the light of the flashlight appear extremely bright. According to memory, Laurel soon came to the place where he was kidnapped last time. The curved steel bar was still on the ground, and her voice echoed in the quiet space. "Is there anyone?" "I'm here." Su Sheng, are you there?" Laurel asked softly and tentatively but didn't get any response. "Isn't he absent?" A rush of roar's heat suddenly blew around his neck. Laurel shuddered subconsciously, turned on the electric shock, and slammed behind him. Zzz. The electric blaster emits faint electric light and sound. Laurel only felt that his wrist was tightened and he was grasped. The flashlight subconsciously shone it and suddenly found that Su Sheng was standing in front of him holding his wrist holding the electric blaster. Su Sheng smiled and looked at the electric shock device in her hand, grasping the fingers of her wrist slightly hard. Laurel snorted the electric shock device and instantly dropped his hand to the ground. Click. The landing sound was clear. Laurel shook slightly instinctively, and then found that Su Sheng's hand holding his wrist was strangely lit up with a blue light, as if, like the light of an electric shock device. With a crackling sound, Laurel instantly felt an electric current upload from his hand, making herself tremble. She stared at Su Sheng in disbelief and was stunned. After falling to the ground, her body twitched slightly. Ignoring Laurel who fell on the ground, Su Sheng looked down at his hands. The electric current shuttles at the fingertips, as his superimposed power begins to grow thicker and brighter, and finally spread all over the body. There are crackling noises in the air, and the dazzling blue light illuminates the surroundings. At the moment Su Sheng descends like Thor, with irresistible majesty. Although Su Sheng knew that the ability of the disciple could indeed replicate the power of matter, he had never had the opportunity to try. The past replication was passive acceptance, and what was replicated was nothing. Just now he saw the electric shock device, and he had a whim to try to see if he could replicate the power of the electric shock device. The result was very smooth. Although the power of this kind of electric shock device for self-defense is not strong, the initial strength is not important to Su Sheng, because he can stack power infinitely. Even if it is just a small electric current of the electric shock device, it can also be stacked to destroy it. The power of heaven and earth. Ring-ling-ling. The bell ringing from Laurel's bag interrupted his thoughts. Su Sheng put away the electric current, bent over and found the phone in her bag. There is no unfamiliar number labeled name. Su Sheng thought for a while and pressed the switch, followed by Felicity's eager voice from inside. "Is it you? Felicity?" Su Sheng was a little surprised that she actually called Laurel on the phone. Hearing Su Sheng's voice, Felicity breathed a sigh of relief and said eagerly, "There are 7 or 8 well-equipped people who are definitely not policemen coming in. Get out of there. Can you identify them?" Su Sheng cast a glance at Laurel, who had fainted to the ground, and asked with a chuckle. "Yes, but... find it and tell me." Su Sheng didn't hang up the phone but just put it in his pocket. Then he picked up 2 steel bars on the ground and gently broke them with both hands. At least 2 steel bars with thick fingers were instantly bent into a U-shape. Su Sheng then pulled Laurel up from the ground and brought it to the wall, his body straightened and his arms extended. The U-shaped steel bar wrapped her arm directly into the wall. The sturdy wall was easily penetrated like a tofu dregs project, and the other side was made in the same way, and Laurel was fixed to the wall in a blink of an eye. Poor Laurel has only seen Su Sheng twice, but fainted both times and was fixed by steel bars both times. Last time it was on the ground, this time it was on the wall. Fortunately, Su Sheng didn't strip her clothes off this time, at least not now. I found it. Felicity's voice rang from the phone. Su Sheng answered the phone and heard Felicity say in surprise, "Most people wear masks and it is difficult to find their looks and characteristics, but one person should be their leader." Dinah Lance, Kuan Tin Lance's ex-wife, Laurel's mother. I tried to investigate her detailed information but found that the level of confidentiality is as high as yours. She won't have anything to do with you, right? I have nothing to do with her. Su Sheng said with a chuckle, "You did a good job. When I go back to reward you, I hang up first. Be careful yourself." Su Sheng hung up the phone and deleted the call log, and then pointed the flashlight Laurel brought at her. A bright beam hit her, and Su Sheng stood by. At the entrance of the plant, the door was gently pulled open. Gulyalu. A flashing thunder was thrown in, and the dazzling light illuminates the entire plant. Immediately after the door was suddenly opened vigorously, people in combat uniforms and masks rushed up. These people are well organized and experienced. The moment they came in, they found the target's muzzle aimed instantly, but, they found that the target person didn't seem to be dazzled by the flash and thunder, instead they had time to look at them with a smile. Da-da-da. The sound of high heels sounded from the door, and a middle-aged woman with a paralyzed face came in from the door. Glancing at Su Sheng and Laurel on the wall, she frowned slightly just about to speak. At this time, the smiling Su Sheng suddenly moved. Zzz. The electric light lit up on his body. Su Sheng raised his hand and slammed a finger in their direction. Boom. The electric current increased countless times and rushed out fiercely, transforming into a blue python with an open blood basin in the air and swallowing these people in an instant. In the snake's belly, in the electric light, the guns in these people's hands exploded instantly, screams and groans sounded, and these people fell to the ground one after another. The electro-optical python roared and stopped suddenly in front of the middle-aged woman, and then slowly turned. The blue electro-optical body surrounded her, huge amounts of snake head suspended beside her, and an electric current like a letter was constantly beside her. Flickering, the electric current in the air caused her hair to float one by one. She didn't move, watching Su Sheng approaching without squinting. She seemed extremely calm. "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Su Sheng asked with a smile. Puff through. The middle-aged woman suddenly sat on the ground, her eyes flashing shock and horror without squinting just now. "I thought you were so calm because of your knowledge and knowledge." The contrast between the front and the back made Su Sheng faintly stunned and then burst into laughter. "Talk about your identity." Dinah Lance glanced subconsciously at the electro-optical python next to her, and then at her daughter fixed on the wall in the distance and the agent team who fell on the ground unconsciously, her throat wriggling uncontrollably. The investigation data does not say that he still has such a super ability. Have you ever heard of Tianyanhui? Tianyanhui is a special department under the United States government, which is responsible for understanding and handling Superman-type incidents. She watched Su Sheng slowly speaking in shock. "What you did in Gotham has threatened the security and peace of human society, so we need to talk to you." Although the government organizations in the DC world do not have the same sense of presence as in the Marvel world, Su Sheng has heard of it. It's just that Laurel's mother Dinah Lance is actually a member of the Sky Eye, so it is the Sky Eye who made her files confidential. "This is how you talk about it." Su Sheng glanced at the agents lying on the ground behind him, shaking his head in chuckles. Dinah Lance said, "This is a necessary means of protection before you are uncertain about your attitude, so they didn't shoot, didn't they? What's more, you seem to have kidnapped an innocent person now. I can't judge what you want to do." "What? If you let her go, I am willing to solemnly apologize to you and have a good talk." It's another one who uses an apology as a bargaining chip. Sheng shook his head slightly. Why don't you understand? When you don't have chips, you should apologize early and fight for opportunities, but when you have chips, you don't need to apologize at all. With that said, Sheng turned and walked towards Laurel, who had not yet woken up. What a beautiful face. Looking at Laurel, who was hanging his head slightly, Sheng stretched out his fingers with a chuckle, and the flash of fingertips stroked her cheeks. Zzz. Laurel's face trembled slightly. What are you going to do? Dinah Lance shouted with excitement in an instant. Do you think I didn't know that she was your daughter? Sheng squinted at Dinah Lance. Originally, she was not dangerous, I just wanted to give her a choice. Definitely, this is also to satisfy my own interests. But not necessarily anymore. Sorry. Dinah Lance was stunned, followed by a straightforward apology. Not enough. Sheng shook his head slightly. Dinah Lance stood up slowly and walked towards Sheng silently. Sheng looked at her with interest. Step by step. Dinah Lance stopped a few steps away from Sheng, and suddenly knelt down with a thud. I'm sorry that I chose the wrong way to meet you. If you get angry because of my behavior, I hope you can let my daughter go to me. Only her daughter is left. Just be decisive and sincere. Sheng looked at Dinah Lance, who was kneeling on the ground, and said with a smile, Look at your age and love your daughter, and I should forgive you according to the truth, but, I don't want to. You say me what you did in Gotham has threatened the security and peace of human society. Didn't you find the wrong person? My name is Sheng, not Bane. Although it has nothing to do with justice, I killed Bane and saved Gotham. You said I threatened the security and peace of human society? Dinah Lance said solemnly. We have investigated you, extreme selfishness, and typical antisocial personality disorder. Although you are occasionally friendly and easy to get along with, it depends on your mood, and most of your actions are driven by instinctive desires, the unpredictability is very strong, and you are very aggressive and destructive. It sounds like the standard configuration of a villain. Sheng smiled brightly. It's a pity that I can't stand scrutiny, who is not selfish. If Laurel was not your daughter, would you just kneel down and apologize? When you are in a good mood, you will be friendly and easy to get along with, and even when you are in a bad mood. Will be indifferent and even quarrel with others, right? Drinking water, eating, making love, shopping, who is not driven by instinctive desire. You will only do it if you want. Just from the character analysis, I was classified as a threat, a villain, and even ignored my behavior to save Gotham. This is a typical extreme ego mentality. Let me guess, if I cooperate and obey, you might be if you control me, you may lose your freedom, or you may lose your life or become cannon fodder to do things for you. If I don't cooperate with you, you will regard me as a threat and destroy me. Actually, it has nothing to do with character and behavior, and it has nothing to do with justice and evil. It is so high-sounding that it's just one sentence, children are right and wrong, and adults only look at the pros and cons, right? Dinah Lance was silent for a while and nodded slowly. Right. So the A** decides the head. Sheng smiled. I like your frankness, so you should have heard all of you, Miss Laurel. In this case, what should you say to me? Laurel wakes up. Dinah Lance looked at her daughter subconsciously, and saw her daughter raised her head and opened her eyes in a complex silence. In the past few days, Laurel had not made up his mind whether to find Sheng or not until tonight. The mother suddenly appeared at home and confessed to her as the secret agent of Tiantianyan, and then asked why Sheng came to her. After she finished speaking, her mother said that Sheng was very dangerous and needed to be controlled. She also said that she would know from him about the real murderer behind the scenes, so Laurel decided to come to Sheng today. I just didn't expect to be stunned by the weird horror when I saw Sheng, and I didn't expect to hear the conversation between my mother and Sheng when I woke up. Whether it is the mother of righteous or the evil Su Sheng, they are different from what she had previously imagined and thought. It seems that you don't know what I should do, so follow my method. Su Sheng said with a chuckle. One must die. Hearing Su Sheng's words, Dinah Lance and Laurel were shocked. Are they going to choose between their mother and daughter? I. The two yelled out almost at the same time. Su Sheng laughed blankly. The love between mother and daughter is very touching, but at least listen to me to finish talking. The person who died is either the person in charge of the Sky Eye Society, or the murderer behind the Gold Medal Queen. Choose one. Not their mother and daughter, but the person in charge of the Sky Eye Society or the real murderer behind the Gold Medal Queen. Is this still optional? Dinah Lance, as the agent of the Sky Eye Club, knows how difficult Amanda Waller is to kill. Even if she succeeds by luck, the Sky Eye Club will be hunted endlessly by the United States government. On the contrary, although she didn't know who was behind the accident of the Gold Medal Quinn, what kind of strength and power she had, but killing him to avenge Dinah Lance for her daughter did not have any psychological burden at all, and she could still use her eyes to see afterwards. Strengthen the aftermath. What if we don't choose? Dinah Lance asked Su Sheng. Su Sheng said nothing. But in this case, if you don't choose, you might kill them, right? Dinah Lance took a deep breath. In this case, I choose the murderer who killed my daughter. Tell me his identity and I will kill her in the fastest time. You can't change it after you choose, are you sure? Sure. What about you? Su Sheng looked at Laurel. Although she didn't want to choose, at the moment, she could only nod her head and agree. Su Sheng patted Laurel's little face with satisfaction and said to Dinah Lance, people will leave it to her to kill, you can go. Dinah Lance was anxious in an instant. She's just an ordinary person, you do this to let her go to death, tell me the identity of that person, 1 week, no, 3 days, you give me 3 days and I promise to kill him. I don't care when he will die but she must kill people. You are not qualified to bargain. After all, I am a villain. Su Sheng smiled brightly. Villain. Dinah Lance felt very ironic when she heard the word. You can follow her dynamics, but I advise you not to provide any help. Although I will not kill you or her, I will kill Quentin Lance. Su Sheng said leisurely. Dinah Lance may sacrifice her ex-husband for her daughter, but Laurel will never harm her father, so even if she offers her help, Laurel will not accept it and may even take the initiative to expose it for fear of her misunderstanding. Dinah Lance and Laurel's faces were very ugly. Don't be frustrated, you can continue to trouble me if you can't help Laurel. What if you are lucky to kill me? Then don't worry about her safety and you don't have to be threatened by me. You can also fly far and high, maybe I lose interest if I can't find you for a while. Seeing the ugly looks of the two, Su Sheng made suggestions for them very seriously. Come on, I am optimistic about you. I'll contact you tomorrow. Su Sheng smiled at Laurel, turned and walked away. When his figure left the factory building, the electro-optical python suspended in the distance disappeared, and the factory building fell into dimness for an instant, only the light of the flashlight shone on Laurel's body alone. The mother and daughter looked at each other. Dinah Lance was silent and wanted to put her daughter down, but, the steel stripes didn't move. When Dinah Lance took a lot of effort to put her daughter down, Su Sheng had already returned to the apartment. As soon as he opened the door and entered, Su Sheng saw Felicity sprang from the sofa neatly and threw himself directly into his arms. Are you okay? I'm worried to death. I can see it. Su Sheng patted Felicity on the back and said with a chuckle. Wearing this way at home in the middle of the night, are you planning to run with me at any time? Aren't you really going to run? Felicity raised her head to look at Su Sheng. It's not necessary for the time being, so take off your clothes and wait for me in the bedroom. I will go after a shower. Su Sheng bowed his head and kissed her and let go to the bathroom. Felicity let out a long sigh of relief and turned and walked back to the bedroom. It didn't take long for Felicity to see Sheng coming in after taking a shower. She wanted to ask him what happened. As soon as Sheng came over, she hugged herself and kissed him. After a while, she made a creaking sound from the bedroom again. It was already the next morning when she wanted to ask again. Because of last night's exercise, Felicity only had time to confirm with Sheng that she didn't need to run, and then went out to work in a hurry. Ask the others when they come back. Soon after she went out, Sheng noticed that Laurel was also coming out of the house to go to school. Remember the route, bring the key and carry the bag. Sheng also went out. Stop and don't run. Fact, if you have the ability, you can chase me up and kill the policeman. As soon as he came out of the apartment, Sheng heard shouts from a distance. Following the sound, it seemed that a middle-aged policeman was chasing a black man who grabbed a bag. The nearby pedestrian stepped away in horror. The black man satirized the police behind him proudly, and ran towards Sheng's direction. Quentin Lance. Sheng somewhat accidentally recognized the middle-aged policeman chasing the black man. Isn't this Laurel's father? Seeing them get farther and farther, the black man gets closer and closer to him. Sheng, who happened to get in the way, took a step back and walked away. Seeing his actions, the blacks looked arrogant and proud, but Quentin Lance was unwilling to do so. This is the city of Starling, and no citizen is willing to help the police. The black man came running fast, and while running, he took a moment to glance at Sheng and showed an expression that counts you. Sheng smiled and leaned forward with his left foot. The running black man leaned forward and flew out instantly, landing on the ground and gliding for a long time before stopping. The surroundings are extremely silent. No one thought that this smiling teenager would do this. Quentin Lance was stunned and hurried to catch up with him and put on handcuffs on the black man's arm, and said gratefully to Sheng at the same time. Thank you for your help. It's a matter of raising your hand. Sheng smiled brilliantly and watched Quentin Lance lift up the blood-stained black man. Tusk, this is the legendary face break. When the two were talking, a woman panting and wearing professional attire ran from behind, and said to Quentin Lance gratefully, thank you very much. There is a very important law in this bag. Files, if they are lost, it will be very troublesome. If you want to thank her, thank her. If it weren't for his willingness to help, I'm afraid you won't be able to get your bag back. Quentin Lance handed the bag over and looked around. The pedestrians around each bowed their heads and quickened their pace, as if nothing had happened. Thank you very much for your help. The woman in professional attire took out a business card from her bag and solemnly handed it to Sheng. My name is Anna Rowling and I am a lawyer. If there is anything I can help, you can call me at any time. Okay. Sheng took the business card and turned to Quentin Lance. Can you borrow your phone? I had an appointment with someone to meet, but now. Definitely. Quentin Lance handed the phone over enthusiastically. Sheng smiled at him thankfully, holding the phone and turning around and dialing Laurel's number. After a few sounds, Laurel's somewhat puzzled voice was heard. Dad, what's the matter? We made an appointment to meet today. You shouldn't forget it. Sheng asked in a relaxed tone. It's you. Why did you have my dad's call? What did you do to him? I have promised your terms, why are you? Laurel recognized Sheng's voice, thinking of his threat yesterday and now take it again when her father called herself. She panicked. My dear, don't be angry, let's meet and say okay. It's still the same place, I can be there in about half an hour. Sheng said softly before hanging up and returning it to Quentin Lance. Thanks. Like what you said. Quentin Lance returned the phone with a smile. He didn't know his effort but scared his daughter. Can I go now? Sheng asked. Definitely. Sheng smiled politely at Quentin Lance and Anna Rowling, and left. 20 minutes later. In front of the gate of the Quinn factory, Laurel, with an anxious look, saw Sheng appear and hurriedly greeted him. What did you do to my father? Su Sheng chuckled softly, I just ran into your father who helped him catch a bag thief. By the way, I just used his phone to contact you. Really? Laurel was skeptical. Don't you know if you give him one? Su Sheng said casually. Laurel took out the arc hesitation and struck it over. A few seconds later there was a noisy and busy voice on the phone. Is there anything? I'm busy here. No, it's okay. Then hang up first. Quentin Lance hung up before Laurel could say the second sentence. Just about to put it down, Quentin Lance subconsciously flipped through the call records. There was no unfamiliar number. The last call was her daughter's number. Did you delete it after the fight? Quentin Lance mumbled without thinking, put away the phone and got busy. Remember not to be so stupid in the future. If a villain uses the phone of someone you know to call you, remember to confirm the situation first. Don't be stupid and come over directly. Looking at Laurel, who put away the phone with a sigh of relief, Su Sheng felt that if someone sent her a, Su Sheng, make money, she might follow this message. Who knows what you will do? Laurel murmured in his heart, secretly. Have you brought money? Su Sheng asked suddenly. Take it, take it. Come with me. Su Sheng patted her shoulder, leading the way. After walking for about 10 minutes, Su Sheng took her to the door of a hotel. What are you doing here? Laurel asked suspiciously. Do you want to be outside when you open the room? I don't care if you don't mind. Laurel didn't want to choose to open the room or outside, but when Su Sheng saw that she hadn't answered for a long time and was about to pull her away, she could only choose to open the room. Enter the hotel, open the room, pay the money, and get the key. Su Sheng put his arms around Laurel with a reluctant face and entered the room. The door closed, and Laurel was nervous when she saw Su Sheng took out the camera from her bag and pointed at her face that turned pale in an instant. Take off. Su Sheng said. Laurel gritted her teeth and looked at Su Sheng resentfully, and took it off reluctantly. She dared not resist. She is not afraid of death, but she is afraid that Su Sheng will not let her family go. One by one, when she was innocent, Su Sheng found a good angle to fix the camera, then turned around and took out a tape measure from her bag and came to her and began to measure her figure carefully. What do you want to do? Laurel did not dare to resist at the mercy. Help you make a dress. Su Sheng answered casually, squeezing at the same time. You have a better figure than my girlfriend. You still have a girlfriend? Laurel sneered. Let's introduce you to each other later. Su Sheng put the tape measure away and turned back to pick up the camera and look at it, and finally put it back in the bag together. Although your figure is good, your physical fitness can only be regarded as average. In the future, you will need to strengthen your physical strength and strength. Only with a good body can you defeat your enemies. Like you. For example, the behind-the-scenes murderer who caused the accident on the gold medal Quinn and killed your sister. Su Sheng didn't care about Laurel's little resistance. His power is all over Starling City, so once your identity is exposed, it will be troublesome, and his personal strength is very strong. From physical skills alone, even if I train you to death, your ability may not be able to win, so I will help. You prepare some gadgets. All you have to do is train again, and then start with his minions. Seeing Su Sheng's serious look, Laurel was lost. Although she knows that Su Sheng may not be a bad person, but from his unscrupulous behavior, it can be determined that he is not a good person. But Laurel didn't understand why he was staring at him, let alone whether he wanted to hurt himself or help himself. Do you know Sarah? Laurel couldn't help asking. Sarah? We haven't seen it. Su Sheng shook his head. Then why are you so persistent to let me avenge Sarah? Laurel asked inexplicably. I definitely want you to become a black canary in advance so that the future legendary team can find me. By the way, arrange another part-time job for Felicity. Su Sheng looked at Laurel and smiled and said, want to know? I won't tell you. You just need to make yourself stronger now. You should know the simple physical training methods. Let's get started. Now. Laurel was stunned to pick up the clothes and put them on. No, just practice like this, at least my eyes won't be boring. Sheng took her clothes first and threw them on the bed and lay down, his chin slightly raised. Start your performance. Laurel gritted his teeth and glared at Sheng shamelessly, without moving. Sheng smiled without saying a word and raised his finger. The electric current flickered and jumped directly. What? Laurel shivered violently. I didn't mean to urge you, but it does. Sheng smiled and raised his finger. Laurel started reluctantly. This persecuted sense of shame made her uncomfortable at first, wishing to find a place to sew in, but gradually Laurel found that Sheng hadn't been staring at herself at all, even if her eyes were on her, there was no such thing as her eyes. The disgusting feeling, on the contrary, seems to be supervising oneself. Once he stopped or slowed down, he would raise his finger to stimulate himself to continue training. Gradually Laurel began to concentrate. No matter what Sheng's purpose is, it is always right for him to become stronger. The law may be able to maintain justice, but strength can protect itself. Unknowingly, the morning passed by sweating like this. When she heard Sheng said that she could stop, Laurel seemed to hear the sound of nature. What shame, what anger, she just wanted to lie on the ground motionless now. Looking at Laurel, who looked like a dead dog, Sheng smiled dumbly, and kicked it lazily. Don't pretend to be dead, get up and take a shower and get dressed and prepare to go. Let me rest. As the saying goes, everything is hard at the beginning, then hard in the middle, and hard at the end. Anyway, it's so hard. Why don't you take a break? Get up quickly. Sheng didn't mean to pity Xiangyu at all. Seeing Laurel refuse to get up, just drive. Powered up. Zzz. Laurel got up suddenly with a oops, and ran into the bathroom like a windy woman. After a while, Laurel took a shower and dressed neatly and went out with Sheng. Just then, the door of the next room opened and a middle-aged man walked out. This person looked at Laurel, whose legs and feet were weak and flushed, and looked at Laurel again. Sheng, who looked relaxed and free as usual, stretched out his thumb, admiring it. Sheng nodded modestly with a smile, so. The sun is scorching and the sun is dazzling. Sheng, who just came out of the hotel, tilted his head slightly, the sun swayed on Laurel's body, long brown hair shawl, exquisite face with redness, and a slightly lazy expression exuding charming charm. Shall we go back again? Sheng said suddenly. Go back. Didn't you just come out? The room has retired. Laurel was stunned and turned to look at Sheng. As soon as he turned his head, he saw him looking at him, his dark eyes filled with interest and possessiveness. This is different from the look in the eyes when supervising his exercise before, it is the kind of desire for men and women who want to own themselves. This kind of direct gaze made Laurel subconsciously avoid the eye contact, clearly wearing her clothes tightly, but she was even shyer than when he looked naked during exercise. Laurel didn't know what to do. If he persecuted himself when he first opened the room or just after the exercise, he might feel resentful but would submit, but now Sheng asked her and she didn't know that she would do it. Forget it, leave some freshness. Sheng said lightly when Laurel was embarrassed. I won't supervise you during the afternoon exercise, just arrange it yourself. Laurel nodded subconsciously and saw that Sheng had waved away, and she also left here in a daze. Not long after I walked, I saw my mother greeted me with worry and anger. Are you all right? That guy didn't do anything to you, right? Laurel shook his head. Really? Dinah Lance didn't believe it. I took my daughter to the hotel early in the morning. When I came out, my daughter blushed and her legs were soft. As a person who came over, she would naturally think of something. Laurel nodded and said, Dinah Lance frowned. Didn't say who is behind the scenes. Didn't bully her daughter, just supervise her exercise. Dinah Lance thought about it and decided to wait and see for the time being. She had reported what happened last night. After all, the death of several agents is not a trivial matter. The instructions given to her above were to collect Su Sheng's intelligence as much as possible temporarily. After separating from Laurel, Su Sheng didn't return to the apartment but walked aimlessly on the street. What is the standard configuration of the hero? Uniforms and equipment are essential for training Laurel to become Black Canary in advance. Su Sheng had thought about it a long time ago. The uniform can go to Wayne Enterprise. Anyway, the identity of Talia Al Ghul has not been exposed. Now he is the largest shareholder of Wayne Group. He got a uniform based on the photo taken. It should be easy, right? Regular equipment can also be obtained from Wayne Enterprise. As for the iconic special equipment Sonic equipment, you can go to the center city to find Siska Raymond. Although I don't know each other, I don't have money, but is it important? Unimportant. Unknowingly, Su Sheng found himself in a park. Even though the sun was scorching, many people still had lunch or dates here. Looking for a big shady tree to sit on the grass, Su Sheng looked around leisurely and wondered, waiting for Felicity to come back from get off work to help her contact Talia Al Ghul. The sunlight passed through the branches, and a woman suddenly appeared from behind the tree, with long burgundy hair and a black dress. After running over, she looked back and it seemed that someone was chasing her. This time she saw Su Sheng sitting leaning on the tree, and her eyes lit up instantly. She turned around and walked quickly to Su Sheng and directly sat on his lap, holding her hands around him, and at the same time, her hands hooked Su Sheng's neck and kissed him directly. Very proactive, enthusiastic, and dedicated. As if the next moment, the sky is going directly to the floor. Her skills are jerky but very active, holding Su Sheng tightly as if to blend into his body. Ha ha. She suddenly snorted and then felt that she was holding her hand and turned her off and lying on the ground. The next moment she felt the other person pressing on her body, with her arms on top of her shoulders. The supporting hands hugged his head and kissed again. This made her a little angry and panicked, but she soon realized that this posture could cover herself more. After a slight surprise, she quickly relaxed and responded to the other party, unknowingly changing from pretending to true devotion. Running footsteps sounded from the side, and two men in black suits, black trousers and sunglasses, dressed in standard black ran over. After taking a look at the affectionate men and women on the ground, their eyes quickly turned away. Even if Europeans and Americans are open in public places like parks to see such intimate behavior, they will still be a little embarrassed and will subconsciously avoid them. Look separately. Looking around and not finding the target, the two men in black whispered a word and found them separately. The footsteps drifted away, but the affectionate men and women did not stop. For a long time. The immersed girl suddenly felt the other party's departure and opened her eyes blankly, and saw that the other party's handsome face was smiling but not smiling. Although a little embarrassed and shy, the girl smiled. "Can you get up from me first?" Su Sheng chuckled and turned over and lay down. The girl sat up and tidied up her clothes and hair. At the same time, she confirmed that the man in black had left the park and then said to Su Sheng, "Thank you for helping me. My name is Helena. How about you?" Su Sheng. "You have great skills. You weren't the first to say that, and it won't be the last." Su Sheng turned to look at Helena, supporting her head with one hand and putting one on her lap, and chuckled, "I can't do it here, I think continue to another place." Helena looked at Su Sheng's hand and said with a smile, "Want to fall in love with me? I'm afraid you won't dare. My name is Helena Bettinelli, my father Frank Bettinelli, the leader of the famous crime syndicate in Starling, wants to get me. You are not afraid of being killed by my father, Shanghai feeds the fish. What are you afraid of? I didn't plan to fall in love with you, how exciting it is to run after finishing up." Su Sheng said with a smile. "Are you really afraid? Try it. Seeing Su Sheng eager to try, Helena smiled. No today. I finally got rid of them to go to Central City. I can tell you my number. If you are really not afraid, you can call me at any time. Su Sheng slapped his legs and said with a smile, is it a coincidence? I also want to go to Central City. Do you really want to go to Central City or are you afraid to miss the opportunity? Helena asked suspiciously afterwards. Both. Forget it, I'll drive, you go to the side of the road and wait for me. Good. The two separated and Su Sheng walked to the side of the road. About 10 minutes or so, a sports car stopped in front of Su Sheng, the door opened, and Helena bent down and shouted at him. Su Sheng got into the car, and the roar sounded. The sports car sprang out with a swish. How far Starling is from the central city Su Sheng is really unclear, but Helena should be sure to come back before dark when Helena chooses this time. Speaking of her, she is a strange woman who is good at cheating, or the kind that can't be counted without cheating. As a mafia, the daughter of the criminal syndicate specifically opposed her lousy. At the beginning, she just collected evidence and prepared to report. She directly became a huntress and prepared to kill her relatives several times, until his father was accidentally killed by others in the exchange of fire, and her cheating trip was considered to be over. She briefly joined the Green Arrow team and the Bat family, and also worked as an oracle for a while, but unfortunately she was cruel and did not have the standard of not killing, so her philosophy was not consistent and she was again dressed as a huntress. Later, she joined the Justice League and learned how to control her temper and cruelty, but Batman opened her on the grounds that the League didn't need a killer. Don't take me to play. Okay, then I will find someone to play with. She and Black Canary Laurel Lance, Barbara Gordon, who was codenamed Oracle during the paralysis period, formed a small organization, the Raptor Team. The result is getting bigger and bigger. Catwoman, Katana, Poison Ivy have all joined this team. Definitely now it seems that Helena is still in the beginning period of cheating. Barbara Gordon, who is not yet paralyzed, Laurel Lance who has just started training, and Helena in front of him. This is to unlock the rhythm of the Raptor Team. Su Sheng couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Helena turned to Su Sheng and asked. What are you doing in Central City? Su Sheng smiled and shook his head and asked. Something was made to order. Helena said casually. What about you? What are you going to do? I want to find someone to order something. Helena gave him a blank glance. It is not convenient to take you where I go. If you are really not afraid of death, you will have 2 hours to wait until I finish getting my things. Good. Su Sheng responded with a smile. Entering the central city, Helena parked her car at a good-grade hotel. You get off here, right? I'll come here to find you in half an hour. Helena said. Su Sheng simply nodded and got out of the car. When he came over, he saw that the advanced lab was not far from here. Watching Helena drive away, Su Sheng leisurely walked towards the cutting-edge laboratory. The particle explosion has not yet occurred, and the cutting-edge laboratory has not been closed. Su Sheng was stopped by the security guard as soon as he arrived at the door. Excuse me sir, what can I do for you? I'm looking for Cisco Ramon. Su Sheng said with a smile. Excuse me, what's your name? The security guard asked while preparing to contact, but at this time the door opened but 2 people walked out. 1 man and 1 woman. The woman has long curly hair and shawl, the smile is bright and the demeanor is a lady. The man is not tall and has a dark complexion with shoulder-to-shoulder hair. It is the future vibe Cisco Raymond and the Frost Killer Caitlin Snow. Su Sheng smiled at the security guard and walked over to Cisco Raymond and Caitlin Snow who were talking while walking. Excuse me. Su Sheng stood in front of the 2 of them with a smile, and the 2 stopped to look at Su Sheng in doubt, and Cisco Raymond asked. Is there a problem? I want you to help me make something. What? Cisco Raymond stunned and laughed. Sorry, I don't know you. It doesn't matter, it's not important. I want to make a portable sonic device. The shape of the necklace is fine, but I have no materials and no compensation. You can only figure it out by yourself, and it is best to complete it in half an hour. Sheng continued to smile and said his request. Siscorman frowned. Did he meet a madman? I won't do anything for you, please get out of it. Really not? Sheng asked again. Please get out of the way. Cisco Raymond repeated it resolutely. Okay. Sheng sighed disappointedly and slowly raised his hand, and the sizzling electric current sounded in an instant. The electric current shuttled in his hand, and the blue light reflected on Cisco Raymond and on Caitlin Snow's shocked face. Sheng asked again as if unwillingly. Now, can it be done? Cisco Raymond stared blankly at Sheng's hand filled with electric light. Super ability, this is super ability, there really is super ability. The reaction of Cisco Raymond did not retreat but instead, a look of excitement appeared on his shocked face, and he asked quickly. How did you do it? Can you generate electricity as you like? What is the maximum electric current? Wouldn't it be electric to yourself? Seeing that Cisco Ramon was so excited that he stretched out his hand to give it a try, Sheng followed the security guard who drew his gun with his finger. The lightning hit the security guard instantly. Amid the screams and shaking, the security guard slowly fell to the ground and fainted. What? Cisco Raymond finally reacted, subconsciously blocking in front of Caitlin Snow. You, what are you going to do? Don't mess around, or we call the police. I didn't want to make the scene so nervous, I just wanted you to help me make a piece of sonic equipment. Looking at Caitlin Snow who tremblingly took out the phone from his bag, Sheng shook his head helplessly and raised his hand to let it go. Electric current. Ah! Caitlin Snow yelled, and Cisco Raymond was also shaken by the transmitted electric current. Boom! The electric current disappeared, Caitlin Snow fainted, and Cisco Raymond took a few steps back and sat on the ground with soft legs. Half an hour, I want to see what I want. Sheng walked over and picked up the fainted Caitlin Snow, said to Siscorman before turning and leaving. Caitlin. Siscorman reacted with a slight twitch and wanted to turn over his phone to call the police, but was stopped by someone, and was helped up. Professor Wells. Cisco Raymond looked at Harrison Wells, the owner of his mentor's cutting-edge laboratory, exclaimed excitedly. Caitlin was taken away by the electric shock madman. Electric shock mad. Siscorman's habit of naming people has gone deep into his soul. Harrison Wells's face twitched slightly, and he nodded solemnly. I know, I have seen it all. Why did he find you? I don't know him at all. I suddenly ran over and asked me to help him make a sonic device. There was no material and no compensation for me to figure out a solution. By the way, I only gave me half an hour. Cisco Ramon said hurriedly. He came for sonic equipment, so Caitlin will not be in danger for the time being. Don't call the police. You can make the sonic equipment. I will try to see if I can find him. Harrison Wells patted Cisco. Meng's shoulder seriously relieved. Caitlin will be fine, don't worry. Cisco Raymond nodded heavily. I'm going now. Back in the lab, Cisco Raymond began to make sonic equipment. Harrison Wells looked for Caitlin's whereabouts on the computer with a deep expression. At the moment. On the roof of a residential building near the advanced laboratory, Caitlin woke up faintly after being stunned. As soon as she opened her eyes, Caitlin saw Sheng who was close at hand, yelled in shock and hurriedly backed away. Sheng didn't draw near, but looked at Caitlin Snow who was panicked and said apologetically. Maybe I just got a new ability and I have a strong sense of freshness. I really like electric people recently, so I'm sorry to stun you. You, don't come over. Caitlin sat slumped and didn't seem to hear Sheng's words clearly, waving her hands indiscriminately and shouting loudly. I won't go there, I just. Don't come over you. Su Sheng took a long breath and flashed an electric light on his hand, his eyes swept coldly. "Shut up, or I will electrocute you." Caitlin Snow's body froze in fright, and instantly closed her red lips. Don't come over, come here, tell me, did I move?" Su Sheng said to Caitlin Snow angrily. "I found out that you people are sick. Or do you have a tendency to abuse? If you don't listen, do you have to turn your face?" Seeing Caitlin Snowsouthers trembling and calming down, Su Sheng squatted down in front of her and smiled. "That's right, calm down and be quiet. Don't yell at every turn like the heroine of a dog blood TV series. This will destroy your image in my heart, although I am more interested in the other you." Caitlin Snow looked at him tremblingly. "The other me? What's the meaning? I didn't intend to hurt you. You can leave after Cisco Raymond does what I want in half an hour, but before then I hope you can be obedient. Can you do it?" Su Sheng said softly asked. Caitlin Snow nodded. "Good." Su Sheng patted Caitlin Snow on the head with satisfaction, and asked casually. "Have you made a boyfriend?" Caitlin Snow shook his head. "I didn't pay." "It's okay, you're still more suitable for being single." Su Sheng chuckled lightly. Caitlin Snow is not happy anymore. "What makes me more suitable for being single?" she angrily asked. "Why? Why?" "Definitely is based on your ability." First, Ronnie Raymond, who was also the fiancé of Caitlin Snow, a member of the Advanced Laboratory, merged with Martin Stein after the Big Bang to form Firestorm and finally died in order to save the city. Followed by Hunter Zolman, the extreme speed of Earth 2. Rule the Earth 2, playing the Flash. Barry Allen did not want the results, also died. Although the last alchemist Julian Dorn didn't hang up, he just slipped away. Caitlin Snow is doomed to a lonely and dying rhythm. Patting Caitlin Snow on the shoulder, Su Sheng seriously showed his fearless spirit. "Remember, don't make a boyfriend. If you really need it, you can find me. The Buddha said, if I don't go to hell, whoever goes to hell. I have a hard life, you can't kill me. What does it mean to find you if you need it? What does it mean that you don't go to hell, who goes to hell? What makes your life hard? I can't kill you. If I can't beat you, I'll fight with you." Caitlin Snow turned her head to ignore Su Sheng. A baby was very angry, and the baby ignored your posture. However, when angry, Caitlin Snow is not as scared as before. Although this person is very annoying, it seems that he really didn't mean to hurt himself. As soon as the fear disappears, curiosity naturally rises. Although she is not obsessed with super ability like Cisco Raymond, as a bioengineer, she is curious about how Su Sheng generates electric current. If possible, she even wants to do a complete inspection of the data. "What's your name?" Caitlin Snow asked tentatively. "Su Sheng." "Are you from Huaxia? Are you born with super ability, or is it caused by some changes the day after tomorrow? Have you checked your body?" Su Sheng asked with a smile. "What? Do you want to check it for me?" Caitlin Snow first nodded, followed and shook his head. "Although there is no confirmed example, your situation should be a genetic change. If I can do a detailed examination for you in the laboratory, I might be able to figure out what you got. The reason for exceeding ability and the upper limit of ability." Caitlin Snow sighed with regret. In this situation, she has no chance to help Su Sheng check her body. "If you can keep the secret, how about I come to you when I have a chance to secretly check it for me? The ugly thing is first. If you can't do it, then I can only kill you." Caitlin Snow. With that said, Su Sheng is also curious about his body structure. "Really?" Caitlin Snow asked eagerly, his eyes lit up. "When? Look at my mood. That's a deal. I won't tell anyone the results of the inspection. I just want to know why." Caitlin Snow was afraid that Su Sheng would regret it and hurriedly said his phone number. "You will call me ahead of time when that happens, so I can arrange it." "Good." Su Sheng noted the number and nodded. Why do you need sonic equipment? Caitlin Snow suddenly reacted. He has super ability and shouldn't need such equipment. You will know later. Time passed unconsciously during the conversation between the two. Su Sheng did not carry her nor tide her, so he went downstairs and returned to the cutting-edge laboratory. At the moment, the door of the cutting-edge laboratory. The security guard who had been stunned had been sent to the laboratory for treatment, and Cisco Raymond was standing at the door with Harrison Wells holding a box. Seeing Su Sheng and Caitlin Snow coming over while chatting, the two of them were shocked. What's the situation? Caitlin Snow was kidnapped by Su Sheng. Why are you back now like a friend? Caitlin, are you okay? Cisco Raymond asked worriedly when they saw the two coming over. Caitlin Snow glanced at Su Sheng and shook his head. I'm fine, he didn't do anything to me. That's good. Cisco Ramon handed the box over with a sigh of relief. This is what you want. Su Sheng took it and opened it. Inside the box was a round device with a dial file size, fixed on a 2-finger-wide black metal ring. Cisco Raymond dutifully began to explain how to use the equipment. Just touch with your fingers to use, and touch to mediate the power of sound waves. After listening to Cisco Raymond's explanation, Su Sheng patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction. You really are a genius. I found you the right one, thank you. It's okay, mainly because the time is too tight or I can do better. After the explanation, Cisco Raymond heard Su Sheng's praise and gratitude and couldn't help feeling regretful and felt that more functions could be added. By the way, where did you put the locator? Su Sheng asked casually as if to remember it inadvertently. On the metal ring. Cisco Meng said it directly, and as soon as he finished speaking, he reacted with regret on his face, and he even said it. Seeing Harrison Wells's speechless expression, he tentatively asked Su Sheng. Can you treat it as if you didn't hear it? I'm afraid not. Su Sheng shook his head and directly removed the black metal ring and handed it to Cisco Raymond. Cisco Ramon covered his face and took it. Goodbye everyone. Su Sheng waved his hand and turned away. Seeing him leave like this, Cisco Raymond couldn't help asking. Just forget it. Or, let's call the police. He would have left when the police arrived. Where can I find it? Harrison Wells shook his head. As long as Caitlin is okay, go back to the lab first. Back to the laboratory, Harrison Wells asked Caitlin Snow about Su Sheng. After confirming that she was not injured, he comforted a few words and left. At the moment Su Sheng was standing at the door of the hotel that had an appointment with Helena. After waiting for a few minutes for the roar from far and near, Helena parked the car and walked towards him. You are really waiting for me here. Why not? Su Sheng smiled brilliantly. Let's go. Helena took Su Sheng's arm into the hotel. Hey, take the room card, and as soon as he entered the elevator, Helena voluntarily hooked Su Sheng on the neck and kissed it. Hot kisses. After coming out of the elevator, the two people found the room and opened the door. Su Sheng closed the door easily, and Helena retreated slightly, panting. Are you sure? If you let my father know you will be dead. Take off. Su Sheng replied simply. Helena smiled and opened the chain of the skirt with her back. The skirt fell off instantly and then took the initiative to hug Su Sheng again. There is no creaking sound. After all, this is a high-level hotel, but even if there is, it shouldn't be able to cover up Helena's voice. It was crazy. The shouts from the bottom of the horse seemed to let everyone know what she was doing. The blood was accompanied by cruelty, and Helena seemed to be immersed in a certain twisted psychological enjoyment. After a long time, Helena, who had come to rest, smiled softly. It feels really good. I am a little bit reluctant to have an accident. Don't let my father kill you. What you care about will torture you. Expectation is the root of all pain. I am happy to help you relieve the pain. Su Sheng smiled brightly. Helena's smile froze slightly, as if thinking of something, she shook her head after a long while. First of all, you have to live. After speaking, she limped to the bathroom. Helena thought 2 hours should be more than enough before, but more than 2 hours have passed since she came out of the hotel and was preparing to return to Starling. It was already dark when she returned to Starling. Helena parked the car aside and turned her head to look at Sheng. Tell me your phone number. I will find you if I think. Sheng shook his head and said. Why? Helena asked unhappy. Sheng smiled and waved to get out of the car. I will find you. Helena yelled after him, but Sheng had disappeared into the night on the street. Helena snorted and started the car to go home. As soon as she got home, she saw her father sitting in the living room with a sullen face, and Helena gave a blank expression to roar and prepared to go upstairs. Stop! Aren't you going to explain to me where you went? I didn't go to kill and set fire anyway. You! Frank Bettinelli walked up to Helena and slapped his hand. Snapped. The sound is crisp. Frank Bettinelli stared at his daughter angrily. You have to remember that you are my daughter. No matter what I do, you are my daughter. This cannot be changed. You better understand this as soon as possible. Helena covered her face and coldly watched her father turn upstairs. Check it out for me. I want to know where she has been and who she was with during this time. Frank Bettinelli turned his head and shouted to the butler. Yes. The butler lowered his head in response. He wanted to know who his daughter did and what she did with her. Similarly, Felicity also wanted to know who Sheng did and what she did with her. When she came back from get off work, she found that Sheng was not at home and started to worry. As a result, when Sheng came back, she started to worry. Felicity smelled the perfume that didn't belong to him. Who is she? Felicity pushed his glasses and asked Sheng seriously. Who? Sheng answered casually. Whose perfume smells on you? Is there? I took a shower, maybe it was afterwards. Sheng sniffed and didn't smell anything. Sometimes a woman's nose is better than a police dog. He hugged Felicity and said with a smile. I supervised Laurel training in the morning, and in the afternoon I helped people get rid of the bodyguards at home and took a ride to Central City just back. This is the sonic equipment I bought for Laurel. Please check to see if there are any problems. Sheng handed the sonic equipment to Felicity and kissed her on the cheek. I'll take another bath. Is there anything to eat at home? Get some for me. I haven't eaten yet. Seeing Sheng walking to the bathroom naturally, Felicity responded blankly. Sonic equipment. Looking down at the equipment in his hand, Felicity went to the kitchen to help him heat up something before returning to the living room to check it. This inspection made Felicity very amazed. The design is very delicate and powerful. The size is not large and easy to carry around. The power of the sound wave is divided into several grades. This thing can play a great role without precautions. How about it? Sheng came to Felicity's side and hugged her after taking a shower and eating. Very powerful design, there are no defects in the equipment structure. Felicity said. There is just one problem, users will also be affected when it is launched, and it needs to be prepared in advance. It's okay without a locator. Just go back to the problem you mentioned and get a pair of lowered earplugs. Sheng said disapprovingly. Yeah. Felicity nodded. Professional equipment requires professional equipment and materials. Although Felicity can make earplugs that meet her needs, it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. She has no money, no equipment, and no materials, so Sheng plans to let Laurel himself to find ways to. Let Felicity check Talia L. Gore's phone number, and Sheng met Laurel at yesterday's small hotel the next day. By coincidence, it was in yesterday's room. Do you have to come here? Laurel asked Sheng embarrassedly. What? Afraid of being seen? Sheng asked with a smile. I don't have that much money to open a room with you every day. Laurel said bitterly. Then make money. If you want to be a hero who protects the city and punishes sins, you can't have money. Then, this is the equipment I kidnapped for you yesterday. Sheng took out the sonic equipment. Laurel was stunned. You kidnapped again? Can't get used to it. Then stop me when you have the strength. Sheng said the usage of the equipment and followed. You won't be able to use this stuff for the time being. I'll talk about it when you lay the foundation. Okay, don't get too slow and start today's exercise. In the morning, I will do physical exercises, and in the afternoon I will teach you fighting skills. Life is as if Chang Jian can't resist, so enjoy it. Although Laurel doesn't know whether Sheng's behavior is a strong sword, she can only accept it. Silently taking off his coat, Laurel saw Sheng lying down on the bed again, gritted his teeth and continued. Just like yesterday. In order to prevent being trained by electric Laurel, she was very focused and meticulous, but even so after the morning training, she was also electrocuted a lot, so she felt that she would be immune to electric current in the future. After taking a shower and taking a break without food, the afternoon fighting training began. Laurel has no basis in fighting, so Sheng chose several fighting techniques that can give full play to her physical advantages. They are mainly Muay Thai and French kicking, combined with free fighting in Taekwondo. It would be better to add Wing Chun, but unfortunately the person he copied didn't know how to learn it, and he didn't bother to learn it and had to wait for Batman to come back. Anyway, these were enough for Laurel to learn for a while. The concept of Liangxiang Ziyu doesn't seem to exist on Sheng. If you should do it, you won't be merciful just because Laurel is a woman or a woman without clothes. When the training is over, Laurel's white body is blue and purple. Go back and rest early, don't be late at the same time tomorrow. Sheng said to Laurel from the hotel. I may not be able to come tomorrow. Laurel said hesitation. Something. I plan to move out, and I will move tomorrow. Laurel explained. Live by yourself? It's okay, it will be convenient then wait until you finish moving. Laurel responded and limped away exhaustedly. Sheng went around to find a public phone booth and called Talia al Ghul. Hey. As soon as he called, Roar heard the cold snort of Talia al Ghul gnashing his teeth on the phone. It's you. Sheng chuckled dumbly. Awesome, you remember my voice so deeply, does Bruce Wayne know it? What do you want? Talia al Ghul asked coldly. I want a uniform made of the same Batman material. I will tell you the size and requirements. You can remember it. You are threatening me? Sheng paused for a moment, then chuckled, yes, I'm threatening you. If you don't follow suit, I will break your identity and send out the gadgets you took, how about it? Are you scared? Don't you think I'm shameless? Do you want to kill me? Under what circumstances do you feel uncomfortable? Don't you feel uncomfortable? The daughter of the dignified master ninja, the real murderer who almost destroyed Gotham behind the scenes, Talia al Ghul was trembling with Sheng's vain anger. Roar's gasp was clearly audible, and she suppressed the anger in her heart after a long while. In order to destroy Gotham, the old lady endured it. Hello, you are fine, Shinobu endured, but she always felt that her thoughts were incomprehensible without saying a few ruthless words. I'm okay with you, you thought it was Huiyuan Shenbao. I didn't put you in my eyes again. I have a hammer to use for ruthless words. Just prepare what I want. Sheng hits breaking off Talia al Ghul's words made the anger she had endured suddenly rushed up again. I will kill you, sure, I will kill you. Listening to the roar on the phone, Sheng tilted his head slightly and said impatiently. Don't yell at my big roar, I was scared by dogs when I was a kid. Do you call me a dog? Do you dare to call me a dog? Dogs are good friends of humans, so why do good friends quarrel? Can't you just sit down and slap each other calmly? Sheng said earnestly. Talia al Ghul's chest kept rising and falling, and after a long while she sneered, "When I see you, I will slap you. If you can do it." Su Sheng chuckled disapprovingly, then paused to talk about the size and requirements of the uniform. Talia al Ghul knew that he was the one who would suffer if he continued to quarrel, just as the B*************** D said. Why did he quarrel? Kill him directly when you see him. 3 days later, deliver the things to Frank Bettinelli's house in Starling. It's easy to find out who Frank Bettinelli is by Thalia al Ghul's ability. After all, he is the leader of the crime syndicate in Starling. Su Sheng would not be so stupid to think that she would deliver things obediently without making any arrangements. If you die a fellow Taoist but not a poor Tao, who is not a pit. Helena shouldn't mind anyway. Hanging up, Su Sheng left. In the Wayne Group, the president's office, Talia al Ghul put down the phone and leaned on the chair, thinking with his eyes closed. This size is obviously for women. It doesn't matter who wears it. The important thing is to kill Su Sheng through this opportunity, and get back what he photographed if it doesn't help. She suddenly opened her eyes and thought of someone. The kitten. She was in the same cell as Su Sheng before. With this relationship, she was very easy to approach Su Sheng. Even if she couldn't kill her, she could get back what she wanted with her ability to steal things. As for why Catwoman can help. Didn't she want to wash off the criminal record software? With the bait, can the fish still be caught? Talia al Ghul found Catwoman while having someone make a uniform. Don't look at Catwoman's appearance, the trail is hard to find, but Talia al Ghul naturally has her own way. After finding Catwoman, as Miranda Tate, she asked Catwoman for help and said that Su Sheng used the photo as a threat to subdue it. She hoped that she could find Su Sheng to get back the filmed items, and in return she could wash off the criminal record. The software is handed over to Catwoman. Catwoman was very impressed with Su Sheng. At first, she was afraid of Bane betraying Batman, but Bane was easily killed by Su Sheng, so she didn't want to provoke Su Sheng. But to wash herself off, Catwoman thought twice and decided to give it a try. Talia al Ghul did not let Catwoman kill Su Sheng because she found that Catwoman would not agree to this condition, let alone she had other arrangements. The 3-day period is not long, not short. Talia al Ghul arranged for someone to send the prepared things to Starling, while Catwoman followed along. Starling, Bettinelli's house. Helena stood by the window and glanced outside. At least 20 security guards armed with guns guarded the villa. Putting down the curtains, Helena turned to look at Su Sheng who was lying on her bed and asked in surprise, "How did you get in? How can you steal incense and jade if you don't have the ability to steal it? How about? Are you surprised or surprised?" Su Sheng said with a smile. "My father restrained me from going out last time when I came back and is still looking for you. Do you still have the guts to come to my house? You are dying." Although he was surprised, Helena urged with some worry. "You better go, if my father comes back, you won't be able to leave." Su Sheng stood up and raised his hand to drag Helena onto himself, he with a smile. "Your father was looking for me everywhere, but I was sleeping with her daughter in his house. If he knew it, he would be furious. Don't you think this is more exciting? Even if he is the leader of a murderous and arson criminal syndicate, he can't stop him. His daughter was slept in a protected home. But there are 2 bodyguards outside the door." Helena glanced at the direction of the door. "Then you just keep your voice down." Helena's eyes lit up and she whispered. "I thought about it, you wait." Speaking, Helena got up and walked to the closet, and then took out a black gag as if to ask for her credit. "So you don't have to worry about it being too loud. You have all this stuff. You are really perverted, but, I like it." Seeing her put it on by herself, Su Sheng was about to move instantly. What is a surprise? Unexpected surprises are considered surprises. Since she was still in a new car but opened a house with herself so casually, Sheng knew that he had a distorted psychology of torturing herself to avenge his father because of his family and identity, but he really didn't expect to even have this stuff. She is not as well-proportioned and slender as Laurel, and not as exquisite and glamorous as Catwoman, but she has a rebellious madness and extreme energy that attracts Sheng. The urge to reach the stomach is very strong. Pulling Helena to her side, Sheng ran away. There were violent storms and tsunamis. Sheng, who had finished surfing, looked at the gadgets she picked off with his arms around Helena, who was exhausted but excited, as if she were in her own home. How did you think of buying this thing? It's just to prevent me from talking in sleep. Helena looked at Sheng. If I say, I'm investigating my father's criminal evidence, would you believe it? Believe. Sheng nodded affirmatively. Do you really believe it? Helena was a little suspicious. You didn't deliberately coax me to follow me, did you? Sheng chuckled, you think too much, and it's not that my girlfriend has no such obligation to coax you. There are so many weird things in this world, and you are not the only one who cheats. It's not a big deal. Helena was dumbfounded and asked expectantly. Then are you willing to help me? Unwilling. Sheng refused very simply. I'm not interested in your family's grievances. I really think too much, I'm sorry. Helena said quietly, with a look of embarrassment and entanglement on her frowning face, she regretted telling her secret. What if he leaks the wind or betrays himself after being caught by his father? Looking at Sheng, who was disapproving, Helena's eyes were pleading and expectant. If I am willing to be your lover, you can give you a lot of money as you please. Are you willing to help my mother? I won't let you do adventurous things. I only need you to cooperate with me and let my father pay what he deserves. Cost. Sheng considered it seriously for a while, then shook his head. Still not interested. Yes. Helena sighed disappointedly. I don't want to be like this, but I will never allow my plan to be unexpected, so. I'm sorry. Come here, someone broke into my room. Helena suddenly yelled in panic, and rushed to the door in a mess. Boom! The two bodyguards outside the door rushed in instantly, looking at the disheveled Sister File Size and the strange man in the room. Who is this person? How did you get in? What did he do to File Size sister? Seeing that the bodyguard was stunned, Helena couldn't help shouting. What are you doing in a daze? He just slashed me, and under your protection, he smashed me, killed him for me. What? Sister File Size just got a strong sword. Why can't I hear the sound? If this is to let the boss know that, under his own protection, Sister File Size has been slashed at home, what's the deal? The two bodyguards didn't dare to think about the consequences for a moment, and shot Sheng angrily. Boom! 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 The bullet hit Sheng frantically. Hiding behind the bodyguard, sadness and pain flashed between Helena's eyebrows, and she found that she was a little in love with this mysterious, bold, and reckless man. I don't want to be like this. She couldn't help muttering to herself. But soon the expression on her face turned into amazement, looking at Sheng, who was evading the bullet and smiling at the corner of her mouth in disbelief. How is it possible? At such a close distance, two bodyguards with precise marksmanship fired at the same time. How did he escape? Click, click, click. The bullet was out. The two bodyguards looked down at their guns in a daze. Is this all right? Is it a fake gun? Boom! Boom! Sheng walked to the middle of the two bodyguards, holding their lower abdomen in the punch with both hands. Suddenly, the river was overwhelmed, as if hit by a speeding truck. With a grunt, his eyes turned upward, and the burly bodyguard fell to the ground. You really surprise me. Sheng stood in front of Helena and spoke with a smile. Helena reacted and slammed her fist to his face in shock. Looking at Helena's face that had been pleased by Qinhuan just now, Su Sheng smiled lightly and avoided his fists, and his knees rushed back. Helena bowed and wrinkled her facial features like chamois in an instant. Too slow. Su Sheng grabbed Helena's shoulder and threw it over the shoulder. Boom! Her body slammed heavily on the ground, and Helena just felt the painful grin rolling. There were rapid footsteps from the top of the stairs, and the sound of gunfire just now led other security guards in the villa. Seeing the security guard rushing up to shoot, Su Sheng did not hurriedly raise his finger. Sizzling sounds flowed through the air, and the azure blue electric light dazzlingly flickered. The maximum electric current of the electric shock device is no more than 100,000 volts, but unlimited stacking, 10 times. The electric light became huge in an instant. The million-volt electric current turned into an electric light python and roared towards the stairs, crackling, and the electric light python rushed down the stairs, and the air began to fill with a burst of charred in an instant. Smell. The security guard lay on the stairs like a coke. On the stairs, there were traces of electric shocks on the walls, and the air was full of heat and exuded a pungent burnt smell. Helena seemed to have forgotten the pain and watched Su Sheng walk down the stairs in despair. Avoiding bullets is enough to shock the world, but just. She doesn't know how to describe it anymore. Is this something human can do? The messy gunfire came from downstairs, followed by the screams of roar alternately, and finally calmed down. The security guards at home are probably dead, right? Although these security guards followed his father's work, both hands were stained with blood, but Helena still regretted it. It's not that she regretted the decision to sell and sacrifice Su Sheng. Although this decision made her very sad and distressed, as long as she can achieve her goal, she can even sacrifice herself. She can only say sorry to Su Sheng. What she regretted was that she didn't expect Su Sheng to have such an ability, and now, I am afraid that her purpose cannot be accomplished. She didn't think Su Sheng would let herself go, even if he could, he would not keep a secret for herself. Ding ding ding. The sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Su Sheng walked up with a relaxed expression and grabbed her hair and dragged her down. Helena, who had lost her faith, was dragged downstairs like a dead dog, and dragged all the way to the fountain near the gate of the villa. Was put down. Do you regret it? Su Sheng knelt down and asked with interest. Regret it? She thought of her mother who was beaten by her father every day and died tragically. She thought of the faces of the family destroyed by her father, her eyes gradually focused. Helena said firmly. I only regret not making him pay the price. I know I am sorry for you, so, you can do it. Helena closed her eyes. Su Sheng didn't speak, and didn't do anything. After a while, Helena opened her eyes in surprise. Why don't you do it? I'm not going to kill you. Su Sheng smiled lightly. Don't kill me. Helena was dazed, and a wave of hope suddenly rose. Did you forgive me? Su Sheng thought for a while and sat down on Helena, watching Helena holding her breath in pain and chuckles. I told you, what you are, what will torture you, expectation is the source of all pain. I don't expect to sleep with you twice to become more important in your heart than what you insist on. Even if I'm the only person who has slept with you. So I don't mind or be angry that you cheated me for keeping it secret, because I would do it if I did it. People are all selfish, even if they seem to be selfless. Dedication the kind is actually to satisfy one's own spiritual and emotional needs. But I'm not angry, don't mind, it doesn't mean I forgive you. Su Sheng smiled brightly, and the smiling Helena had a premonition of anxiety. Death is a relief for you. You don't care about success or failure. So I won't tell you if I don't kill you. I want you to wander back and forth between hope and despair, and you can't die. Helena felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave and her whole body was cold. Su Sheng's gentle and brilliant smile seemed to her to be more terrifying than the devil. Killing and condemning the heart, but so. Suddenly, the iron gates of the villa's wall slowly opened to the sides, and a luxury car that was going to drive in suddenly stopped. The situation in the villa made them unexpected. Helena's father Frank is in the car. After all, it was the leader of the criminal syndicate who was accustomed to the big wind and waves. Although Frank was shocked, he quickly calmed down. Looking at the strange man sitting on his daughter and the bodyguard in the courtyard who seemed to be struck by lightning, Frank got out of the car with a gloomy expression. The bodyguard and the driver were guarding Frank with guns. "Do you know who I am?" Frank asked while looking at Sheng in deep thought. "Frank Bettinelli, the leader of the Starling crime syndicate," Sheng said as he looked at Frank. "Not bad. I thought he would get out of the car in a rage and fire directly or turn around and run away when he was scared." "I have hatred with you?" Frank asked again gloomily. Sheng shook his head. "Is that someone hiring you to trouble me?" Frank asked again. Sheng still shook his head. Frank grinned furiously. "Very well, I promise you won't die easily." Turning their heads slightly, the bodyguard and the driver quickly walked towards Sheng with guns. Sheng stood up and raised his hands in coordination. When the bodyguard and the driver each grabbed his shoulders, the electric current roar screamed out. Boom! Boom! The bodyguard and the driver fell to the ground. Frank squinted his eyes and took a few steps back in horror. He heard Sheng smiling and saying, "I want your daughter." What do you mean?" Frank asked calmly. "Literally." Sheng smiled lightly. Frank took a deep breath, his original fearful eyes became excited. "What can you give me? Before I lose interest in her, I will protect you from death. Make a deal." Although it sounds like he only said to protect himself from death and did not say to help himself, Frank agreed without hesitation. What is it that someone with such a weird ability guarantees his safety and sacrifices his disobedient daughter? What's more, if you don't agree, who knows what will happen? Frank smiled and walked a few steps towards Sheng, but a gunshot suddenly came from a distance. Boom! The bullet hit Frank, and Frank fell to the ground. Sheng squinted his eyes. "This TM is going to slap me in the face." The bullet pierced Frank's shoulder, and he was lying on the ground with a pale face, clutching his wound, looking as if he was not worried about his life for the time being. "It's fine if you don't hang up, or you'll get hit in the face." Sheng doesn't care whether Frank is hurt or hurts. He was the one who hit him with this shot. If it is for yourself, copy ability will be activated. His ability is not only infinite replication and infinite stacking, but also comes with an early warning function, so there is no need to worry about the means of latent assassination. At the moment, 3 people appeared in the direction of the gate. The first person is very eye-catching, with a red dress, dazzling white long hair, and the face of an Asian under his bangs. There were 2 people behind him, one holding a gun, the other carrying a black box that looked like a piano box. White porcelain. Frank, lying on the ground, saw the woman making a resentful voice, and said to Sheng anxiously and quickly. "She is a member of the Daxia Triad Association who specializes in drug sales. I just killed her person. She came to kill me. You promised me, I will give my daughter to you, and you will protect me from death." Frank reminded Sheng of the agreement with him worriedly. Helena, who heard Frank's words like a dead dog, had no expression on her face. Bai Zi sneered with disdain, and said to Sheng with a respectful expression. "Hello, Mr. Sheng, my name is Bai Ci, I'm here to give you something." "Send it over," Bai Ci said. The person with the box next to him walked to Sheng and opened the box gently. What was inside was the uniform and equipment that he had brought from Talia El Ghul. Sheng nodded slightly, and the other party closed the box and placed it at his feet and slowly backed away. "Mr. Sheng, can I have a few words with you?" Bai Ci asked with a smile. "Okay." Sheng smiled brightly and looked at the gunman beside her. "But are you sure what you want to talk about will keep me from killing your gunman?" Bai Ci gave a slight expression and smiled. "I think so." I'll talk to her for a few words, will you handle the rest yourself? Sheng looked at Frank. Frank nodded in a daze, but he was thinking about Sheng's identity. He thought he just had a weird super ability, but now, he can make the triad white porcelain that he feels threatening so polite. Who is he? How powerful is the person who can instruct by Ci to give him something? Not far from the villa, black Hummer. Two men guarded outside the car, Sheng and Bai Ci got on the car. Let's talk. Sheng smiled lightly. Bai Ci speaks Huxia as soon as he speaks, but his tone is a little strange and similar to that of Hong Kong. In addition to delivering things, I have another task, which is to kill you and pay 30 million yuan. Sheng nodded non-committently. If Talia El Ghul didn't take the opportunity to do something, it wouldn't be her. Bai Zi turned around and took out a box and pushed it to Sheng to open it, with stacks of dollar bills inside. The money is here, I killed people. I think it should be enough to forgive my subordinates for the behavior just now. Sheng looked at the white porcelain with interest. Why did you do this? Because I know who you are and what you have done in Gotham. I don't want to provoke you. I want to get your friendship if I can. Bai Ci seriously explained to Sheng. No one is a fool. The strength of triads all over the world is not difficult to inquire about the news. Although what Sheng did in Gotham was officially blocked, the street gangsters knew about it. Who is Bane? Bai Ci knows how strong she is. Even if she is arrogant and not afraid of Bane, she will not provoke a powerful enemy who kills Bane in a flash for the sake of 30 million. And this powerful enemy is still in Starling City, in his own territory. Sheng patted the box containing $30 million and suddenly smiled and pushed it over. This is the money you hacked by your own ability and keep it for yourself. I won't ask you the question of whether you are afraid of retaliation. What happened just now is completely wiped out. Don't kill Frank in a short time. Good. Bai Ci smiled. If there is a need, the triad is always available to help. Sheng smiled and got out of the car and returned to the villa yard. Helena was still lying on the ground. Frank had sat up and simply bandaged the wound and was calling for someone. Seeing Sheng coming in, Frank put down the phone to ask about the situation but saw Sheng carrying the box in one hand and Helena's hair in the other and walking towards the villa. Frank opened his mouth and said nothing in the end. Helena's room, Sheng closed the door and let go of Helena, sat down by the bed and opened the box. Two sets of Batman black uniforms of the same material, long trousers, gloves and eye masks, multifunction belts, a retractable and foldable stick, and commonly used rope equipment, etc. Sheng carefully checked and confirmed that there was no surveillance equipment on these things, and then got up and walked to the closet to find a bag and put it in casually. My soul is back. Sheng chuckled at Helena. You are not dead, the secret has not been exposed, and there are more opportunities to obtain evidence more easily. You should be happy. What's the use, you won't give me a chance to make me successful. Helena raised her head and looked at Sheng. You want me to feel that I am getting closer and closer to success, but you are in front of the door of success, a step away. For this step, I dare not die or give up, but I can only endure despair and hope. You are so cruel. I don't mind being cheated, but I don't want anyone to cheat me. I don't want face. As night fell, the villa was brightly lit. The body has already been cleaned up, and Frank's injury has been treated and it is no longer a serious problem. At the moment he was sitting on the sofa, looking at the suitcase on the coffee table with an expressionless face wrapped in bandages. An hour ago he had secretly prepared $5 million and prohibited the rearranged bodyguards from approaching the villa. At any rate, he is also the leader of a criminal group. Frank naturally does not let people know that his daughter was sleeping upstairs, but he was waiting for the money downstairs, but the environment here is quiet, even if you are outside the villa, you should be able to hear the voices from upstairs. It's just a cover-up. The voice gradually stopped, and after a long while, Su Sheng came down from the stairs with a bag after taking a shower. Frank, who had been expressionless, instantly greeted Su Sheng with a smile on his face and enthusiastically greeted Su Sheng. His posture almost asked, "Is he still satisfied with my daughter? Thank you for saving my life today. This is my little care." Frank pushed the box over and thanked him sincerely. Su Sheng was stunned and asked with a smile. "Sure you gave it to me, not me?" "Definitely." Frank nodded affirmatively. "Anything. You deserve to be a gangster." Su Sheng clapped his hands in admiration. "When you are so open and bright, I will tell you straight, Helena, I will not take away. I will come when I need it. I am not interested in protecting you every day, and you are not qualified, so it is best to think carefully and trouble me again, understand? It is okay to take advantage of the conditions that I will protect you from death to root out competitors and expand your power, but you have to think carefully about the limited opportunities." Frank originally had this idea, but now Su Sheng said so, how can he still not understand? Naturally, he nodded his head again and again to ensure. He doesn't care who Su Sheng is now, nor does he care about sacrificing his daughter. All he thinks about is which competitor he should start with and which opponent can maximize his own interests. Frank doesn't care, even Su Sheng doesn't care. Anyway, the purpose of helping Frank is only to punish Helena. Once Su Sheng loses interest, everything that Frank uses with him will cease to exist. Sitting in the car arranged by Frank, Su Sheng left with bags and boxes. Hearing the sound of the key opening the door, Felicity, who had just taken a shower, greeted her. "Is the Emperor's new clothes? I like the look you greeted me a lot, but I still wear some in the future, in case I bring someone back." Su Sheng said teasingly. "You'll be back as soon as I finish the bath, not to mention who can you bring over." Felicity explained casually, looking at what he was carrying with both hands curiously. "What is this?" Su Sheng handed it over to the bedroom, and said as he walked. "The bag is for Laurel's uniform, and the contents of the box are for you. Give it to me." Felicity opened the box happily to see what Su Sheng gave herself, but as soon as she opened it, she closed it with a scream, like a whirlwind rushing into the bedroom. Where did you get so much money? Did you do something illegal, dangerous?" "Don't worry, someone else gave it." Su Sheng smiled. "Give it? Who would give you so much money for no reason?" How much is there?" Felicity asked in astonishment. Su Sheng thought for a while. "I should be looking for something to do temporarily. This is a reward. I don't have any need for money. You are my girlfriend, so you can spend it boldly. I don't know how much it is. I didn't ask, you can check it yourself. Check it out." Hearing that it was a reward for work, Felicity let go of his curiosity and checked it out. 5 million, a full 5 million. She hasn't seen so much money yet. Felicity wanted to ask what kind of work was paid 5 million, but after thinking about it, she didn't ask. Who makes his boyfriend not an ordinary person? Maybe it is the bonus of some secret mission. Felicity doesn't worship money, but who is unhappy that her boyfriend has given away 5 million directly? Thanks to Su Sheng's good physique, Felicity has unlocked a few more knowledge, otherwise, she must be exposed. I thought Felicity would take time off for shopping the next day, buying bags, clothes, shoes, etc. But when Su Sheng asked, she found out that she had planned everything. Felicity said cheerfully. "Let's change to a bigger and better house. Climbing the stairs every day is very tiring and the space is too small. I am optimistic that I can provide you and Laurel with more help in the future. I can buy 2 by the way. Trolley, keep the rest in case you need it in a hurry." Felicity has planned everything, what else can Su Sheng say? When Felicity went out to work, Su Sheng brought along the uniform prepared for Laurel and planned to go to her new home. As a result, she heard a knock on the door as soon as she was about to go out. Felicity forgot to bring something. Su Sheng opened the door casually, and saw a tall woman wearing a black dress and stockings with a small smile. "It's so hard for me to find you. Selina Kyle." Su Sheng looked at Catwoman unexpectedly and suddenly realized why she was here. Su Sheng watched Catwoman's non-smiling expression gradually emerge. Besides wanting to kill him, Talia al Ghul should also want to get back what he took, right? So here comes the question, who can come into contact with oneself and have the ability to steal things? Who is the Catwoman in Gotham? What's more, the only contact he didn't have with Catwoman was in the Black Gate prison when she had just crossed over. There was a problem with her current posture of looking for her husband. The white porcelain of the Triad is responsible for killing herself, and Catwoman is responsible for stealing things. One light and one dark, two purposes. No matter which goal he achieves, Talia al Ghul can get rid of the predicament of being threatened by himself. Selina Kyle looked at Su Sheng with a weird smile and couldn't help raising her brows, her voice complaining. "Don't you ask me to go in and sit down. I stood outside for a long time to prevent your little girlfriend from misunderstanding me. Come in." Su Sheng turned sideways slightly. Selina Kyle came in and looked at the layout of the room. Boom! Hearing the sound of the door closing behind her, she chuckled and turned around. "Who would have thought that you who killed Bane would live with an ordinary girl in such a small, ahem, what are you doing? Let go, let me go." Before she finished speaking, she saw Su Sheng suddenly acted. He pinched his neck, a sense of suffocation came in an instant, and his body was lightly caught in the air. Selina Kyle's eyes were horrified and grasping Su Sheng's wrists that seemed to be breaking her neck, her feet couldn't help twitching in the air weakly. "Let go, let me go." The originally white neck gradually turned red, and she felt that her roar was getting more and more difficult to suck. "Is this interesting?" What? "I don't know what you're talking about, let me go, I want to. I can't breathe anymore." Selina Kyle said in pain. "Do you think that as long as you are beautiful, boys like it? You think that as long as you are beautiful, you can get forgiveness from the other party for whatever you do? Do you think that you will be forgiven if you are beautiful?" Su Sheng asked. "Selina Kyle has a bad feeling, he wants to kill me, he really wants to kill me. This lunatic, I haven't done anything yet." Selina Kyle raised her leg in a panic and was about to kick her towards Su Sheng, but Su Sheng suddenly dragged her closer so that she couldn't stretch her leg at all. Close at hand, with his eyes facing each other, Su Sheng suddenly smiled. "Let me tell you, these are true." "What?" Selina Kyle was shocked, and then felt like she fell and sat on the ground. Cough cough. Selina Kyle instinctively pressed her neck and gasped, staring sharply at Su Sheng. "You are a lunatic, you almost strangled me." Su Sheng spreads his hands. "Just kidding. You call this a joke? You almost strangled me." Selina Kyle became even more angry. Su Sheng smiled. "You are so embarrassed to steal my things. I made a joke and strangled you. What's wrong?" Selina Kyle, who had been so arrogant and angry, couldn't make a sound as if she was pinched again. He actually knew. Looking at the stunned Selina Kyle, Su Sheng took a glass of water and handed it over. "You can't make a joke so much." "A joke? Who made such a deadly joke? You are just a lunatic. The ghost knows when you are joking and when you are not." Selina Kyle cursed wildly in her heart, but she was silent and did not answer Su Sheng. The water glass handed over. "This is boring." Su Sheng pours a cup of water directly on Selina Kyle's face. Selina Kyle froze first, and a sense of anger and humiliation rose instantly. "You guess if I am a joke?" Su Sheng asked, narrowing his eyes. "Just kidding, playing with your sister's laugh." Selina Kyle finally couldn't help it, and snarled. "Su Sheng, you are a lunatic. Now that you know that I am here to steal something, you still let me in, are you kidding? Are you kidding me on purpose?" Facing Selina Kyle's angry and distorted face, Su Sheng smiled brightly. Yeah, I just fooled you on purpose. I'm fighting with you. Selina Kyle completely lost her mind, and she was angry and rushed towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng turned around and avoided as expected. Selina Kyle threw herself to the ground and turned around, but she couldn't help but snorted as soon as she got ready. Su Sheng stepped on her chest with one foot and slightly bent over, squinted at her and smiled. Can't make a joke and want to raise the table? You seem to have forgotten an important thing, you can't beat me. Selina Kyle's anger was instantly extinguished. Seeing her calm down, Su Sheng seemed to lose the interest in teasing her. He raised his foot and turned and walked to the sofa to sit down. Let's talk about it, what conditions did she give you? Su Sheng asked lazily and casually. Messy skirt and long wet hair. Selina Kyle, who got up in embarrassment, has lost her previous grace, staring at Su Sheng bitterly for a long time before saying unwillingly. Software that can wash off criminal records. This is something I have always wanted. Su Sheng, you helped me once. Selina Kyle looked at Su Sheng pleadingly. Give me what you photographed, and I owe you a favor. Are you sure there is such a thing? Su Sheng asked. When Selina Kyle heard that there was hope, she hurriedly said, I have heard the news before and have been looking for it. Although I did not find it, this time is different. The Wayne Group must have it, so Miranda Tate will come to me for a deal. Help me this time, okay? Choo Choo's pitiful pleading looks like an abandoned kitten, which makes people feel pity. However, Su Sheng was unmoved and shook his head simply. It hasn't played the role I want, so I won't give it to you, but... Selina Kyle, who was initially discouraged, hurriedly raised her head and looked over. Su Sheng gestured to her to come over. Selina Kyle came to Su Sheng hesitantly, and Su Sheng smiled and motioned for her to squat down. As soon as he squatted down, Su Sheng raised his hand and was a skull. Snapped. With a crisp voice, Selina Kyle sat directly on the ground with a sigh, her forehead instantly turned red. What are you doing? Selina Kyle shouted, covering her forehead. Are you stupid? If she really has this software, I can just ask for it, and return the handle to it. Su Sheng cursed angrily. Selina Kyle was stunned. Yes, I didn't really help Miranda Tate, I just need to get the software. In this case. Selina Kyle instantly stared at Su Sheng expectantly. Do something for me, and when it becomes me, I will help you wash off the record. Su Sheng said. You say. Follow me to meet someone first. Su Sheng got up and went out carrying the bag. Selina Kyle hurriedly followed. Along the way, the attention came again and again. After all, it is rare for such a beautiful and tall woman to walk on the street in such embarrassment. In order to clean up, Selina Kyle endured. After walking for about half an hour, Su Sheng took her to an apartment building, and went upstairs and knocked on the door of a certain room. Bang bang bang. The door opened soon after the knock fell. Laurel looked at the strange woman next to Su Sheng unexpectedly, tall and beautiful but a little embarrassed. She is? Laurel asked Su Sheng. Selina Kyle, your new teacher. Su Sheng said casually after coming in. New teacher. Laurel and Selina Kyle both looked at Su Sheng in surprise, and saw Su Sheng walk to the sofa and sat down casually and put the bag down. This is the uniform and common equipment I got for you. During this time, you will continue to learn to practice fighting ability with Selina Kyle. Selina Kyle, give you what you want whenever you teach her. How far is the teacher calculated? Selina Kyle frowned and asked. At least I can play with you, and be able to go out and perform tasks alone. Selina Kyle stopped talking, but Laurel couldn't help asking. What about you? Don't you teach me anymore? Do you have Stockholm Syndrome? Su Sheng glanced at Laurel and got up. I recently encountered something interesting, and I will come back when you start. Come on, you two. Su Sheng walked from the middle of Laurel and Selina Kyle to the door. When passing by, he slapped both hands on the buttocks and then opened the door and left. Laurel and Selina Kyle looked at each other, and the atmosphere of embarrassment filled. Don't look at Selina Kyle being pitifully bullied without the strength to fight back in front of Su Sheng, but her ability to teach Laurel is enough. Su Sheng just took advantage of this time to train Helena. Frank played roar with the family's bodyguard, so Su Sheng went upstairs to Helena's room without any interrogation or obstruction in the past. One night passed, Helena seemed to figure it out. Talking and laughing at him as if nothing happened yesterday, Su Sheng is also happy to see it. If Helena is desperate and numb, it will be boring. Su Sheng asked her to take a look at the evidence she had collected before. Although there were a lot of them, they did not play a decisive role. Not to mention that Frank had a certain influence in Starling City. Even without these alone, he would not be able to judge him for a few years. As long as my father takes you to fight against competitors, I will have the opportunity to collect direct evidence, but he will not take me to the scene easily. Helena said and looked at Su Sheng. Su Sheng smiled lightly. I will not help you collect evidence, I will only create opportunities for you. That's enough. Helena said confidently. Just let him make them think that I'm not Frank Bettinelli's daughter but your woman, and no one cares if I show up with you. So, do you have any tricks you want to try? Helena's personality is extreme, with a typical self-harm and self-destructive consciousness. In order to achieve her goal, she can sacrifice everything, including herself. It is no wonder that she will become cruel and cruel, even if she doesn't care. How can she care about others? This character brings many surprises to Su Sheng. In the next few days, in the bedroom and the living room, Helena changed his patterns every day to make him interested, and even drove everyone out of the villa to let Su Sheng drag racing on the lawn of the courtyard. When Su Sheng went to see some houses in Felicity's photo, Helena would also accompany him there. He drove the driver and bodyguards out of the car on the side of the road and stayed beside them, waiting for them to finish the shock and continue driving. Su Sheng feels that he has to drink some nutrition express to make up, otherwise his girlfriend Felicity should be dissatisfied. I have to say that Helena's ridiculous act of sacrificing her face has a very good effect. In just a few days, Frank's impression of Helena has changed from the file-size sister to Su Sheng's girlfriend. She definitely said that she was actually the girlfriend. Everyone knows it well. Although Frank never showed up, he knew all kinds of news clearly, and some of the group's men were quite dissatisfied. After all, it's about face. If people in other gangs know that their elder's daughter is like this, are they embarrassed to go out? The boss who sacrificed his daughter, would they still dare to follow? Frank decided to talk to Su Sheng. Driving home, Frank went into the villa and asked the bodyguard. Is Helena at home? Upstairs, that person is also there, just went up. You go out first. Frank frowned and waved his bodyguard away, hesitation for a moment but didn't go up. Upstairs in the room. Helena waited for a while before seeing her father go upstairs and couldn't help but said with a sneer. It seems that the time is almost right. He came back but didn't go upstairs. It should be because he was planning to ask you for help. Then go down and take a look. Wait, I change my clothes. Helena stopped Su Sheng and walked to the closet. It didn't take long to see her standing in front of Su Sheng wearing high heels, suspenders, and black tights. How about it? Good. And this? Helena turned around and took out a leather neck ring and put it on. The neck ring was buckled with a long rope chain. Helena handed it to Su Sheng's hand. Playing so hard? Su Sheng dumbly tugged on the rope. She really went out without a bit of shame. Helena pointed to the ornament on the neck ring. This was specially customized by me before. I originally planned to put it on the dog he often carried to collect evidence through audio and video recordings, but I didn't expect an accidental death some time ago. Now I wear it to collect evidence and I will not provoke me. People suspect that they can slap him in the face again, and I am looking forward to them seeing you leading me onto the stage. I started to admire you a little. Su Sheng really didn't expect to have such a function. She deserves to be a huntress in the future. Means, skinny, and patience. Helena can do everything to kill her prey. This kind of behavior demands unconcerned attitude may not be able to escape her hunting by a few prey. Su Sheng appreciates Helena's attitude, because he is also the kind of person who has no worries. Da. Footsteps came from the stairs. Frank turned his head and saw Su Sheng led Helena down the stairs, but, he was not holding a hand, but a rope. When Frank saw his daughter's dress being pulled down by Su Sheng, his first reaction was not anger, but luck. Fortunately he drove everyone out just now. Your daughter is really great. Su Sheng came to Frank and praised very seriously. Frank smiled awkwardly at Su Sheng, but he was very annoyed at Helena. Where did you go against my temper? It's useless to be so obedient to him. Have you thought about it? Su Sheng asked pointedly. Frank said instantly. Antony Venza, the leader of the drug dealer group who fought the 3-round chamber to eat the Starling drug market together, I want to talk to him about cooperation in the evening. Not at night, now. Su Sheng said casually. Now. But I haven't arranged it yet. Frank said in surprise. Then make arrangements, I don't want to waste time. Su Sheng said casually, leading Helena out of the villa before Frank hadn't reacted. In the afternoon sun and breeze, the bodyguard outside the villa looked dumbfoundedly at Su Sheng and took Helena across the lawn to the garage as if walking with a dog. OMG. This. What are you doing in a daze? Tell the staff to go to Antony Venza's site. Frank's roar came from the villa, and the bodyguard scattered around him, ready to go, seeing his face pale. In front of a factory in the east port of Starling. The two parties confronted each other with guns. Frank and Antonin Venza had an unpleasant discussion about the issue of cooperation, and the little brother behind him was playing what you're worried about and watching you. How long has it been? In a business car behind Frank, Su Sheng asked Helena a little impatiently. Helena thought for a while. 20 minutes, right? I haven't started fighting in 20 minutes, are the gangsters so civilized and polite? Su Sheng couldn't help but complain. Helena sneered disdainfully and said, he can't refuse you to take me with me and don't want people to see him, so he wanted to use your plan to solve Antoine Venza and had to change it. If you don't go down, he is not sure to solve Antoine Venza. It's just been deadlocked for so long. I'm not interested in waiting too long. Su Sheng opened the car door and led Helena out of the car and walked over. The crowd gradually separated, and Frank had a bad feeling when he heard the voice behind him. Is that your daughter? Ha 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 ha. Frank, this is the reason why you dare to trouble me suddenly. In order to find a helper, you gave him your own daughter as a dog. What a pity that he can do it alone. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Although the way he played was a little shocked, but Antoine Venza still recognized Helena at a glance, and he also guessed why Frank dared to make trouble suddenly. After the astonishment, there was an arrogant sneer, not only Anthony Venza, but also the little brother behind him. Frank raised his gun and wanted to kill Antoine Venza directly, but suddenly he heard a low groan. Noisy. Su Sheng lightly frowned and loosened the rope holding Helena, and the whole body suddenly lit up. The dazzling electric current crackled. Unlimited stacking, 100 times. 10 million volts. In an instant, there seemed to be only a kind of azure light left between the sky and the earth. Su Sheng pointed to the sky, and the electric current turned into thunder. Roar roared and penetrated into the sky. Quiet. Deathly silence. The person who just laughed at the moment looked at Su Sheng, who was full of electric lights, as if he had been pressed the pause button. Tick, the tick of raindrops gradually dripped from the top of their heads, and the shocked people looked at Su Sheng in horror like a first awakening from a dream. Fall. Su Sheng raised his finger to the factory behind Antoine Venza and others. Boom. There was a loud noise in the sky, and the thunder fell from the sky and hit the factory in an instant. The roof was pierced directly, and explosions followed after a few seconds. The flames skyrocketed. The impact of the explosion accompanied the thunder's electric current to form a powerful shockwave that instantly agitated. For a long time. The big raindrops gradually stopped, the dazzling thunder disappeared, and the entire factory turned into nothingness, only a little residue still burning. Looking around, everyone from Antoine Vince and Frank was lying on the ground, and the lucky ones twitched slightly and foamed at the mouth, and the ones with bad luck were directly electrocuted by the impact of the diffused electric current. Only Sheng stands like pines and cypresses. The movement seems to be too big. Sheng muttered to Frank, who was lying on the ground, "Did you die? Didn't you die? Get up to business." Frank panicked and shook his head subconsciously, only to react after a long while. Sheng was on his side. Thinking of this, he struggled to stand up and walked towards Antoninus slowly. Antoine Wensa struggled in horror, but his body didn't listen at all. Frank raised a gun at him, swept away the anger that had been ridiculed before, and said vigorously, "It's not a shame to sell dignity, it's a shame to fail to sell a good price. This is what one person can do." Boom! Anthony Vince fell to the ground at the sound of gunfire. The proud Frank didn't spit out and wanted to say something, but when he saw the almost razed factory, his face became stiff and he couldn't say anything. Sheng was not interested in listening to Frank's afterthoughts, and pulled Helena away in a muffled moan. "Get in the car." Sheng started the car and left. In the car, Helena looked at Sheng and asked quietly, "Is this your strongest strength? The strongest power?" "No, I'm afraid that will ruin the earth." Sheng shook his head and chuckled. "In theory, there is no upper limit to his power, as long as the power is infinitely superimposed, even a single punch can blow the earth." Not long after Sheng and Helena left, the East Port was in chaos. The police car and the fire truck arrived quickly, and Frank had to face the police's questioning just after disposing of Antoine Wence's body. He said the matter as it was, but only concealed the fact that Sheng summoned thunder and shot Antoine Venza himself. As for the police, believe it or not. Haha. Anyway, there is no evidence, let alone summoning the incredible thing of thunder, who would believe it unless he saw it with his own eyes? The police did not believe it, but there was no evidence to explain the appearance of the thunder, and Anthony Venza was not found. The most important thing was that Anthony Venza's younger brother also insisted on Frank's statement, so in the end this matter was judged to be a natural event. It's definitely not that no one guessed that this thunder was related to Sheng, such as the Tianyan meeting that stopped fighting. After the last incident, Tianyan will temporarily stop contacting Sheng. Perhaps because of Laurel's relationship, they think this is a better way to observe Sheng. After all, except for the unpleasantness at first, Sheng treats Laurel. It's really good. The uniform that Laurel is now wearing comes from Wayne Enterprise, and there is a sonic equipment that has not been used from the Center City's cutting-edge laboratory. Although the methods are not glorious, they are all prepared by Sheng for Laurel. First, I asked Catwoman, a famous jewel thief from Gotham, to teach Laurel to fight ability, not to mention that the eyes of the sky would not believe that Laurel is not important to Sheng, even Laurel's mother Dinah Lance didn't believe it. Therefore, Tianyan, who had already given up armed conflict, will strengthen this strategy after learning of the thunder incident in the East Port. The thunder incident affected more than Tianyanhui. Helena took the shot of Frank shooting Antoine Vinza, but it was not enough. She needed more evidence, so she not only kept the current personal design or even more involved, sometimes Sheng couldn't tell the truth from the fake. But the effect was obvious. When Frank asked him for help again, no one cared about Helena's existence, let alone that she would collect evidence. Frank would send a sum of money every time he helped, so Sheng simply bought a villa for Felicity. After all, it's my girlfriend, not to mention that it's more secretive, and it's more convenient to team up with Black Canary in the future. What a superhero without even an activity base. After moving, all kinds of equipment were quietly installed in the basement, and a small command base appeared. In the room of the master bedroom, Felicity, who had finished the battle, wiped the battle marks on his face and asked Sheng, who had already been lying down. The equipment at the base has been debugged. When do you plan to introduce me to Laurel officially? At night, I'll bring her here in a while. Sheng said. Felicity nodded and asked curiously, lying in his arms. By the way, what did you ask me to delete just now? Something that will make someone desperate. Sheng said with a smile. With his cooperation and help, Helena has collected enough evidence to allow Frank to stay in prison for a lifetime, and the hope of success is growing. Then, Sheng just asked Felicity to delete these evidences. Do you think I don't know the reason you figured it out is to use me to collect evidence and at the same time please me? Let me forgive you, not stop you. Experience despair in hope. Sheng is looking forward to Helena knowing that the evidence she has tried so hard to collect will be destroyed once. Is it desperate and numb, and there will be no huntress in the future? Or is it the courage to face reality and continue to struggle to create the birth of the huntress? With a detached mentality, let your desperate strength influence a person's choice and change her destiny, no matter what the final result is, interesting or boring, at least this process is very satisfied and enjoyable. As for what other people think and don't understand, Sheng doesn't care. As a traverser who understands the world, has a transcendent mentality and absolute strength, he doesn't confess to himself but cares so much about other people's perspectives and opinions. What's the point of traversing? Rest for a while. Sheng hugged Felicity and took a shower together, then got dressed and drove to pick up Laurel. Watching the car slowly drive out of the villa, a woman appeared in the nearby woods. Dark leather uniform, wearing eagle-like armor. The goal is to leave the villa, you can do it. Received, come here to meet up. When the voice fell, she saw her shaking her shoulders, and a pair of huge amounts of wings stretched out from her back and flew into the air to chase Sheng's car. A tire burst suddenly sounded on the quiet road. Sheng frowned slightly when he saw a few people suddenly rushing out of the side. Captain Cold Leonard Steiner, Heatwave Microwly, Adam Ray Palmer, White Canary Sarah Rance, Firestorm Jefferson Jackson and Martin Stein, Eagle Male Carter Hall, Original Time Lord Lip Hen Special. Isn't this the legendary team? Still the first legendary team. Malcolm Merlin hasn't died yet, Laurel hasn't become Black Canary yet. Why did they come? Sheng blinked unexpectedly and got out of the car, and then saw a figure flying in the sky, Hawk Girl Kendra Sanders falling from the sky and standing with them. Tomorrow's legendary team's initial camp, all members are here. Watching the legendary squad staring at him vigilantly and cautiously one by one, Sheng, who got out of the car, looked at the blown tires before opening his mouth with a smile. Pay it. Pay. What to lose? Tires. The team members who thought they could do it at any time were stunned. Even if you weren't surprised by our existence, you couldn't calmly demand compensation from us, right? What's more, is this the point? Is he really the one we're looking for? Captain Cold asked suspiciously. It seems that we did break his tires, so, do you have to pay? Adam Meng asked in a low voice. The captain of the legendary squad, the captain of the bow, the former master of time, Lip Hunter frowned and spoke to Sheng. We will compensate for the loss of the car later, but now we need to talk about time safety issues immediately. Sheng looked at them one by one, smiling brightly. Okay, I also want to know why you are here now. Why are you here now? You know us, and you know we will come. Sarah Lance asked with a frown. Her blonde hair was dazzling in the sun, and the tight-fitting uniform of the white waistcoat made the airport look very spectacular. She held the silver short sticks in her hands and splayed it out slightly, as if she didn't agree with her. The top assassin of the Assassin League, the White Canary, the boyfriend who hooks up with my sister, the B***ch who eats all men and women, am I right? Sheng smiled. Sarah Lance smiled suddenly. To each other. Su Sheng disapprovingly jumped over her and started to spit out one by one. Ray Palmer, he can obviously become Atom when he is a Superman, and he forced the grid to plummet. Jefferson Jackson, one of the firestorms, the success of the junior third class makes people forget the model of the original match. Martin Stein, if you come to take risks with young people as a scientist, you will die. Captain Cold Leonard Steiner, because your father abused you and your sister since he was a child, he later became a criminal. Your sister is very beautiful. I don't mind to comfort him after you die. It should be faster than Martin. Stein died early. By the way, in a certain world, you are gay. As for your Heatwave, Microwave, although he is an arsonist, he is one of the most successful in whitewashing. Remember to write me when you write novels in the future. Hawkman Carter Hall, Hawkgirl Kendra Sanders, I only have one word for the two of you, waste. You are left in the end. Su Sheng looked at Lip Hunt, who was ugly and shocked. I actually admire you the most. It was obviously to save the family but shamelessly called this group of rubbish under the banner of saving time and saving the world, and it succeeded. Every time a sentence is said, a person's face becomes ugly, anger at being ridiculed, and shock at the content. Have you seen us in the future? Lip Hunt asked with a frown. I thought the mission this time was just to prevent Su Sheng from picking up Laurel to avoid the formation of the birds of prey and change the fate of Sarah Lance. But now Su Sheng knows them so well or even knows the future that they don't know. The only explanation is that the legendary team that Su Sheng has seen the future knows their future destiny, which is a bit tricky. It seems we have a lot to talk about. Lip Hunter said solemnly. Su Sheng smiled back. Then go and talk slowly on board the wave. Chinhua is a large expeditionary ship that uses ion propulsion as the main propulsion power. It has time travel, stealth, autopilot, self-diagnosis functions, equipped with medical rooms, escape ships, and artificial intelligence Gideon. It is a legendary team crossing. Time is the only vehicle for correcting time deviation. Su Sheng followed the emotionally complex legendary team on board the Wave Rider and first attacked the artificial intelligence roar. Hello, Gideon. Hello, Mr. Su Sheng. The female voice of the electronic synthesis sounded. Su Sheng smiled and leaned against the console and said to Lip Hunt and others. Let's talk about the time deviation you know first. Lip Hunt looked at Sarah Lance. Sarah Lance said. Because you made my sister the Black Canary in advance and also formed the Raptor Squad with Felicity and Catwoman, which resulted in a series of deviations. I was not killed by Thea Quinn, was not resurrected, and my sister was not caught. Killed by Myandak. Two kinds of memories appear in my mind at the same time. I can feel that the original memory is disappearing. This shows that time is slowly strengthening your changed reality. For us, you are changing history. So we must stop you from doing this. Time is linear. Although reality has not happened yet, it continues to develop. Time slowly solidifies and changes the reality, and the past history will be replaced by new history. Before the time deviation is detected and the history has not completely changed, it crosses to the time deviation point to stop and protect the original history. This is the reason why the legendary team came to Su Sheng. Su Sheng is the time deviation that caused history to change. Done. After listening to Sarah Lance quietly, Su Sheng leaned on the console and smiled and raised his finger. I have two questions. You said. Sarah Lance said. The first question, why didn't you go to the point in time when I kidnapped Laurel? Since the time deviation can be inferred, wouldn't it be better to solve it from the source? If the legendary team came to Su Sheng at that time, he really might not. If Laurel will be trained to become Black Canary in advance, there will be no follow-ups. It's too late. Lip Hunt shook his head. When we noticed something was wrong, that period of history had already been fixed. Okay, second question. You, why do you stop me? Su Sheng asked with a smile. His question made the legendary team nervous in an instant. According to the few experiences, every mission will not go so smoothly, and this time I am afraid it will be the same. Sarah Lance squeezed the club. Captain Cold and Heatwave also raised the cryogun and flamethrower, and Heatwave pointed at Su Sheng and said grimly, "Only I can burn you to ashes." Su Sheng looked at the Heatwave and said seriously, "Trust me, you can't do it." "Then try." Heatwave followed. Seeing that a conflict was about to occur, Lip Hunt hurriedly stopped the Heatwave and said to Su Sheng, "I don't think it is a wise choice to get my ex-girlfriends together. You only need to not introduce them to solve this problem. 1. Only Felicity is my ex-girlfriend, and we haven't broken up yet. 2. Why don't I ask about force?" Su Sheng raised 2 fingers and looked at Lip Hunt. "In order to save your family, you formed a legendary team to deal with the immortal tyrant Vandal Savage. Although you are shamelessly involved in saving the world, don't you travel through time and change history? It's just you to correct the time deviation. Personal behavior, what position do you have to stop me?" Rip Hunt was silent, and the others who had originally wanted to refute were also silent. "But we are saving the world," Adam explained in a low voice without confidence. But obviously this explanation was ignored by everyone. "I admit that we have no position to demand you, but we must do this. If you don't stop you, Sarah Lance will not only remember that there will be problems, she will also disappear from our team, so." Lip Hunt suddenly shouted. "Gideon, immediately jump at random points in time." "Okay, Captain Hunter." Gideon's voice sounded, and the next moment the Wave Rider suddenly lifted off and accelerated. The strong wind roar screamed, and the propeller glowed blue. With a swish, the Wave Rider disappeared. The violent vibration made everyone who fell instantly turn their backs on their backs, and the pressure caused by the time jump made people dizzy and tinnitus, as if the heart was about to jump out. It was very uncomfortable. I don't know how long it took, as if a few hours and only a few minutes, the shaking finally slowly stopped, and the Wave Rider landed. "Enter invisible mode and report time and place." Rip Hunter, who had not had time to get up from the ground, hurriedly gave instructions to Gideon. "It has entered invisible mode, in 1917, in the waters near Paradise Island." Everyone groaned and got up one after another in pain. Martin Stein found his glasses again and asked subconsciously. "In 1917, the year before the end of the First World War. Where is Paradise Island? Damn, I hate to travel through time." Relong cursed uncomfortably with the nausea of vomiting. "It's better to let me burn him to death." Lip Hunter straightened the collar of the trench coat and explained. "Paradise Island is an island isolated from the world, where only Amazonians live. And, only women. It sounds like a very suitable place for him to stay." Sarah Lance was teasing but staring at Su Sheng lying on the ground to prevent him from getting up. Rip Hunter's original intention was to temporarily take Su Sheng away and find a place to settle. As long as he did not pick up the Laurel Raptor team, he would not know each other and would not affect Sarah Lance, and wait for the time deviation to be corrected. Just delete his memory and send it back, but Paradise Island. He hesitation said. "It's not friendly to outsiders, especially men. There will be danger. If he is careful not to be found out by the Amazons on the island, there should be no problem. As long as the time deviation is corrected, we will come and pick him up." Lip Hunter thought for a while and said. Captain Cold asked. "Leaving him here won't cause any more time deviations, will it?" "Probably not, Amazonians are not that easy to mess with." Lip Hunt shook his head. Sarah Lance walked to Su Sheng's side and squatted down, watching him silently for a long while and said. "Although it hasn't happened to you yet, Laurel loves you very much in my memory. You got tired of playing but dumped her. So I hope you can die on Paradise Island, but, you let her live after all. Even if it's just a time lag when I get down, find a place to hide and we will pick you up." It sounds like something I would do, so, I'm still green with Oliver Quinn. Sheng grinned lightly. Her first man is you. Sarah Lance snarled angrily. Why do you think I would be with Oliver? I just want to beat her, in the matter of going to bed, B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************Legend has it that was created by Olympus, the king of god Zeus. The surrounding area of the island is protected by a magical force field, making it impossible for many high-tech equipment to detect the location of the island. Seeing from a distance, there is nothing but an endless ocean. Once it gets closer, it will produce a dim fog that makes people lose their direction. Ordinary people don't dare to go deep. The small expeditionary escape ship of the Maribo passed through the dim fog and the scenery changed abruptly. The dim fog disappeared and replaced by a clear blue sky, layers of white clouds underneath the water is clear and translucent, and a majestic and beautiful island is in front of you. The high cliffs, the green natural ecological environment, and there is a complex of buildings on the island from a distance. This is Paradise Island, it's so beautiful. Sarah Lance landed on the shore in a small expeditionary escape ship. The hatch opened and Sarah Lance and Sheng walked down. Stepping on the golden sand, Sheng smiled with satisfaction. I start to like this place. Are you sure you want to stay here? I know in my memory that you are very skilled, but Amazons are not ordinary, so don't trouble me or trouble yourself. Find a place to hide and I will come back to pick you up soon. Sarah Lance started from G. Dean learned about the situation on Paradise Island, so he reminded Sheng very seriously. She didn't think Sheng could do anything else here, on the contrary, she was more worried about his safety. Here. But Paradise Island. Seeing Sarah Lance's serious warning, Sheng shrugged disapprovingly. Don't blame me for not reminding you, don't regret it. Sarah Lance chuckled and turned away. Watching the small expedition escape ship take off and leave, Sheng turned and looked at Paradise Island and smiled. He has always felt that the name Paradise Island is very appropriate. For Amazons, it is isolated from the world like a paradise. For men, is it not a paradise if there are only women on the whole island? Should I shout like some S2 characters, Paradise Island, I'm here? Sheng thought about it seriously and finally gave up because he saw the Amazonian. Several Amazons with helmets, leather armors, bows and arrows in their hands appeared on the cliffs tens of meters high. These people have handsome looks, heroic appearances, and they are very upright. They don't seem to have the slightest fat on their bodies, and they are full of power. Whoosh whoosh. Several Amazons suddenly jumped off the cliff. People were in mid-air, shooting bows and arrows, and their bows and arrows were accurately and powerfully nailed to the cliffs to make them fall to the ground with a rope. After landing, he opened his bow again and aimed at Sheng and leaned forward vigilantly. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, smooth and smooth. The sharp arrow seemed to be able to shoot a few holes in him at any time, but Sheng did not panic. A pair of black eyes looked at them with interest. Hi, hello. Sheng greeted Roar with a bright smile. But the Amazonian stared at him fiercely and did not respond. Sheng curled his lips, really rude. Da-da-da, da-da-da. The sound of horse hooves came from a distance, and the horses stopped in a blink of an eye. Queen, how do you deal with this intruder? The Amazon asked the woman who was clearly different from the others on the white horse. This woman has long golden hair, a forehead that symbolizes rights and status, and she wears a leather armor with exposed shoulders, and a long sticky wool waistcoat on the outside. The sturdy thighs of the riding horse were exposed, and he was wearing a pair of dark gold boots over the knees. Amazon Queen of Paradise Island, the mother of Wonder Woman Diana. Hippolyte. He is the only one? Hippolyte asked. Only found him. Take it back and ask for clarity. After Hippolyte finished speaking, he planned to turn his horse's head and go back. At the same time, someone walked towards Sheng and prepared to escort him away. Can I ride your horse? Sheng asked a question that made everyone angry. Riding the queen's horse. You, an intruder, dare to make such a condition. Hippolyte turned his head and frowned and stared at Sheng. Intruder, are you provoking me? Sheng said with a friendly smile. I just want to try the feeling of riding a horse. You know it is not so easy to ride a horse outside, so, your horse is the best looking here. Although I am not a prince nor a Tang monk, I still want to ride a white horse. Grab him. This kind of Chiguagua's provocation made Hippolyte very angry, but in order to find out whether he had any accomplices, he could not be killed for the time being. With an order, the Amazons rushed over coldly and arrogantly. Legendary team, I reminded you not to regret it. Seeing the Amazons rushing over, Sheng mumbled and squatted down as if he was about to surrender. Is this scared? The originally angry Amazons couldn't help but sneered. Just now they thought they had the courage to provoke the queen, but he didn't expect to be a coward. Unlimited stacking, 20 times. Sheng raised his fist and slammed to the ground. Boom! The beach was sunken in an instant, and the huge amounts of power shocked and immediately knocked the nearby Amazonians to the ground. The horse roared and the people riding on the horse such as Hippolyte were shaken off the horse and fell to the ground in an instant. Sheng slowly got up and retracted his fists, and sighed softly as he looked at the discolored faces of the Amazons. Why, I just want to ride your horse, not you.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.